Nuke is the focus, and Nuke is not going so well. The pistol round, a complete stomp, not the way you want to get things started. As Johnny Speeds are about to sweep Bet Boom under the rug, unless Boomich can pull off a 1v5, and yeah, that is wishful thinking. He's sent packing, and Johnny Speeds are on there first.
The ambition of a 1v5 is definitely a bit much, and Johnny Speeds, that is a marvelous pistol round to be putting themselves on the board very early on, and, you know, like, we didn't really get to talk too much about the veto, but it is worth mentioning that Johnny Speeds yesterday, they did end up playing maps that they were mostly comfortable with, right? But today, against Bet Boom, they are playing against a pretty heavy favorite pick for Bet Boom. 27 maps, 74% win rate, even against slightly higher caliber opponents than Johnny Speed. So we have anything to go by in terms of history, that it's Bet Boom that should be taking it, but beauty of the quarterfinals. Can't just treat it as any other game, as any other walk in the park, where the stakes start to get higher. And for a team like Bet Boom, patience are even more dire.
Just a full eco here, of course, so not expecting all too much out of this. Nice shot from Art Frost. Maybe I'm wrong to not expect too much out of this. It's the one thing that's invested here is the Art Frost Desert Eagle. He keeps putting himself into head angles, so the lack of Kevlar is somewhat negated. If he'd have hit a second headshot there, then I would have started to get excited. As they head down to the lower site, Sapex patiently waiting. Surely, no way they get away with this plant. They're actually going to tap it. That's going to activate Sapek, start to pull the rotations over. Sapek just being careful, knows that the last thing he wants is to be overwhelmed by the Glocks here. This is getting a little bit messy, to be fair. Magnoyas takes one Art Frost with another 1-dig, and Johnny Speed's only come away with 2 players alive, but it's all right, I guess. They win the round, they'll take it. You shrug situations like that off.
Under the board now, though. Let's see how quickly Bet Boom can bring themselves back. Weapons out. All AK-47 configuration. They haven't even been too sacrificial, so they don't sacrifice the firepower. The utility is not going to be all hunky-dory. Outside flashes and smokes to allow passage into secret, but before that even happens, the entry of Bet Boom, Magnajez down to 3 points of health, and Siren's been pelted with, I'm not sure if it was utility that he got damaged by, or if it was just some early bullets, some random spam. But this effectively turns into a 3.75 versus 5 at the outset of the game.
Yeah, an awkward way to start off the round, and it's not like it's on Europa or anything like that either, right? Magnoyas has got to get into a fight somewhere. He's just sat on minuscule amount of health. Heap on the off angle is going to be difficult to contend with. Flash will come into ramp and start trying to press here, but Heap just sat patiently waiting. Ooh. Good little 1-for-1. With that kill from Dilladez, Bet Boom will be able to take a bit of space here towards ramp. Incendiary goes in, Siren forced back. Again, just look how low they all are.
Yeah, the kills should be coming in easy. That's the problem. Magnajez tries to get something done with the limited money. Hang on, Arfrost is still trying to negotiate this one out. It's a 1v2. I didn't realize he had barely had any time, and he's also going to die after. Great. I'm an idiot for not noticing, but still, how the HP started, it did kind of feel like it could have never gone down to a 1v1 between 2 healthy players, does it?
No, not really. That's Yeah, not what I was expecting either. But nonetheless, it's the buy round win out of the Johnny Speeds boys. They go 3-0 up.
It's actually pretty impressive how good the pacing of Johnny Speeds was yesterday on the two sides that they played. And, they, yesterday when they played, they were doing it on hard mode, right? Because they allowed Sashi to get pretty comfortable on those CT sides before they then came back on the T side. So if you look at yesterday's scoreline, it was 8-4 from Sashi on Nuke. And then Johnny Speeds proceeded to get 9 rounds to close that game 13-11. So at the end of the game, it actually looked pretty one-sided. And my issue here is that if Johnny Speeds have such a potent T side, then Bedboom need to get some work done soon, because Johnny Speeds, this isn't the best of their Nuke then. They're going to be feeling even more comfortable when they're on the supposedly disadvantageous side, so plenty of work to be done by Bedboom, and it's still very early days, so I don't want to be too pessimistic, but a 3-0 start, and now playing up against the Pistols. The alarm bells are going to be rung when you come to that 4 to 5 round mark.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. There's a lot to be said for T-side Nuke. You don't have to stress majorly at the 3-0 mark, but they get the guns back out. Playing round number 5, they've got to make sure that they give it a little bit more than this. Shut down, just the pistols. All right, whatever. I mean, to be fair, again, they should be getting more than 1 kill, going sort of all 5 with tech lines and armor down secret. They'll shrug it off. AK's come back out to play. Still no AWP, which is kind of interesting. Art Frost is actually down to a Galil. It's kind of weird how the economy's been managed in a way that not only does he not have that sniper out still on round number 5, but he's actually on the weaker weapon as well. But yeah, this feels like one with a fair bit of importance behind it, just to stay relevant in this game. Siren does crack it open with a good shot onto Sved, who's getting a little bit aggressive there in ramp. Not ramp, sorry, hut. Trying to get a sight line into lobby. There's a little bit of info that will go their way as Necro heads up heaven.
Way to start the round for Johnny Speeds, and I think Bedboom are going to try and hurry things up a little bit more on the A side, especially with the second kill found. Oh, wow. Siren barely spotted by Electro before he nails him to the back wall in heaven. Epic and Heap. This case scenario is just to try to get some exits flowing. I mean, if they can get away with 2 weapons, actually, this significantly changes how the next round is played out. Because Tapik was playing the ump anyway, already has a ton of money in the tank. He could be able to drop a weapon over, so it is actually quite crucial that they get away with weapons so they can keep themselves relevant very quickly in the game. But Bedboom, first sign of life on the big board. Expect them to take too long to have a, hard to say, resurgence. Resurgence?
Yeah, surgence in the first place, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that was...
500 colors behind his monitor.
Yeah, we talked about this before. How do you...
Yeah, it wasn't about Dragon last time, though. I can't remember who it was.
Yeah, it was it Modo?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I don't know why that's the sort of thing I remember, but we saw Siren win the fight last time round against Sved in this exact position. He's not going to peek out wide enough to be exposed to Draken's AWP scope. He maybe actually heard it, so he could be very aware that this sniper's present up close. Eventually, we'll go for the swing. Draken doesn't hit the shot, but he does follow up second time asking. Sapek, he's been sat with his UMP for a couple of rounds now. Does actually do some lifting with it, gets a kill there, but the trades go right back. So a 3v3, minute on this clock. Boomich is down in hell. Electro does seem somewhat aware that this is a possibility, but needs to be careful on the timing. Boomich just flanked ramp. No one's home. Do they now just head towards B? I think so. Yeah, they'll group up. Heap is already kind of on the lower side, but he's not actually on the site itself. He's just down towards the vents. I'm going to play for the retake here. One of the windows is broken open, so it will give Boomich the idea that maybe he's lingering around here somewhere.
Ape. Only opportunity he had to really try and come off the bomb, that's taken away. Good positioning there. Not sure if Electro and Sedyahead still even want to go for this. Not unless they get pretty much a freebie. Okay, Electro. They're not ready for him? What am I watching?
Yeah, this is weird. This is really bizarre. Where is the... What is going on? Unless that was just, like, really disjointed where the control player was supposed to be watching ramp, but then he came off of it on a timing. I don't get what the site player's doing. That's really, really bizarre. There's just no eyes on ramp whatsoever. Okay, like, the man in the corner is not necessarily baiting, but sort of saying, I'm not really able to be a part of this, unfortunately. But yeah, that is odd. That is
has
odd.
To be a communication breakdown. Like, after that, I wouldn't even... I would not have hated it if they called a tactical timeout and said, guys...
What are we doing? Yeah. It felt like no one had actually identified the fact that, you know, no one's watching ramp. Wow. Well, Johnny Speed's kind of getting away with murder there. 2v3 retake that they weren't really supposed to win. They get handed it to them on a silver platter, even with a bit of a whiff at Electro, by the way. That second kill that he got in control was very messy. It just...
Epic.
I felt like it was for free.
Profound. Yeah, they should be able to progress into A, no problem. There aren't any more defenders left with the exception of Sedyahead all the way in the backside. Being it... Oh no, this is so brutal. Electro mows him down. Diladez, this is not looking like a heavy favorite against the underdog, Josh.
Yeah, it's definitely not, but it's also those swing rounds that, like, you know, perfect example was the round prior, can have such a huge impact on a game. You know, if BetBoom had won that round as they were supposed to, it would be 4-2. They would have been up against a full eco, so it would have gone 4-3. And we'd have, you know, a close game on our hands again. Instead, it's now 6-1. It's 6-1. BetBoom, okay, do have enough to buy back into this because they've got the max loss, but... You know, this is wild. It's wild how crazy and how sort of significantly things can turn after just one little slip up. I think a lot of teams and players have been talking about that recently, and how it just seems so much worse than CS2 with MR12. Yeah, BetBoom don't really have a margin for error anymore. They kind of need to win the rest of the rounds here.
Boom. Get a little bit of control, but we've seen things go very bad for them, even when they have this level of control before. Just the fact that Magnus being in the position that he is makes it impossible for Johnny to get that is. Weirdly enough, Josh, because Magnus just doesn't mobilize for as long as he does, it creates this awkward position where it's a 3v3 momentarily. Well...
Ooh. On a minute. But boom. Do manage to snatch that away right at the end. Art Frost was down to 7 HP if he dies there. That could have gone wrong as well. They somehow squeeze it through a second round that's just oh so important. You see what it does to the Johnny Speed's money as well. Sved actually has to jump on the bandwagon of the MP9s too. There's a couple of them. Sapek with the UMP. I haven't grown the balls to switch to the UMP yet, but I feel like I should because I'm miserable with the new MP9 spray. Oh, Draken. No escaping there after his little aggressive prod. However, there is a refrag. Spoomich goes down through the smoke. He's got a chance to make it another as well. Looks to add to his tally. How is Siren down here? What is going on? The flanker flanks the flanker, flanked by another flanker. Flanked by Magnoius.
Johnny Speed, though, starting to lose a bit of the latter part of their name. Let's slow down a tad bit, just to... I mean, the thing is, right, Johnny Speeds have already done enough on their CT side, which really sucks to say for Bedboom, because Johnny Speeds, who are legitimately a force to be reckoned with when it comes to the terrorist side, and then they didn't even have to work for it all that much, had they? A couple of swing rounds against Bedboom just totally broke them apart.
Calling them Johnny Slow. This feels incredibly toxic, but...
Johnny Slow is like, it might actually be toxic. Don't say it.
Yeah. Alright, well, tactical pause.
I think Johnny Speeds realized that they have actually lost some of their pacing there, and it's getting increasingly more difficult for them to get control of outside, because look at how Bedboom have been consistently able to get into secret. Previously, they tucked Magnajez into Garage, which ended up being the winning piece for them. So, I think it makes sense to take a tactical pause, just try and shuffle some of their own pieces around as well. Nuke is a very informational game.
Oh, Frost. Oh, what a start. It's against like a low buy, but one that kind of needs to work. Johnny Speeds have committed to just forcing this one out. If they lose this round, I guess they eco the next. They buy for the final other half. They've done a lot of work to really pull away. 6-1. I don't think they'll be too happy with a 6-6 even break. Lecro, good timing, gets back on the Heaven Wrap angle, but Sved's fallen in the meantime. They keep dropping to the Orb of Art Frost, which is just here to catch a rotation, or maybe two. They're both up on the upper site. There's still got a long way to go to bring that bomb over.
Oh, Draken brings it right back. Bedboom slowly but surely scale down into the bottom side, and as soon as that notification pops up, Johnny Speeds have a decision to make. Into the bottom bomb site we go. Kit available for Draken as well. Can't afford to be missing any shots. A lot of time has already been spent. There's the swing out. Boomich. Don't think Draken wants to push this anymore. I'm surprised doesn't swing immediately off of the death of his teammate, so a little bit disjointed from Johnny Speeds there, and Pet Boom will be able to get a fourth. And this is a very recovered T side, even if, like, obviously I think we come into this with the understanding that for Johnny Speed specifically, they've done a decent job for their CT side, but like if you zoom out for a moment, recognize that we are watching Nuke. Pet Boom getting 5, maybe 6 rounds is actually pole position for them to close it out in the next. Able to overwhelm outside.
Oh. Okay. That's big Sved. This isn't a round they're, you know, expecting to win.
Yeah, it's just expected to be slow, and a couple of points of damage should be good. Sved yet having an AK-47 though, recovered off the body of Siren, does make it more worthwhile to not send yourself flying into a bomb site like that. Saved AK all the way back in the orange box on ramp. Bad Boom are now inches away from closing out this half on a very high note because Johnny Speeds, like, it was an incredible start. Did not seem to be slowing down whatsoever, but Bad Boom, they find their groove. And even though some of these games, some of these rounds are coming down to the wire, it still ends up being a pretty convincing half if you end with 6. I will say that Johnny Speed also got a couple of swing rounds, as you were talking about earlier, Josh, and I just hate to wonder what would have been the case if that's not what they're able to get, because then Bad Boom get away with the money, then Bad Boom get to build up and sort of break down the money of Johnny Speeds as well, so this doesn't feel like a very strong 6 at the moment.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I mean, it felt strong on the basis that they were able to keep momentum at the start, even when like some of these rounds were looking a little bit difficult. They still, you know, continued to string together rounds. But yeah, I'm backing the fact that, yeah, a couple of them came really close. There were a couple of big important swing rounds. Now they're starting to lose that control. It doesn't feel like they've been sort of in form and in any real position to win a round for the last sort of 4 now. So, see if that changes. Sapek does pop the first. Untraded man advantage. A lot of map control, but Lekro very aware of Magnolia's timing, just really important here. And oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh.
Wow, that is rough. His nade might actually follow up and kill Sapek as well. Not quite. Desperately close.
Yeah, it was thrown against the right player, just not close enough, but you're right, just so much control being taken by a single man that heads up. And those are very difficult fights to take, by the way. Magnages off the vertical angle, that's his 3rd so far, tries to go for a 4th, but will eventually be stopped dead to rights. But Svedjehead wants to keep the engine going. It's not over yet. And the final round will conclude with a retake attempt at the bottom side, which is already foiled by one of the players going down. Draken wants to drop down, knows that he has to hit a nutty shot if he wants to make it work. Finds a really good timing, but the no-scope doesn't connect. And Bat Boom will be waltzing on over to 6, evening up the scoreline, and now they have work to do. And for some reason, we've peeked into an alternate dimension watching Mirage, but don't worry, we're still on Nuke. And those kinds of things tend to happen when you work around a nuclear reactor. There we go.
You know who I blame. Joke. Not even getting into it. just blame him for everything every day. I'm starting to take a little bit more responsibility for my life. Just a little bit. I still blame him for most things.
Yep. For not having a house at 25. Yep, I get it.
Yeah. Well, there is that. Man, you ever see those charts where it's always like Freebird playing or something in the background, and it's like just like the line graph of annual household income versus house prices, and it just like the gap that is created between like the 60s to now, and it just goes like and it's just flying vertically. Yeah, we can blame them for that. That was their fault.
Yeah, we can blame them for that. You're right. 6-6, pistol round is underway hot. A bit of a slowdown at the start, but goes 2 for 2. No, Siren turns things around by dropping the bomb behind vents. And Draken, this kill is important. Isn't able to get it. And Sapek now. 1v3 needed. The first of which comes through, but Diladez's response is quick and it's deadly.
Okay, well. Good start. Boom. Horse rider. Got three rifles in play, a couple of SMGs. You know, the goal here is to keep people alive, but it's also to just try and sort of get your money's worth with those MP9s, and if you die with them, it's not the end of the world. Don't want to be going too heavy on a bonus against the AKs, and right now, you know, if they had a flawless round, that somewhat would be the case. They'd be going into a 4x with 2 MP9s and a FAMAS, but see how this one unfolds. It is just a fully go for Johnny Speed. It's only Sapek who's brought a deagle off the back of the extra kills.
Johnny Speed, it's been a while since they've seen a round, by the way. The collection far for us executes in range, and it's going to be as comfortable as a round can get, so. Feels like Red Boom are putting the script right back on the table. Oh, I like it. I like the cheeky attempt. Does anyone take up the mantle, though? That's my question. No. Who tries to go for a second attempt? They know that the juice is just not worth the squeeze. Now, we'll see if Johnny Speeds can show us the same potential that they did last time they butted heads with someone on Nuke. It was Sashi last time. They had 9 rounds to close out their terrorist half, close the game 13-11, only allowing 3 from the CT defenders. Responsibility's high.
Noyes. The FAMAS in hand. Spamming away. It's going to be Art Frost instead to catch Sapek on the cross. It says it's through the smoke. It does make me wonder how much of him he was able to see. That was just a random pot shot. Likely you maybe saw a head poking over, a little bit of a glimmer through the blown open smoke. Noyes ends up with one more. This has been a pretty disastrous secret cross. And the wall of smoke's up. They've still lost 2 in pursuit of it. Probably would have had the same result had they just run all 5 without the smokes. What a major deficit trying to breach into this B site that is already meant in position. I just don't see a world that Johnny Speeds get this done.
Oh, Boomage. Okay, right. Boomich doesn't even need a whole lot of support there. Minces them with the MP9, and Johnny Speeds now bring out the recliner once more. As Bet Boom are going to have an easy time waltzing on over to double digits, Josh.
Pistols again. Tricky stuff. Tech9's got to try and make this work.
Flashbang to go right in. Magnadez has already done a little bit of the heavy lifting. None of this lifting is going to be particularly heavy, actually, just against the Tech-9s. You'll have to watch out if you're playing the AWP. He makes it a tad bit problematic. I think he's going to be soon caught by the outside player. I don't know where he is. Wants to try and get rid of the AWP. Did he get it past the fence? Yes, he did. Run in and die. Makes sense. Make sure the money rolls in for him, but waste a tad bit of cash. Now, this isn't really any big news for Bet Boom, I think, because we've got the likes of Boomich on $10,000, and he's going to be able to drop an AWP for our Frost. Obviously, losing an option to the gut, but when you've got 7 layers on.
Yeah, I guess so. Chance to just breeze onto the finish line. And now Bet Boom, after going 6-1 down, have won the last 9 rounds in a row. What is 3 more? Is the real question for me. Can be anything, right?
So far, so good.
Boomich has been really good as well. He's had a pretty crazy game.
This might look back and forth from the scoreline, right? But you have to remember that Johnny Speed's got to the 6th round mark, and then it's all been Bet Boom. So kind of becomes a one-sided game after a certain point. As Johnny Speed's trying to push into the A-bomb site, Siren and Magna just do quick work to shut them down immediately. Heap and Lecro, however, still keeping them known. What is that miss from Arfrost? Looked like it was right on him for a second, and Johnny Speeds won't be allowing these transgressions to get too far. Maybe stop Bet Boom at double digits, and this is where some of the T-side prowess of Days Gone is coming by, which is so weird because this started with 2 kills against them.
Holding on when it's needed most. And yeah, I can't necessarily say I expected it. Bet Boom have been pretty flawless up until this point. They're going to call themselves their second tactical pause, talk things over. They definitely haven't broken the money. Bet Boom have got more than enough cash. Johnny Speeds won't get any sort of headroom yet. We'll have to work quite hard. Close this gap, but starting to close. And actually, once the util and the kits and stuff are invested, there isn't tons of money left for Bet Boom. So, you know, if they lose this one and don't save anybody, keep anybody alive, money will sort of start to break. Draken for the early fight. Doesn't get given it into Garage. He's got teammates there with him, though. They're pressing for the outside control again. And to make sure they don't get spammed through the smokes this time. It's been a bit of an issue for them in the past.
Johnny Speeds, first man down, our Frost. The little collection goes completely untraded. And outside was a sore spot for Johnny Speeds. We'll see if BetBoom tend to have that same issue. You had actually allowed to get pretty far into CT and under heaven. Might have actually found a decent timing. I'm not sure if they'll be expecting him this soon to be this area. Yep, there is absolutely no way the ramp player expects it. He's actually going to turn around, and Boomich has a solid idea of the timings there. Johnny Speeds, though, going to be double booking it down into the bottom bomb site. That is 1-for-1 kill. Boomich down. But the information gained should be enough to net this round victory. 2v3.
What? Opens, and yeah, Siren waiting for the right moment to pounce. Doesn't want to kind of be faked out or caught awkwardly. Boom, right back to winning ways after that very, very short little hiccup.
Yeah, even the one round that Johnny Speeds were able to interrupt the pace of BetBoom with was just a swing round where, I mean, it's hard to call it a swing round, but it was a bit of a clutch, right? Because they lose 2 players at the start when they're entering into A, then they slow down for a second, then they try it again, and they get 2 kills to get it done. 3v5 converted is the only piece of significance we've seen from Johnny Speeds all T side, and BetBoom are inches away from closing it out. Into A side we go. Not trying to overcomplicate things at all, but Svetyahed is going to run through the flames and help put a bullet in Boomich's body. Plenty of money in the tank for BetBoom, so surely they want to try and go for this. No, it's possible. As long as they can get that first sprong in, they can get that first sign of success, that's when they're going to burst onto the site. But if they don't, then it might be time to back off. And with the bomb halfway ticked down, that is the decision they're going to make.
Yeah, back in. Right off will be Magnoyes, Dilladez, and Art Frost. They'll keep that economy healthy and allow Johnny Speed to next round, but we start to see a bit of resistance, you know, a little bit of a back and forth when it's coming these last 3, and some fight, some real fight here for Johnny Speeds. Had they not have won those 2 rounds, BetBoom would be at the finish line already. And, in the 10-minute break and be saying, right, let's lock in for overpass. Now, Johnny Speeds are a good overpass team, so I'm not completely sort of counting them out, but see where they can go with this. Frost. Oh, nearly ends up with a second there as well. That would have been filthy.
Dragging up close. I love that he has the cognizance to check behind the lonely box there. Svetyahed. Dilladez away as well. And Boomich has the opportunity there to be a great equalizer. Down to just a 2v2. Johnny Speeds, I think the biggest question mark for them is how do you crack into a bomb site now? Because If you head into A, there's probably a player in rafters. If you head into B, it's just a big question mark. You've got 30 seconds, and with limited decisional time to take, he's going to go to the closest bomb site. Siren not showing himself because he's still tucked behind the yellow rafters, and Svetjahead tries to react. Siren's just too good, and it is a 12th for BetBoom as they inch away from picking up the first map in the quarterfinal.
Maybe Johnny Speeds couldn't really let that one slip. BetBoom getting onto 12 sort of felt inevitable, but if Johnny Speeds had brought it back to maybe 10 rounds before that happened, then you could start to feel maybe a little confident in their ability to take it to OT. Now this gets really hard. 4 in a row needed for extra rounds. The expectations here are low. Give it a go. OKs will come out. It's only heap onto that Mac 10. As the timeout ends. Hopefully something was cooked up there. Hopefully Letcrow gave a big speech. And now they're about to give us a hell of a comeback. Oh, what a start.
Yeah, just an ace to take Magna just out, but this has also given Siren a tiny gap that he's going to exploit to go forward. Oh, this timing is so good, dude. But his aim's not looking all that crispy. First kill collected. They're going to expect him to have backed off, but he continues to keep fighting. This is such an aggressive play from BetBoom. They can pay huge dividends. Infinite information on where the Johnny Speeds members were. And my, oh my, that was some great timing from Siren, Josh. Which trigger discipline, Johnny Speeds, just one man remaining. It's Diladez and Artfrost versus Draken, the spearhead of the organization to keep them alive.
You know, there was no excuse for not clearing close left there when there's been a whole minute passed on the clock and we've got no control outside. There's a little half-assed soft check and quite literally loses them the round. Boomich doubles up, and it is going to be BetBoom taking the victory. You see, the scoreboards are actually pretty dead even. In fact, they are almost dead even, except for the fact that Boomich just went crazy and dropped 26, right? Just, there's that sort of one level, that one piece that went above and beyond. And that's what made the difference in the end, I guess. Really, really solid stuff. Of course, no doubt, the MVP, just shy of 100 ADR. And yeah, 26 and 13. He had a 2 KD Boomich. And yeah, just exceptional out of the rifler. So, with that being said, they take their own map, pick and nuke. They got Overpass up next. I have higher hopes for Johnny Speeds, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, I think this was a pretty underwhelming T side, but obviously the caliber of opponent in the quarterfinals is expected to be higher, right? BetBoom, just a different level of team entirely. And frankly, man, from Boomich, that was just, like, he's so far away from the pack. Like, there's no question about the fact that that was a total moggage from Boomich, frankly. Like,
That's what he does.
Yeah, that is, in fact, what he does. So, yeah. Incredible map from Boomich, incredible map from the rest of the team as well, and now Johnny Speeds have work to do. Now, the silver lining here is that they do get to play their own map pick, so there is that. But before we get to see that action, there is going to be expecting on their T side. It actually started off pretty well, right? That new game initially looked almost convincing for Johnny Speeds, but when those juices started flowing for BetBoom, it was an entirely different story. And now we're heading into map 2, and expectations are quite high for BetBoom to still continue that, considering they're the favorites, but Johnny Speeds do get to fight on their own turf.
They do, yeah. And I was sort of talking about Overpass as being, you know, this weird and a bit of a reach of a parallel, I guess, regarding their recent games with Sangal. But it is, for me, a decent yardstick to mention that BetBoom, obviously, in their match yesterday in the round of 16, they played Sangal here on Overpass, and they didn't look very good on it. They lost 13-9. And despite the fact that they were able to stomp out the rest of the series and win both of the other maps 13-7, this was where they struggled. So, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if we see history repeat itself, but we'll have to wait and see. Boomich off to a good start here at the pistol round. However, Johnny Speeds got the sight and should have an opportunity to get this bomb planted. Magnoia's spams inches away from connecting. So there is going to be a fuse on this round, and now a post plant to play with.
BetBoom coming in from heaven. They're hitting their shots. Heap and Svedjehead trying to keep them back, but Heap's the only one remaining when all is said and done. Quick tap on the bomb. Instant connection onto Magnajez, but Heap's running out of bullets, but he is still playing with Diladez like a fiddle. It's all about whoever hits that first shot, and Heap gets it done with a 4K to keep the engine going for Johnny Speeds on their own map.
Wow, okay. Pretty bizarre pistol round, right? Just full W into that B-bomb site, and then once they got that bomb down, it all got a little bit scrappy. The trades were good, but we'll see. Full eco here. Conceding this second round more than likely. They've got 5 stats up in cotton, but ooh. Only one facing towards Party, and they will get absolutely crunched, decimated from both angles. Good stuff out of the Speeds.
Easy does it as they get the first double. BetBoom are quick to bring themselves back on their feet. Weapons out. Arfrost on an AWP that won't be supported by any Kevlar, so one shot and you're out. Side we go. Top pick, first one in. Diladez, instant shutdown. Somehow comes down to the 3v3, even though it looked a little convincing from BetBoom on the outset as they were starting to move in. Now they're going to try and deal with the connector player. Boomich. Solitary kill before he falls. That actually. Electro creeping around the smoke and B. Will be able to take care of Siren. So Johnny Speeds. Another good round coming through, and with Arfrost not even having any Kevlar, he gets hunted now, Josh. Could be a disaster financially.
Doesn't look like anyone's hunting for this AWP, so it will just be allowed to carry across into the next round, but a third on the board for Johnny Speeds. The buy round was always going to be the important one, the one with a bit more weight behind it. And they take it comfortably. On goes Boom. He speeds on to 3. Great work. Boom, we're going to jump straight into a tactical pause. This is a little bit awkward.
the thing is, right, this is still no real cause for concern. We know how that first map started and how it ended. I'm not sure if it's going to become a tendency for BetBoom to have a slow start and a strong finish. We'll see. Arfrost still in control of that AWP. This time he's going to have some Kevlar behind us. Could actually play it a little bit more aggro and still get out of there. Company as well. They're not checking for A at all. The full wraparound means that Draken has quickly realized, oh no, I think Draken might be stacked. But no, he's quite elaborate with it. Takes care of Arfrost. They know Boomich is tucked into the corner as well, so their biggest point of leverage taken out.
Boomich. Ooh, saw a world there where maybe he gets a little bit lucky with the P250. Of course, the goal is here again to just save that AWP, and the other boys will be on protect the president mode. Their little sidearms. The 5.7s. I think that's actually like CIA issue, right?
Yeah, it is. Gosh, I had a really weird dream today. Nightmare, actually.
Nothing. Pretty sure that's what they use. Can you Google it?
Josh, I have a more pressing topic to talk about, okay?
Uh-huh.
I had a nightmare today, and that's why I woke up early for the cast, actually. I don't know why, but I just remember that you and I were in a studio, and I was chilling on my phone while you were doing a solo cast. Like, we were there physically. Like, my brain just imagined something that has never actually happened. Spoiler for the viewers, okay? And you were casting solo, and I was just like kind of listening to it passively in the background, and then you said like a really spicy word, like the type of naughty word that you're just not supposed to say on broadcast. Like, no, like really bad. Like, think of something bad and then think of something really bad, right? Like, yes, with all the accents and everything. and then we never got a broadcast again. I literally jolted up as I heard it. I was like, no, Josh, you're not supposed to say it.
I actually felt really smart as well, by the way. So the Secret Service do actually use the 5.7.
Oh.
Yeah.
And then they just make
I'm
it
not even
available
sure how I knew that. That was just, like, somewhere in my brain. Oh my god. They're walking past each other. Hello, Sved, wake up. What?
Good morning.
Oh, no, it was the... Ignore me.
I thought there was a player in connector too. Dude. This is what happens when you stuff your brain with CIA facts, okay?
Yeah. Yep. Too busy with CIA facts. Good entries, add on to the site. Sapek and Heap making light work of it. Johnny Speeds make this 5. This is against another BetBoom buy round. What is going on? This is looking very similar to the start of Nuke, to be fair, and BetBoom was still able to bring it back, but it doesn't, you know, at the start of Nuke, it felt like quite a few of those rounds are coming very close. There was a couple of mistakes made by BetBoom that sort of lost it for them. This doesn't feel the same. This actually feels like Johnny Speeds are sort of walking all over them, especially in a round like this. Boomich has to hold on to the AWP for what, the third round, I think this AWP's been carried into, but it surely won't escape this one here. Sved's locked in. Johnny Speeds make it 5.
Pretty much the same narrative as we saw on the first map, but an even more potent scoreline to kick things off. It would be fitting for the quarterfinals if Johnny Speeds can at least get one map under their belt. And I get it, BetBoom, they're expected to be somewhat of a favorite, sure, but Johnny Speeds, with what we saw from them yesterday, with how much firepower I saw in their entry work, things like that, I don't expect them to go down without a fight. And it was especially concerning when Nuke started in the way that it did and it ended on such a low note when we have higher expectations from their T side. Let's see, though. The slow round from Johnny Speed, smoke into deep connector should give them safe passage to join the rest. Pretty basic response from Bedboom as well. Essentially the 2-1-2 setup with the solitary player being responsible for faster rotations, and that's going to be the AWP, I believe. So Magnus hit it too soon. Get the back off. Yes, he does.
Seconds. Johnny Speed's cutting this one a little bit fine with the man disadvantage. This gets tough. They just get stomped out of the B site. Betboom with the early call to stack works really, really well. End up with 2 snipers again. Tactical pause for Johnny Speeds, realizing that whilst they were able to make hay while the sun was shining, this may be sort of the end of that little crazy run. Betboom are back in the picture.
Speeds. I want to say what they're going to bring out to try and maintain this lead. Not going to be walking into the crossers of Boomage. Instead, they've routed around the toilets. Boom relying on the jump spot or perhaps the shoulder peek there from Arfrost. Magnus, my bad.
Sved?
Yeah.
Shot.
Good recognition.
Tries to flick up for another as well. Just overstays that. Was kind of happy to go down if he found himself a second, but in hindsight, maybe should have just tried to escape as flames came. Instead, just cooked. Missed his shot. Noyes sat on the other side of this smoke. Nade starts to come over. Flashball blinds him. This is going to be the entry, and it's a good kill out of Lekro. Well, Frost does return the favour here on the Optimus. Oh my god, Frost, that is so crisp. And yeah, just dancing
some
around
really
truck.
difficult shots. I think
He's warmed up now.
Yeah, this might be the beginning here, Josh. I think we're now getting used to Johnny Speeds just having a nice little run at the start of the game, but then Betboom come right back. So, a few good kills. Not quite definitive just yet. It's a good time for Betboom to now have warmed up and bring it right back. Not going to be playing that double AWP setup anymore. They realize that they've had to shed it. It was nice when Boomage had the ability to play with that AWP, but no reason to throw your money at the wall. Next topic, so basically util. Mitch. Fight. No, they're going to swing right at him, and this is still not a bad outcome. Get a kill in a 1v2. Trade is fine, but elsewhere on the map is where the trouble starts. Johnny Speed's now wanting to bunker down towards B, and I think BetBoom have the right idea because they are bringing their pieces here as well. You got a player that's closer to connector on A, so the rotation can be fast. Magnajez needs to step up, and he fails to do so. Siren, I wanted to talk behind the smoke. AWP is the first point of contact, a little bit of extra damage, but it's simply not enough to enable our Frost to keep the fight going.
Wow, all right. Johnny Speed biting back quite quickly as well. After the 2-round losses, Art Frost. How many times have we seen this AWP have to be saved? It's like every round since it emerged, since it was purchased. It's either been saved or the attempt was there. The Johnny Speed's round wins. Team will continue. We'll go 6-2. Ooh, Sved's died to the bomb. That's kind of awkward. They don't have a lot of money. They couldn't really afford that. A major oversight, given the round was already won. Anyway, buyback for BetBoom.
Johnny Speeds know that this is a golden opportunity to turn up the heat, to get past in the round count on the T side, and then just to have to dunk the ball once they're on the defense. I'll make it a little awkward for long, and that also gives audio info. Our Frost just start to thin the hedges a bit, though. Down, Johnny Speeds, they know they don't have a lot of time. They're just going to try and book it to B. Sapek, wow, that's an amazing double entry. A quick adjustment to find both. And Siren in the back of the site will quickly fall to his knees as well. A round where BetBoom had the advantage, where the time was working against Johnny Speeds and the utility was barren. Sapek's entries paved the way.
Frustration, I think, for BetBoom. You see Boomich sort of scratching his head a little bit there. That is a really annoying round to lose. Oh, I mean, he does die at the end of it. But yeah, certainly a bit of a tilter. Tactical pause to come off of the back as well, just to say, where did we go wrong? How did we mess up? You know, it's the CT side of overpass. You actually want to be winning out the half. Now, you can cut a tiny bit of slack when it's your opponent's map pick and say, well, you know, 6-6 will do. It started to claw their way back into this. It started to look a little bit better. It seemed that 6-6 was going to materialise, but, well, maybe that's a stretch, but felt very plausible. And Johnny Speed's just come right back in. And the fear here now is you look at the BetBoom money, you know, you've got a FAMAS and an MP9. If they don't win this round, they're on an eco in the next, and Johnny Speed's you know, they get to 9. At that point, it really does feel like this map's already too far gone. It's getting 9 rounds on the T side.
Yeah, you're right, but this... I don't want to connect the dots myself yet. Boom. Still have a chance to stop this right in its tracks. And in the past, it's not like we've seen terrible failures from BetBoom on Overpass, have we? It's been decent enough. Been serviceable, to say the least. Maybe it's not played all that too often, but... have to wait and figure it out. Boomich, the biggest piece of the last map taken care of. Magnagez keeps tracking on his toes, and this is actually shaping up to be one of the rounds that actually finally converts for them. Svedjehet, though, looking for the entries. A massive miss. Siren thankfully caught from behind, or that could have become unrecoverable, but Arfrost dying there makes it impossible for Magnagez to do anything more. That 2v3 was doable. This feels a little too far gone. Just trying to throw himself at the chaos there. Johnny Speeds with a very decisive half already. And if they were to just disconnect their peripherals now, this would still end up with an amazing half for the T side.
And as I say, I think they take this one further as well. Look at the money here for BetBoom. Oh my god, they're actually going to buy. Oh. Artfrost is down to 0. I mean, everybody else with the max loss will have a decent investment in the next, but this is bold. Nice shot from Heat to get things started. That's Artfrost gone. The man that spent all of his pennies, the man that could have had an AWP in the next round, and as a result of trying to jump into a rifle, denies himself the opportunity. I think he really hasn't done it, even though he's very capable on the rifle. And it was weird criticizing him when he's 9 and 7. He's had some massive rounds. But, like, we saw this at the start of Nuke as well, where his economic decision-making kind of really meant that, like, it took a while before that AWP came out. Now we've seen him very, very conservative on the AWP and saving it, and, you know, he's had it out for most of the rounds and a half, but I don't understand the decision here for him to be the one to invest into, like, you know, the down to $50 balls to the wall buy. That then almost just guarantees that they're not on a full one in the next and that he doesn't have that AWP available. Win this round now. One way or another. And it's got to be Siren to deliver on the side for the 5-7. Oh my god, he does.
Anything that Johnny's, that BetBoom do now honestly just feels like softening the blow, obviously. So it's nice that they're able to get around, and yeah, it's a cool way to do it, right, with limited resources. However, there is just a cap on what they can accomplish now.
Alright, well, 9-3 is still a possibility, but yeah, it's not going to come as easy as the last could have. So a great start as well with that early advantage. Sapek, thought he had a sightline and a freebie into Con instead. Magnoyas will crunch him in from short, spams into Con as well. Oh my god. Damage onto Sved, can't finish him. Doesn't actually do all too much. Draken's going to re-aggress with the flash. That was bold, ballsy, I love it. Down to 3 HP, but he ends up with 2. Was the numbers in Johnny Speed's favour. That was sick. I had a Draken.
A site is the last piece of the puzzle for Johnny Speeds. Although it seems unlikely that they'll be able to convert this round, the foundation upon which this overpass game stands is now 8 rounds wide. In fact, even not done yet. I say there's a small chance the Johnny Speeds get it, but with so much time having elapsed, BetBoom having wasted so much time getting into the site, and 2 players still that need to be taken care of, this could still be a lost cause. No, BetBoom's not going to let it go like this, are they?
Oh, no.
Starting off the bomb, and Johnny Speeds. 9 rounds for their troubles. This is certainly going to a map 3 unless we see BetBoom play the best overpass of their damn lives.
Oh, man. Good opportunity there to make it 8-4 and a little more palatable, and instead they throw it away. Well played towards the end by Johnny Speeds. They've had some hiccups in this half, but ultimately they've been the better team. Yeah, just that inability to sufficiently defend his teammate from the swing to deny that defuse. And by that point, there's nothing that can be done. Second half pistol, if it goes the way of Johnny Speeds, this game's over. If it doesn't, there's maybe a tiny lifeline.
Yeah, it is becoming increasingly clear that BetBoom just need to play a flawless game, and it's nice to see that at least the pistol round is going to show us some signs of life, because so far, BetBoom have been absolutely tucked into bed. You can tell I'm not getting too excited over that pistol victory, because there's just too much left to do. Obviously, on any other day, you get a pistol round win like that, steamroll the opposition, that's cool and all, but you contextualize it with how little Johnny Speeds actually need to do to tumble over the finish line. That's where the trouble starts. And interestingly enough, Johnny Speeds are going to elect to buy up immediately. They know they've got the margin to make some mistakes here. They want to pressure BetBoom quick. Try and break the economy as soon as possible, because if you can break BetBoom in the conversion, then that means you land on 12 rounds without even trying.
Oh. Taking a fair bit of early damage, though. They've lost Electro. Zapek's dinked. The timing, and he does get it, but tagged down to 4 HP in the process. This is definitely an instant trade. There you go. 4v3. Jump spot out of the scout. Draken. Confirm that there is danger towards toilets. Just how many, and how many can he kill? Is the bigger question here. Magnoyers. Swing can't quite finish him, but it should be easy enough. They have got a 3-man stack on the site, however.
Wishful thinking with the pistols. But that damage, with a couple of more bullets being lined up, actually could have devastated the economy of BetBoom. Now, slowly creeping up, but not against the guns yet, so we're going to have to still be a little critical. Not sure if a 2-0 where a comeback starts on the T side is what I've signed up for today, Josh, but if BetBoom want to show it to us, then more power to them. There we go.
Boomich just not got a gun. Is that for realsies?
Don't know.
I mean, it's whatever. They're against an eco, I guess, but it's just very bizarre. You should wonder, is he left it behind in spawn or something, but no, he's still just rocking without. Heaps managed to land one with the D-Eagle. This is where sometimes these sort of bold calls to say, oh yeah, it doesn't matter, I don't need a gun, we're against an eco, might come back to bite you, because it's now a 3v3. They're struggling against the pistols. Boomich, that was supposed to be a routine fight, loses it because, newsflash, he's only got a Glock, and Magnoias has to clean up. 3 kills found to recover a 2v3 that was against them, facing that eco. That got way too close for comfort, and hopefully for Betboom, a bit of a wake-up call as to...
It's funny because otherwise,
to play some of his rounds.
Otherwise, Boomich just brings out the Galil and just like mows them down, right? Like that wouldn't have even been a real fight there against the toxic player.
Exactly.
Okay, but icing on the cake is that they win the round and Boomich gets to have all the bells and whistles. All right.
Yippee.
47. Yeah. Ooh, Sapek early boost is really good. Being able to blow the doors open and find magnages without having to fight for it too much means that now they can recede it to passivity, sort of turtle up on the bomb sites. Don't need to make any proactive moves by themselves. Like a more B-oriented setup. They've got 3 players close to the water. Sedgehead needs to find his duel in a clean fashion or it brings the advantage to nil. With the bomb having been spotted by Sedgehead, I think it was spotted actually. At least I think it was spotted. Maybe they're gonna elect to go back. I don't know. Really creeping up Monster actually. Want to make it a slightly faster round. 2 players waiting as the first line of defense before the rotations are gonna come in. Draken around the corner. That's one. Against Seop. They'll tuck their tail and start cowering away. Perhaps. Not.
Sapek. Just sort of solidifying this one a little bit. Felt like it was already somewhat of a lost cause for Betboom. Couple of uncharacteristic misses from Draken, however. And, you know, I say that, but they're the routine shots, so maybe it is actually somewhat characteristic for Draken to miss those. It's the tricky ones where he thrives. It's not going to matter all too much. He does eventually land it onto Artfrost. Leaves it down to Boomich to fall away. Artfrost didn't have the AWP. They went for a little bit of a switcheroo because Boomich was so low on health. As he gets on out of that, he will be carried across into the next round. There will be kind of just about enough money to buy around it, I guess. I think he'll drop a Galil to Siren. Oh no, he'll... hang on a minute. Yeah, he'll drop the AWP. And he can buy himself. And then... Well, I thought Artfrost was going to drop Siren and Galil, but seemingly he's just gone, nope. I'm going to buy... And by Kevlar helmet for you till unlucky, Mr. Siren, and he's down to a Tech 9 instead. So okay, 10-6, Betboom. No more messing around. If they want to bring this back, they got to start winning these rounds and sort of find some consistency. No speed bumps. Strong speeds have been installing all along the road. Oh, if I found both there, that'd have been huge.
Yeah, I think it's starting to feel like a bit of a walk in the park for Johnny Speeds, frankly.
Just Boomich and Artfrost again. The duo in the last round that couldn't pull off the 2v4. Tasked with a part 2. Which take down to 8 HP. This nade should finish him off. No, he's going to pressure down. Oh my god. Let grow. Surprised for a moment there, but deals with it. 11-6. It does just feel like Johnny Speeds were allowed too many rounds in that first half. Now, of course, facing trouble. And that they just don't have that margin for error. The economy's broken. They're going to make a decision as to whether they're buying into this, but, you know, there's not going to be much invested. Or they eco the round, they let Johnny Speeds take 12, and then they're playing 6 in a row to go OT. They were able to win 6 in a row on Nuke, but T-side overpass feels like a different beast.
Frankly, I think this is a game that is better decided on map 3 anyway. Just looking at the preferences of maps, Johnny Speeds would much rather be playing Overpass against Bad Boom than Nuke. Vice versa for Bad Boom as well. So with Mirage being about the same win percentage as about the same level of opponents, about the same number of maps, I think it makes sense that we see it go all the distance.
So all or nothing with Tech 9s and a solo AK. Last time we saw Artfrost jump into a ballsy investment of his own. He was actually the first one to go down. Right here. Ooh. The first one to draw blood. Big kill. Siren's able to follow up too. Letcrow with a big double back, but Artfrost still popping heads. If Betboom win this round, then whilst there's still a long way to go to bring this back, they keep this game plausible. They deny Johnny Speeds that map point that they're just so desperate for on their own pick to keep this series alive. Reckons Nade pulls it into a 2v2.
Back in the opener. And I think, to some degree, Johnny Speeds are going to be kicking themselves that they aren't able to end it a little earlier, aren't they? Because that previous round was a ticket to success, a ticket to just end this madness, get that grand reset, and take us into Mirage where things are going to be a lot more ironed out, but Betboom still wanting to cling on to this. An opening kill there from Draken does make the rest of this map a little easier to digest. Boom was able to spot the head as he crossed over.
Yellowdere's down first. This gets tricky. Magnoyes. He can catch some kind of timing here. Should know there's one in toilets, but I don't know anymore. With that smoke going down, you then start to question it because Zapek's kind of left heap high and dry. Now sandwiched between the two. Magnoyes is going to prioritize the fight on the site itself, but Heap's still alive in toilets, and he's still causing problems. So up on the site, Mac 10's going to drop down. Batman mode goes Magnoyes. There's another one close, and he swings right into him. It all falls on to Siren. 18 seconds. He's got no time. He's got no chance, and he's being spammed. Down to 11 now. As the AWPer misses, Siren knows days a number. Does well to get Heap there, to be honest. It is going to be Johnny Speeds on to 12.
not too long before we see the real test culminate for both teams. I mean, I'd like to think that in just a 5-round deficit, BetBoom could still come back, but we haven't seen the gusto that is necessary to at least give signs of a real comeback. Like, you've just been seeing some limp-wristed rounds here or there. Okay, fine, a Tech 9 round works. But most of the time, it's nothing too special. Probably just going to see this game end the same way that we saw Nuke. Although Johnny Speeds did show a lot of signs of engagement at the start. Comfortable overpass could definitely allow Johnny Speeds to have their chest buffed out as they head into map 3. They know they're playing against a heavy favorite. Even if this isn't BetBoom's favorite map. Oh, what a good flash for Heap. Ray doesn't really stick by him. Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, this is done. Unfortunate for BetBoom, I guess. But to be honest, for a quarterfinals match like this,
hang on.
No, it's cooked. It's done. You never want to see these 2-0s. You always want these lengthy series, these best of threes that go the distance. That may just be, in fact, that is being delivered here. Hopefully we see a real contest on that decider map as well. As what's coming up will be... Oh, I've lost it. I've got the wrong page open. I forgot what the third map is. It's going to be Mirage. Almost an ancient. Yeah, it should be a good one, to be honest.
Yeah, we had a brief conversation about this while we were watching Overpass, but Mirage is truly like an equalizer map for them. Because coming into this game, Johnny Speeds, they expected to probably get pummeled on Nuke, like against the favorite map, against the favorite team. Like it was almost, it almost felt like an impossibility from the outset. I do want to commend Johnny Speeds for having a really good CT side on Nuke, though, even if they weren't really able to do much on the T side. So I guess the narrative of that game was a bit more traditional in the sense that you just end up losing on the disadvantageous side versus what we saw yesterday from Johnny Speeds, where they looked pretty hopeless on CT, and then they were able to turn it around on T. Now, though, with Overpass, their favorite map being under the belt, it is time to kick things into high gear with Mirage. I'm expecting things to get chaotic. think it is going to be a very fitting decider on the third map. Two relatively comfortable games, both taking their own respective map picks. I think this is exactly how a quarterfinals game should be going in theory. Josh, what is it that you're looking forward to?
You've just thrown me on the spot with like a question. Nothing in particular, let's say. I think that the game as a whole should be good. I think the one thing that I'm looking for, and it's not necessarily like looking forward to, but the one thing I'm looking and expecting to see is a strong Johnny Speed start. And we saw that in both maps, right? They got off to a strong start on Nuke. They weren't able to close it. We saw Betboom bring it back. But they got off to a strong start on Overpass as well. And it actually really solidified the game for them, because even when Betboom started to kind of bring it back a little bit towards the end, it was the fact that Johnny Speeds had been able to take sort of 5-6 rounds early on that gave them that gap, gave them that margin to work with. So if they come into Mirage and again do it for the third time and actually sort of win the pistol and you know, get things going their way early, then I do feel like this could certainly get interesting. That doesn't necessarily mean that they'll win the game, but it means that it could certainly get interesting.
Right into the pistol round we go, though. Betboom. Final chance for both the teams to keep themselves alive in this tournament. Betboom going to A. And Heap's going to be the first point of contact. He's a connector player, though, so he's going to be a little disjointed from the action. Lekr0, as they're starting to come in, does pelt them with a couple of bullets. Not sure if they're going to check for Sapek. Look at this, getting into jungle. This is a disaster for Betboom, who go 2 for 1. Svedjehead, it's an important duel, but in the 2v4, now the CTs have way more mobility to make mistakes. Arfrost, though, does get one player off of the issue. Arfrost, another kill on the fadeaway, but Dilladez is going to go down. Johnny Speeds maybe gets a little too chaotic for comfort, but still in the bag.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. Exactly what I was talking about a minute ago. Get off to that good start, win the pistol, and maybe we're in business. Johnny Speeds in with a force here for this second, and a strong one too. They know that they're going to be up against a hefty buy. The bomb went down, so rifles will come out. And therefore, 4M4s for mass, not messing around. And I like to see it. That's what you need to see in rounds like this, because you come in a little bit shallow with the MP9s, and you might have problems. Siren's going to try and lead the charge out of Palace. Contact made onto stairs. Heap 1 for 1. A lot falls onto the shoulders of Lekr0 here. He's behind the triple box. Doubles down with the spray. Denies the plant. He's done so much lifting, and he does even more as he triples up. Magnoia's down. And Boomic left with a tough task. There's a 1v3, but the bomb's in no man's land. There's nothing, surely, he can bring to the table here. Man, that's awkward for Betboom.
Lekr0, yeah, just single-handedly broke them down, right? The plant denied, the spacing denied, the triple found, and Boomic is going to be walking, oh no, back turn, but still able to react to Sapek. And it's still kind of within the realm of possibility. With a 2-piece there, Lekr0 swinging out at the right time, even stays alive till the bitter end to make sure that he can keep his team going. The engine doesn't stop for Lekr0. And you know that he's a player that is capable of some very good feats. Like, there was a time when Lekr0's ability to aim was definitely very commendable, and just the pure mechanics on the player were often highlighted. I think he can do the same still. 5-0 start. This is exactly where Johnny Speeds want their individuals to be.
Frostbit. Scout investment was kind of praying he could connect something there. I'm really, and I know I sound like a bit of a broken record because this is the third time I'm bringing this up, but I'm really not liking Artfrost's economy management in this series at all. You know, it's rounds like this where prioritizing just keeping a bit of money is really, really key. And, you you know, he's coming with a scout, which then means that it's going to be even later before we get to see the AWP and things like that. I don't know. Not what you want to see.
Yeah, just a bit of an abysmal start for Betboom here, but he's sorry he can do a little bit of damage before he falls. Probably not. Lekro continuing to add to the pile of bodies behind him. 7-0 for the man now. But this is where the real test starts. This is where the money should start flowing in for Betboom. About $5,000 a piece. A couple of the members, some have to make sacrifices. Falls down to the Galil, but everybody else should be fine.
Well, trying to find a bit of presence in mid. Boomich has been smoked off as will be blown over into the top boxes. Patiently waiting. Will be flashed in, but he's full blinded. What is that? Oh my god. In the buy round as well. Really important time for Betboom to actually get into the game. And it felt like such a good little setup. It felt like the right idea. And he just looks at the flash. Oh, that is horrible.
Feels a bit sloppy here from Betboom. And I appreciate Siren's efforts to try and tip the scales back in their favor, but a single kill found, and he... Oh, hang on, Dilladez! He's actually made it carvable for Arfrost, but both of them doubling up from Johnny Speeds. Taking to the right-hand side, Arfrost starts to commit to the bomb, not going to try and fake it out. Both players towards triple, and Arfrost might be able to find some good position here. Issue is, you play that close to each other, there's no way to isolate the duels, and Johnny Speeds, I think for a second there, their heart probably bounced in their chest for a moment.
Wow. Okay, well, yeah, a good attempted recovery there from Dilladez. He's hit a couple of beautiful shots, but yeah, the round just started off wrong, didn't it? It was just really bad from Boomich, and then, you know, lost another piece quite quickly after. We'll jump into a tactical pause here for Betboom, because obviously they need to wake up. They need to kind of change things around. We're yet to see the AWP out of Artfrost. He's onto an AK again. Meanwhile, Johnny Speeds are building up money. They're building up a round count. They've got Draken on the sniper. Exactly what I was saying in the pregame. These strong starts do them a lot of favours. There's absolutely nothing to say that Betboom are out of this yet, but this will get trickier as they can start putting rounds on the board.
Great control by just two of the players, and as soon as they start getting into those positions, they now leverage the bomb elsewhere. There's an early default that's probably going to pivot into something more heavy towards A. As long as Boomich is in mid, they're going to have that second prong to make an A execute easier. But I really like this approach from Betboom. The fact that they've tossed two smokes into middle now probably incentivizes the Johnny Speeds rotations, because it looks more like a play towards short, but the spacing there isn't quite right. Lekro finds a Dilladez who is starting to creep away. It's still not quite obvious where Betboom will eventually take this fight, but with 40 seconds, it needs to become obvious soon. Magnajez, first kill found. Boomich has already snuck into connector, and his position is going to be pivotal, but the heavy lifting needs to be done by the ramp and palace players.
start. Oh no, can't follow it up though. Bit of a whip onto Boomich now. Magnoyas' AK is going to swing into CT and just strip off another head. Draken being spanned away as well. Really tricky. Really quite difficult. Sved's left for the 1v3. He knows there is nothing he can bring to the table here, Betboom. Back in this, the Lions awoken. Magnoyas just quadrupled his kill count. Finding mega entries out onto the site. We saw that a couple of rounds out of him on Overpass as well. Good stuff for their first. More importantly, that's an AWP recovered as well. So finally we'll see Art Frost on it, and it's not even his.
I think we can both safely agree that the narrative that Betboom always tend to have a slow start is starting to cement itself a bit, isn't it? Johnny Speed's all 3 maps have been comfortable starts for them. We're hoping that Johnny Speeds doesn't slow down now. The amounts of nade damage, the utility just won't stop, but the number's still in the favor of Betboom as they start scaling up towards A. They've been softened up, but more kills need to come through. Zapik fumbling about on the ladder, will be caught with his pants down. And Draken and Lekro, best case scenario, take those weapons into the next round. You've got nothing to play for here. As he can immediately line up a couple of frags, there's no point in even going for the attempt, and even then there's no guarantee, and the time's starting to approach halfway tick down. We'll save that up. Really, they find one on the hunt, though.
I don't know.
Thomas.
Doesn't look like Lekro wants to actually press hard enough. He's kind of aware that he's in a position right now where he could actually drop something over. If they want to buy into this next round, I think the likelihood is actually they'll just full eco around this Orphan for Mass, which is a bit of a shame because it means that they will likely go to waste unless Draken can hold on to it again or do something crazy. Great util damage at the start of that last round, though, and yeah, despite how well that utility was used, it seemed to make all too much difference. Betboom, super crisp. Some great shots on the entry. It's now going to be a 5-man stack on the A site. Betboom have actually started to sort of send the feelers out elsewhere, which I like. We've got Siren, Zap Patient in ramp. When he takes contact, should be confirmation as to what the game plan is here. It could trade down Electro. This is interesting. Magnoyas didn't actually venture far enough out of the B apartments to get any info, so now it actually looks like they might try and go for some kind of A split. This could get dangerous.
I mean, A split is a bit generous, right? Because for a split, you actually need 2 separate pieces.
Yeah, well, mid to A, and don't like this, because they're walking into the stack, and Lekro has now got an AK.
Lekro's moved off the angle, though, so it allows them that tiny window of opportunity to start moving in. Molotov's going to come in as well. So Lekro has to fight in the flames. Draken somehow moves in from behind and thins the numbers before he has to go for the fight, but Art Frost will win out that off-the-op engagement. And with 20 seconds to go, Zapik can actually be such a problem, but he had to play the trigger discipline there, frankly, just to try and waste a little bit of time. 15 seconds. And it is the clock
Oh.
that incentivizes Bet Boom to push forward. Magnages wins the duel. And I think if Sapek plays that a little bit more carefully, I think if he just plays the trigger discipline till the bitter end, he could have put that bomb in an even more awkward spot. But honestly, there's no right answers to that one.
Too close for comfort again there. Loving Siren's cam, by the way.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think it's like a bottle or something, just covering it.
I thought it had frozen on like his finger, but yeah, maybe. That to me looks like an up close finger trying to adjust the camera and it's frozen.
Yeah, you're right, actually. Just realized that makes a lot more sense. Oh, Johnny Speeds, though. This time that extra bit of utility damage will actually convert into some kills. Wasn't an R-Frost. I mean, you say it's a good start, but it's also looking like a great finish. This is what deep into a mid-round looks like. And Johnny Speeds are going to find a resurgence before Bet Boom can even up the scoreline. And it's good that they do, because you have to remember that Johnny Speeds were running into economic collapse soon.
A couple of rounds on overpass. We saw Artfrost and Boomich try and pull off these 2vx situations this time. Artfrost and Dilladez. Artfrost was able to connect a shot there, but it wasn't lethal. And as Dilladez drops, it now becomes a bit of a no-brainer to try and hold on to this. Oh, but that will not be afforded. Sved, very crispy. Very aware that the Orc was going to try and take that elevated angle. Johnny Speeds bite back. After the 4-0 start, they will finally take their 5th. There is still enough money for Bet Boom. They'll buy back into this. They'll call their second tactical pause as well after only 8 rounds of play here at Mirage. They know that they've got to fix some of these issues early. Otherwise, they'll manifest and this game will fall apart. We haven't seen them touch the B site, like, at all this game so far. There's been a lot of presence in mid. There's been a lot of presence in A. We have seen really nothing, especially in the buy rounds, nothing worked towards B. Bit of conditioning. It's forced Johnny Speeds to sort of put extra reinforcements over towards that A side of things. And maybe, when the time is right, Bet Boom will start to give it a little poke. That could even be this round here.
This is genuinely where Johnny Speeds can put a bunch of distance in between them and Bet Boom. Or start feeling some of the same pain that they did in the previous map. Oh, I love this little attempt from Johnny Speeds here. Bunch of utilities, starting to take control of mid. And there is no way he misses that fight. Magnages at the bottom of mid, loses his life, and all culminates into Johnny Speeds winning all of the duels. A triple found for Heap, by the way. Siren, 1-on-3, triple helmets to pop, and he doesn't even have bomb control.
Just a monster of a round that effectively becomes 2, by the way.
See that spacing there?
Huh?
As Siren's turning the corner, drop out of jungle, pop a molly. Siren's done. He knows this is cooked. Beyond cooked, in fact. With Johnny Speeds on like the 6th round at this point, I don't know what Bet Boom's going to do to recover, Josh.
Yeah, me neither. This is... You don't want to save if you're Siren here. You really don't want to save. This is so awkward. They have no money. They don't have much of a loss bonus either. I think everyone else is going to be on 2,400. Yeah, there you go. 2,400 loss. They don't have enough cash to buy around Siren's AK. Maybe the call here is to give it a go, buy around Siren's AK, and then eco the next round, buy up for the last. I guess that's, yeah, there you go. That's what they'll jump into, but ugh, this is going to be a messy investment. seen this game really sort of seesaw. Shot
It's a
my
good
guys.
opening kill. Fortunately, not good for converting into anything special off the back of that. He gets stuck in a corner. Tries to bail himself out with the smoke. Doesn't really have to, though. Although A, relatively underdefended.
Kill.
How did this get to a 2v2? With guns, by the way.
It's just really good trades as they come up con into jungle, and as you say, with guns is the important part. I don't know where what the hell? Artfrost had an AK, didn't he? What, he just
No.
threw it away, I think. I think he
You have to
actually
look back at the replay.
I think he just tossed away the AK and wanted to take that duel with the deagle. I'm not even getting. Yeah, look, there's no AK there. He's only got the deagle, but he definitely had an AK, didn't he? He did, I promise, 100%. I'm gonna watch it back.
Okay, I'll take your word for it, but I still have my doubts.
That may have been an Artfrost ego moment, and he was like, "Get rid of this AK. I'm gonna one dig him."
No,
I
I
could be
refuse
wrong.
to believe that. Yeah, I think you're wrong. Because I looked at the side of the screen for a second. I'm pretty sure he was on a pistol for a little while, but I think it was someone else with the AK. But regardless, we had other details to focus on at the time. Makes sense we missed it.
I don't think I missed it.
B-side push coming in, though. We're going to have to leave that in the past, as what matters now is the present. And in the present, Siren will be delivering gifts. But it's only one. It is Johnny Speeds to respond with Cole. Milides in the back of the side, missing some shots. Arfrost to finish the job. And Sapik creeping through the smoke with a USP. Not sure if it's the best idea to give up your position before you walk through, but this is a much-needed round for Bad Boom.
Still one. Johnny
all about
Speeds
whether
will,
or
of course,
not-
have a go at, right? But
Yeah.
crossfires that need to be broken here. Draken on the angle, praying someone peeks. The problem is there's no kit, and he doesn't have the right weapon for this. You know, Letcrow could be the one to sort of spearhead it, and then Draken could support, but there's no way that Orp's just going to be jumping through window and giving this a go. They're going to try and play for a bit of exit damage, which is interesting. So the round's already lost. Yeah, I'm not really sure why Letcrow's done that, to be honest, but either way, it's going to be Bet Boom onto 4. Johnny Speeds will have enough money to reinvest, but you look at Letcrow's on 3,900. You know, he could have really done with not losing that M4 at the end there. I think here will be down to a from us. Yeah, there it is.
Not really sure who's having tech issues, but everybody seems to be on the server, so it could be something on the side of the server, actually.
Okay, I was wrong. We missed it.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I think it was somebody else with an AK.
Yeah, it was Siren. Siren had the AK, and then he died. Could have swore Artfrost had one there, but yeah.
I think it's also because Siren and Arfrost are like next to each other on the HUD, so maybe just,
Yeah,
like, out of the corner of your eye, you can just get gaslit by yourself.
Happens.
I was I was wrong. Man who said 100% he had an AK 3 minutes ago.
Yeah. No, I'm humble enough. I can accept I was wrong, but yeah, I did. You know, it would have been like completely insane, like no way. But then also, you know, sometimes you see it, not necessarily from Artfrost, but sometimes you see it. Certain
Seeing
players,
things.
you pick up a rifle and you go, nah, you know, I've hit a couple of nice 1Ds this round or this game. Watch this. I'm gonna pick the guy jungle 1D him.
Yeah, me personally, I would do it in an
Yeah, me
800
too.
elo lobby.
I'd do it just because I'm an idiot, and then we'd lose around and lose the game. Everyone would flame me. But they can't kick me because we're in non-premium queue on Faceit. So unlucky idiots. You're stuck with me.
The Lion does not concern himself with a premium membership because he does not want to get kicked.
Pretty much. He also does not concern himself with his teammates' elo, loss or gain. He's just there to have fun. He's just there to have a cool time.
I remember people used to get so upset when I just played. Like, I mean, I still play very casually, but like I've never taken this game so seriously to the point where my head hurts. I have at some point in my life, but anyway, that's besides the point. I would just say, like, guys, why are you arguing? It's a children's game, and it would just like genuinely trigger my teammates more than they were to begin with.
Yeah, no, I feel that. I mean, I definitely, like, there's like an argument to be had here, right, of people that aren't playing to win. When people are like, I don't care whether we win, I'm not playing to win kind of thing, it's like, well, come on, like, you are, right? Like, that's
you know what? It's really annoying if you're like high enough elo when you're just trying to have fun, because then in high elo, people actually do expect you to try every single time.
Yeah, exactly. But then that's the other thing, right? It's like, yeah, sometimes I just want to go and play a game, and I'm not, you know,
I want to do some gaming.
I'm not like a listen to music while playing kind of gamer, but yeah, I'll sit back in my chair and not full focus. And
yeah, speaking of listening to music,
chill.
Magnages and Dilladas have had to face it in apartments. Two of them down. The deep B-Apps push gives them a ton of info, and now Arfrost is kind of solo, so I don't think it's the best idea to try and go in for an individual endeavor, because if he loses the bomb, then immediately Johnny Speeds can fast-track their way into a bomb defense.
And honestly, it's the fact that he's got the bomb that's the problem here. Because if he didn't have the bomb, I'd actually really favour him just walking up B-Apps and trying to take this duel with Sved and opening up a bit of space. But with him having the bomb, he does have to be cautious with it. Now, Boomic has pulled attention away through mid. That's allowed Artfrost to get out of apartments for free. He knows that Sved's on shore. And that'll be confirmed with the spams, but cutting off the rotate, Heap, brilliant angles, Siren not expecting. And a 2v4 for the round. This is for 5.5. They really need this. But it's going to be a tough task. Boomic looking for the timing. Feel out. Oh, God. Yeah, no, this is done. Unlucky.
This is done.
Oh.
Wait, no way. Boomic, is he going to force this one into 5? Maybe. Clothesline another. He's wasting more time. It looked like the one before was impossible. But he makes it imaginable for a moment. But Heap is going to toss it right upside its head. And Johnny Speed still secure the destined 8th. But damn, did it get close.
Heap honestly is really lucky that he had the incendiary there. If he didn't have an incendiary, Boomic just dances around L block and kills another 5 seconds. That round's done. The fire that forced him out, and with 30 HP, you know, he couldn't really concern himself with the gunfight. He had to just try and get out of the fire before he died. One attempt. I mean, it comes off of the back of a bit of a whiff from Johnny Speeds. It has to be said. That should have been a near instant trade. The fact that he's gotten away with that. The short player hasn't shot him. Draken's sort of fumbling with a pistol. And then the spacing is so off there in the double swing in the 2v1 that there isn't even an instant trade there either. So Boomic can then tuck away again. There was like mistake after mistake made there from Johnny Speeds in that retake. But there'll be a sigh of relief that Heap gets him over the line. An 8-4. This has been really good from Johnny Speeds, but now they've got to do it on their T side. Someone said, if you're going to be casual, go play casual. Don't bring down your teammates. That's the answer to that. You like 10v10? Love me some 10v10.
Hang on. Pistol round. Getting a little exciting here, Josh. And honestly, if BetBoom can get this first round tucked in, this could be decisive for the game. NXP is down to the last member, and BetBoom are able to eke it over to the 5th round. This puts them right back into the contest for what can still be a very close game, even a victory. Because honestly, if Johnny Speeds get away with that round win, you get the 9th granted, 10, maybe 11 off the back of just the momentum you've built up. It could have been devastating. But BetBoom, a chance to put a bit of pressure on this particular Valve.
Yeah, it's an opportunity back in. If BetBoom had managed to clutch up that final round and a half as well, then this would have been even bigger, because then this round here would be to tie up the scoreline at 7 apiece. It's crazy how much of a gap sort of one round loss can really create sometimes. The Pistols are going to group up and hit over towards A. A minute on this clock, and you know, I think the goal here is, if they can overwhelm Boomich and get a bomb plant, they'll be pretty happy with it. The prospect of actually holding on to the site and fending off the retake is maybe a little ambitious, but yeah, bomb plant would be a result here, I think. They're not going to get it.
This is where things should start to heat up, though. Johnny Speed's a chance to break apart from the pack. Keep it moving. Keep that scoreline going. Because frankly, they've done a fantastic job at giving themselves a mighty buffer on the CT.
An important round for Johnny Speeds to keep the pressure up. Necro starts to work his way up connector. Smoke in between the two. Oh, that's massive. Dilladez, such an awkward angle to hold. Magnoyas kind of needs a double here, and he only ends up with a 1. Zart frustrated. We go into a 3-on-3, and look at Boomich's pulse. This won't get cleared. Might be in for a bit of a freebie. No, he's exposed himself. Now the bomb's going down. He can't do much in terms of denying it because he's stuck in a fight with Heat. Now will be hard cleared by Sved. And we go into a 2v2 post plant. Bomb right out in the open. Draken on short. Doesn't have an AWP, has the rifle instead. He's got to contend with Siren and Art Frost. Oh, nice shot.
Svedjed's done it. Now you can't do anything if you're in Siren's shoes. You not only have to get the kill, you have to switch over to the AK and then fight the short player as well. Barely any time to do it, and Johnny Speeds are going to keep the engine going. BetBoom, look at how that affects their money. They're obviously still going to have enough weaponry to bring out, you know, a little bit of the FAMASes. You might have an MP9 thrown in there, a little bit of utility, but it also puts them in an awkward spot where double digits and beyond for Johnny Speeds are quite streamlined in the sense that finances won't be easy to recover. A swing round is something that BetBoom desperately need. Try and tip the scales back in their favor, and Johnny Speeds coming into this as the underdogs might continue the trend of having some underdogs keep it going within the context of this tournament.
Oh, Frost is on fire. Being spammed, can't even really escape, but he knows that if he stays there, the nades are going to start coming soon. Bit of a damage exchange as we do see Dilladez swing con, try and help out Art Frost, allow him to escape. It's Heat down to 33. They are going to group up, lean over towards B. Siren will be a hugely important factor here. This is such a big swing round. Johnny Speeds took the last, but it was pretty expensive, so their money's not doing great either. As the molly goes in, do they expect Siren on the Bauk? It doesn't matter, he completely whiffs at a time that it couldn't be afforded.
What? Arfrost?
Oh, it's so sick. And now a 2v2. Boomich from behind has dropped the bomb.
Dude. That sequence from Artfrost could be responsible for having saved BetBoom the entirety of the game.
He really had to, though, after Siren's whiff. There wasn't really any other option. He goes massive. He finds 3. They bought enough time that while Sapek has gone and recovered the bomb, he doesn't actually have time to go back to A with it, so he has to walk into this stack. Dilladez and Boomich both there, ready and waiting. It's 7 here for BetBoom, and yeah, truly, Artfrost has saved their ass there. I'd love to see it on the replay, because just his movement, his pathing was so perfect. He somehow
Strangest
found a gap
part there
where
is
there
that
just wasn't one.
He's also done it with like 50 points of health there. Like he gets pelted with a couple of stray bullets and he's done. Routes around the middle of the bomb site, not only finds a duel on the crossing player who wants to get to bench, but then also flicks onto the apartment player with the same spray. That is nutty.
Nutty.
By the way, you leave any of those players alive. Like, not only do you lose a player yourself, you're suddenly in a 2v2 or a 2v3. And I think Johnny Speeds with bomb site control, they actually do have the round under the belt. So this save from Arfrost could probably be the highlight of the game when it comes back to looking at how the rounds went down, especially if it comes down to something like 13-11, maybe even overtime.
Yeah, that was big. That was really big. Johnny Speeds had gone 10-6 there. BetBoom would have had no money. It would have been 11. This game would have been pretty much done. Now it is up in the air. Should be a comfortable 8th for BetBoom. I can't imagine they're going to be all too challenged by these pistols. Boomich. Warming up his hands. Someone get this man a hand warmer. What's your strat? You blow on him? You sit on him? Maybe you own hand warmers? I guess you don't have cold hands. You just live in, like, the desert.
Me.
Hello? I could not.
Great. Okay. Too bad, Josh. You said I thought if you live in the desert. I just said, well, that's me, so. The strat is to...
Just fully being left hanging. I thought you'd gone. I looked over at the camera and you just sat there in your chair. Look at him.
That's just a peek behind the curtain for you fellas. Sometimes you bump heads while you're casting online because you have no idea what the hell is going on the other side.
A little bit. Alright, well... kind of like, a bit of an investment here from Johnny Speeds, to be honest. You know, they come in with pistols and armor, so they are expecting some success out of this round. I don't think they'll be all too happy if they just get blown away. And, well, 1 for 1, not too shabby. Into the 4-on-4, Sapek, very low on health. Siren can't afford to whiff again. He needs to deliver here from bench, because the Tech 9s are doing all sorts of damage. And Crow scared to commit to the plant. And there's the flank. Yeah, I think this one's done now.
Yeah.
I would have much preferred it if Letcrow just commits to trying to get that bomb down. At least they get a bit of extra money out of it.
Yeah, in some of those situations, you essentially go into the round thinking that you're playing Protect the President with the bomb carrier. There's the spray we were talking about earlier in the replay. Glad we get to see it. Johnny Speeds, though, they know that Bad Boom is starting to breathe down their neck, and it might have been powered up. It might have been enabled by Arfrost's movement, that sequence there. But you've got plenty of rounds, so that is not enough of an excuse. Maybe some of the gusto they had on the T side of Nuke against Sashi, that can be brought into fruition. Sapek, opening kill found, need to blow the smoke open, and Magnagis gets a double off of it, and Tillid has even a third as they try and cross over, but all they're running into are bullets, Josh.
Wow. Okay. Bet Boom in their element now. Flow state hit. They breeze through. That has got to be a kick in the teeth for Johnny Speeds. It's not like they've sort of saved up for that full bite. They came so close last time around. The pistols did a bit of damage, but you say, you know what? Yeah, it's pistols, whatever. That was supposed to be the one where they sort of extend that lead and at least maintain. Instead, we're tied up. There's a good chance the Bet Boom make it 10 here. A really good recovery from them at the end. Grit and determination shown from the better team on paper. Not necessarily proven that they've been the better team today as a whole. They can close out these last few rounds. I guess that'll do it. So, same angle again. Oh my god, he's whiffed again. Jesus, what is he doing? This has been a horrible game from Siren.
Oh, Magnagis even gets caught in middle. They're going to double down and make sure that the bench player is taken care of before they try and attempt this retake. But Draken this time will be able to commit to the bomb, and weapons will exchange hands before they start getting readied up for the retake. Up close and personal, Heap's responsibility is to make sure he can nail a couple of players before this retake starts. That's one, maybe two. No, Svetjehead left alone, peeking from the middle of the site, and he just can't line them up. Johnny Speeds now starting to lose a bit of the earlier control they had, Josh.
Yeah, they are. And Siren is very lucky, actually, that his teammates just continue to bail him out, because that is the second time that he has been on that Balk position. You know, they've had their backs turned to him. He's had at least one for free. And realistically, in that spot, he's expected to get a multi-kill. And he's not even hit them. He just completely whiffs the spray and gets overwhelmed. I think there's definitely sort of something to be said here for changing the way that B site's set up a little bit, perhaps. Up against the buy again here, though. They're actually just going to leave him as the solo anchor. There we go. He's not going to play on Balk. He'll play the short corner instead. Yeah, really heavy presence towards A and mid early on here for Bet Boom. Now they'll start to pull rotations over. Johnny Speeds aren't committed to anything. They've actually left the bomb outside of TV. Just spread around the map. And this slow default, waiting for some kind of Bet Boom aggression or mistakes, not going to come. At least not yet. First point of contact could be the ramp jewel. You see, Boomit should get him real cozy. Only a matter of time before that pops.
Pressure mounting. Johnny Speeds know that every mistake will inch Bet Boom closer to the finish. They don't even have the finances to keep going for it. Magnagis, look at this timing. Ramp duel is of the essence. And with everyone lighting the scoreboard up with blue on orange action, this is starting to look like a bit of a done round. Sapek still trying to fight back, and he'll be left solo, left hanging all the way in jungle. Bomb in no man's land and no time to his name. This is honestly just a disastrous showing for Johnny Speeds on the T half. A single round to show for all of their troubles, Josh.
What do you do buy-wise here for Johnny Speeds as well? They're going to call a tactical pause, try and work out whether they force the issue around Sapek's AK, throw themselves into this with either no util or Galil's. Try and scrap it out and keep it competitive, or whether or not they just go for pistols. Concede the fact that they're probably going to lose this round. Then play for 3 in a row for OT. I think the former is the better option, and that is what they will go for. That's the call. Galil's out alongside Sapek's AK. Draken was just about able to squeeze one without the util as well. And into round number 21 we breeze. If Johnny Speeds win it, they're back in the game. If they lose it, this is looking like dire straits. They'll have the max loss, but it'll be Galil's again to try and keep them together. Once again, patient. Similar setup to what we saw in the last round. In fact, almost exactly the same.
This is essentially one final push. Johnny Speeds can still make their mark here, then maybe we can still keep this conversation going, Josh, but I do think it is starting to come to a close. With the wheels being taken out from under Johnny Speeds. Cat Boom are the ones that are on roller skates, outgunning the mascot. Svedjehead, desperate to get out of Tetris, op-trained on the angle, pulls out the Glock, and a consolation prize is all he gets for his troubles. Cat Boom so far ahead. And look at the resources that Johnny Speeds have.
Yeah, exactly as envisioned. It's Galil's to try and hold them together. Lecro down to the Mac 10. It's been a really, really good recovery. A great resurgence out of Bet Boom after being 8-4 down. They've lost a single round here, their CT side. Whilst winning 8. They just need to add one more to their tally of the next 3 to finish off this game. They've got so much money that the buy won't be a problem until the end of regulation at least. Siren's had a terrible map. Everybody else has looked very, very strong. AIDS Rain in. No. Dilladesh draws first blood. Siren maybe a bit of a chance to redeem himself as the Org's in play.
No.
Oh, okay, yeah, there's one.
That's it. Ape, Lecro. Infinite work to do. No HP to do it with. Even with the 2 points of health, Lecro still fighting for dear life. And he has the HP to make a 1v2 happen, but Magnajez's position overwhelms him, and Bet Boom, despite an abysmal start to the game, will be ending it in styles and booking themselves a spot to the semifinals.
Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, really, really good stuff out of Bet Boom. A valiant attempt from Johnny Speeds, it has to be said. You know, a team that have come in as real underdogs in this season. Been climbing up the rankings after having some sort of roster changes earlier on this year, losing a couple of key pieces. Remember, they went through their crazy stint. They had Hampers on the lineup and whatnot, and then things had to be reshuffled a little bit. They brought in some new pieces. They had Mail for a little while. Then he went to Metasport. And now they're finding that form again. I think they've done exceptionally well to make it all the way to the quarterfinals and really have a truly competitive game against Bet Boom that feels like if a couple of those little moments, remember that really big swing round that they lost, had gone their way, then maybe they would have even found themselves in the semis. But that's Bet Boom right there, nice and comfortable, the furthest along of any of the teams so far. They get the luxury of the morning game. Maybe not so much of a luxury, but yet to find out their opponents. They'll be sitting back patiently watching as Betera will be taking on Spirit Academy next. And the winner, of course, will be joining Bet Boom in that slot. And then over on the right-hand side of the bracket, that's taking place later on this evening.
Yeah, we've got plenty of days to do, plenty of games to go. plenty of the quarterfinals to wrap up. Only one of the teams decided so far. It's going to be a long day of CS trying to see who is going to be battling it out on the big stage tomorrow. It's going to be a fun one, but before performance from the Opera Spirit Academy, or we just need to see the other pieces step up in a way where they can make up for the lack of opping duties being taken. Because I mean, Hyde is a man that shows up often in the highlights, so I think it's going to be tough to get past.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I don't want to like throw shade on Curiaso and sort of seem like I'm flaming. As I said before, I think that you know, Spirit Academy always scout talent and are always correct. You've just got to give him a bit of time. He's 16 years old. He's, you know, made a huge leap. Before coming into this team, he was playing in one of Spirit's development squads in ESEA Intermediate, you know? To go from a leap from playing in ESEA Intermediate to like a top 60 team playing in like, you know, tier 2 playoffs and stuff is like a huge jump, right? So you have got to give him a bit of time. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, so far those teething issues are sort of being made quite clear, and he's not really been putting up some of those performances that fill us with too much confidence that he's going to give Hyde much of a run for his money today. But we'll see. Pistol round underway with the Spirit Academy map pick of Ancient Betera, kicking things off with some Jewelries on Masval, but USPs on the rest. And on the other side of things, it's Glocks with Curiaso having that P250 and a bit of util. Fairly slow, actually. Bomb is just outside of A main. We'll push into ramp. Oh my god. That is possibly the worst way you could start off a pistol.
Starting it off with a self-entry frag is actually so funny. Cynics does make up for their troubles, however. And Betera still have a snake in the grass. They still have a player in Donut, and he's being so careful. He's shift walking all the way, so they're not going to expect him, but the aim isn't quite there. And that means Spirit Academy have control of the A bomb site. Tenzi on the boost angle, courtesy of Vert. 3v2, where both the players are coming in from Temple. They might be able to isolate Sypho, who's playing up close and personal. If he swings out, he's going to be found, certainly. And now the 2v2 is actually digestible, John.
Curiaso doesn't have Kevlar as well, remember, so if he gets into a fight, it's going to be a little bit awkward. These USPs, you know, throughout this entire of the retake, they've been doubling up, they've been playing together, they've had the strength in numbers, but now having to split up because they just don't have the time. At the end, Makujin will swoop in and kill Ver. I think it's a pistol round that, considering started off with a team kill, you sort of shrug it off a little bit and say, haha, yeah, you know, unlucko. But at the same time, yeah, it's quarterfinals. You know, there's a lot of weight behind this game. Can't be affording to make those mistakes. So I'm not sure it will be as ha-ha-hee-hee as it seems. Round number 2 will come with a force spike.
Yeah, those kinds of kills probably feel like a punch to the gut, right? Like, I'm not sure who it was that got that opening team kill, but when that happens, like, you almost feel like you're destined to have a bad game. But look at this, though. Vert gets super aggressive into heaven, finds a kill, but what they don't realize is that Spirit Academy are actually wanting to play and make a play towards the A bomb site. Full commitment. Vert's not going to want to negotiate with this until the teammates have arrived, but they're going to force his hand, and he gets a kill on the way down, drags them by the ankle, even if he's going to the graveyard.
It's called Makujin, but I don't think he saw Tenzi.
Yeah, I don't think they did, and that's so unprecedented.
Yeah, it's like, you know, a millimeter away from sort of getting that sightline. It doesn't seem to matter. Curiaso just anticipates the second in the smoke right in the corner. He's off to a good start here. Obviously, we weren't criticising his overall ability. It was more just in the AWPing department. But yeah, off to a flying start, looking to boost his rating a little bit. 4-1. He will sit. Him and Makujin doing a lot of the lifting for round 1 and 2. They will get a bit of a freebie here in the third. Betera not investing really anything into this one. A couple of D-Eagles. 257s, not a P250. Height saving his pennies for that, or something that maybe Mark Frost could take a page out of the book of. Felt like so many rounds in that previous game. Sort of buying a scout or something. Basically doing anything other than just saving money for the AWP. Often found himself wielding it when it was dropped by an opponent, something like that. Good start from Asphalt though, either way. You know, it's an eco round. Any kind of damage is gladly accepted, yeah. God, Sci-Fi needs to be careful.
In theory, this round should just be a walk in the park, and for the most part, it will be. Height, Kenzie, essentially waiting for a certain death and hoping they can put on a couple of scratches on the scoreboard before they go down. They should chase down Tenzi in just a moment, bog down to 50 points of health, and yeah, it's a really good start for Spirit Academy. Interestingly enough, though, this could have gone pretty poorly for Spirit, because think about how the pistol round actually went, and I know that was a few rounds ago now, but not only did they get a team kill in the opening frag, but then they had the donut player. I believe it was, I think it was Vert or maybe it was Tenzi. I'm not sure, but the donut player actually stood behind two players and proceeded to miss all of his shots, and then it still came down to the 1v1. So these few rounds from Spirit Academy aren't looking like a strong 3 yet. Okay, I think there's room to mess up. This is where the real game starts. Guns being brought out. Height, AWP in his hands. It was really impressive that Spirit Academy got done what they did against Eyeballers with the contingencies that they're playing with. But this little rebuild of the Spirit Academy squad has been looking all right.
Right. Ooh. Threads the needle. Shoots between both the aggressors there in main and misses a key shot as well. Spotlight really going on him now. It's at 0 and 3, and with the sniper in hand, doesn't hold down the site. Honestly, I think they should go and save here. This is a very light full buy. There's no kits. There's no real util for this retake, and even though it's a 4-on-4 and you might fancy your chances, go and hold on to the weapons. That's exactly what we'll see. Spirit Academy on to 4.
Weaponry save from Betera is going to let them have another crack without having to be bogged down too much. But I think we're starting to see a bit of a pattern for today, aren't we? Like, we see this initial bout of momentum. I don't think we've seen a single map today start off back and forth. None of the Johnny Speeds games went that way. Johnny Speeds had 3 good starts, but they still ended up losing.
Vote. Looking for the timing to play through this smoke as it starts to fade. He just looks like a fall. We watch it from Vert's POV. He's got all the time to react, and he's snappy to find the head. Height. Down to 5 HP. Head on a pivot with this AWP, scoping the angles. A minute 10 on the clock. Vert's going to follow up with another. But through the fire, Makujin. Cover blown. They get an early little warning call. It's an insta-trade. Now the 2 new boys on the block, 16 and 17 years of age, Curiasso and Korosse, to try and pull back together this round. The smoke goes deep. Korosse's now got a bit of room to maneuver. The C4 tapped in. No chance.
Yeah. For us, it'll be hard to predict. But there's 3 coming in from Cave. Although he's looking at the right place, there's one more prong that he had to worry about. Mass fall from behind. Betera taking a scratch on the board very quickly. Let Spirit Academy get too far with the momentum, but there's still a fair bit of work to do before Spirit are actually brought down to their knees, because money is going to be flowing in like no tomorrow. I think Makujin, Korosse, and Curiasso actually managed to save enough money to have another buy as well, even if they completely fumble this one. But a bomb plant's going to be necessary if they want to keep going at it. Opportunity for the CTs as well to spend money, though, because being able to win a round that they did after having saved weapons also essentially allows them to have 2 bonuses. Oh, a really good flashbang. Tenzi is taken out of the fight, and Kuros forced on Cynics. Nade makes things weird. I'm not sure how he's still alive over towards Heaven, but what they've got to worry about is this plane B.
Thrown off. A big kill from height. Finally putting his name on the scoreboard. 2 to the tally here in this one. Good trades out. 2 for 2. That's fine. And bomb plant denied as well. Kurose left. The near impossible clutch, surely. Bomb out in the open, and Asphalt just a little too crisp. Betera starting to warm up now. It's been a bit of a slow start. Yeah, a couple of good rounds. Not too much money here for Spirit Academy either. Robo 0 and 6. Yeah, it's going to be pistols to come out. Oh, God, this is... They're fully investing into this. Okay, not a big fan. Let's see if it works out.
Yeah, the problem is they had to get something done to build up the money if they wanted to buy up in the next round. But yeah, it's interesting that is the new guns that were initially tasked with the responsibility of wielding the 2 AKs, but then Kuryoso has decided to toss it over to Makujin. Frankly speaking, I know, like, I feel a bit toxic to have to give it to the better player, but for Makujin, considering his specific job is to entry, that's what he's most practiced at. It actually makes a lot of sense, theoretically.
Already a minute burnt on this clock, and the intention here is to head back towards this B site, rinse and repeat. This feels a little bit too slow. Look how far back Kuryoso is with the bomb. Now less than 30 seconds. They have to go now.
Oh, this is going to get so messy, so weird, and so quick. Masval, head on a swivel. He's keeping the fight up. He's getting lost in the smoke. He's got Tenzi for support, and the USB is plucking heads as well. Robo goes down and leaves Kuryoso alone. Just try and get in the fight, please. You need to have money come in the next round. And I'm glad he does throw himself into the deep end of the pool. It's Betera with 3. And this is where Spirit Academy's prior purchase is going to come to bite them, Josh. You said you weren't a big fan, and it makes sense why you weren't now. Of course, pretty much a guarantee.
Yeah, that just didn't work at all, did it? I think Spirit Academy were hoping that Betera would overthink things, outplay themselves a little bit with running down that timer as much as they did, but that just wasn't the case at all. Strong when the execute came through. Shut it down. Desert Eagle. Can't connect Kuryasu. Cynic's actually going to be overwhelmed here, and he goes 1 for 1. Tenzi praying that a stray Deagle bullet doesn't pop him in the head as he triples up with the 3 spray, and that will finish off the job. Betera tied up at 4 apiece again. They're starting to find their groove a little bit here. Important that they did, and important that they did at a time like this. You know, it's their CT side, so they're looking for sort of 7 rounds. It was unlikely they were going to get it when they were 4-0 down, but yeah, now feels real plausible.
We didn't really get to talk about the veto too much. And you've got to remember that this is the Spirit Academy map pick. So being able to make a quick dent early on does mean that you're going to have a much more comfortable time going into your own map pick. Betera, this recovery can pave the way for something better.
And 35 seconds left again. Spirit Academy leaving this really late before going for the pop. This is just bizarre. 25 seconds. Now is it go time? They have to break the crossfire of Masval and Vert and then get onto the site with just seconds to spare. This is so strange. Vert will double up. That's it. Round over. Sypho finished off at the end. They almost have to start worrying about dying after time, frankly. Spirit Academy being way too slow.
Maswell's showing off his sensitivity in Spawn.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
It's actually so funny. Like, Maswell is one of the hardest demos to watch or to recommend to people because genuinely, like, he has the most weird and schizophrenic playstyle ever, but, like, he's sitting on a 1.23 rating, so... Like, what do you even copy from that, right? Like, I know that his positioning is great and all, but oftentimes he's going to put himself in awkward spots because he knows he can bail himself out with a high sense.
Yeah, he's not necessarily... Like, I'm not going to go as far as to say he's not a smart player, but there are some players who, like, if you're learning the game, you know, you go and watch their demo and you learn a lot from that. It's good habits. And I think Masvolt falls into, like, a similar kind of stage as maybe a Donk to some degree, where... Yeah, you know, if you're a learning player, if you're an aspiring player, don't watch his demos. Don't learn from him unless you are mechanically cracked, because yeah, sometimes he kind of does the wrong thing, but his aim bails him out. Cynics, Masval for the 2v2, so he's going to walk right through the smoke, knows that his Curiaso's on that bomb, he can isolate it into 2 jewels, doesn't even need Masval. That's a beautiful little showcase out of Cynic, who'd had a bit of a quiet start to this game. Betera complete 6 in a row now. Yeah, this has been exceptional.
Six in a row and an opportunity to get 8. Pretty significant on the opponent's map pick. Obviously, you're still expecting Spirit to kick into high gear when they slip into the blue uniform, but anything beyond 7 is actually, like, 7 and beyond is amazing for Betera. 6 still acceptable. You know what's funny is, since we were talking about, like, the application of demos, I think when you watch a demo, you also have to be careful about what you can apply with the specifics of your skills. So, like, there are, like, some players like Donk will actively put themselves into awkward positions because they can bail themselves out, right?
Yeah.
And I think, like, you're absolutely right to compare him to Masval in that instance. But then there's also, like, players who are quite the opposite, where they're like, okay, yes, like, I am actively playing. Yes,
yeah.
I'm actively playing to avoid bad aim.
Yep. Yep. And there are players that do that very well. And even being one of the weaker aimers on the server can still put up big numbers because they put themselves in good positions to sort of accommodate that. Vert doubling down, Masval. Their back's turned, he's waiting for the right moment to pounce, and I thought he'd maybe overcooked it a little bit, left Vert high and dry, but still comes out for the double. 7 here for Betera. Curiaso hoping that he's going to be able to hold on to this AWP, but he might actually take a knife to the back. No, Cynics gets his gun out instead. 7 in a row now for Betera. They're just keeping them coming. I have to say, this has been just insanely two-dimensional from Spirit Academy. Since the first couple of rounds, they've just gone for nothing but B-pops, and they've not worked. No, what, 3, 4? I think 4 rounds in a row? Just run it down B. Lovely bit of double aggression there from Betera. Interesting to go for a double A main push when, you know, again, it's been nothing but B-pops. It's a really good read, thinking, yeah, they're probably going to switch it up for the final round of the half. 5v4.
Spirit scaling into Donut where height awaits. The antidote to Spirit Academy will take away the poison that they once had in the first 4 rounds. Betera headlining the show as 8 rounds culminate towards the end of this half, and now to some degree, Spirit Academy on their own map pick will be on the mercy of the pistol round. And I'd love to get a quick look at the scoreboard. I know one of the players is sitting on like 14 kills. I'm not sure who it is. But Betera, even though they're not... Even though it's been a great performance from everyone across the board, there is still a bit of top heaviness in there.
I think it's Vert that's putting up big numbers. Yeah, it is, yeah.
There it is. And
Doesn't surprise me. Vert, the thing is, right, though, is whilst Vert's been brilliant, it really has come down to just opportunity for Vert. He's the cave anchor, right? And every single round, Spirit Academy are like slow burner walking into him in cave, and he's finding 2 kills. So, as much as, yeah, massive credit where it's due for his ability to convert those 2 kills every round, everybody else not having as many kills doesn't necessarily mean that they haven't been playing as well. It just means that they haven't had T's walking into them every round. There's certainly been plenty of chances for Vert to find those kills and add up that tally. So, second half pistol. Very, very important here for Spirit Academy. Not as much so for Betera, but they're still going to give it their all, of course. Vert starts to inch his way into the cave fight. Bit of contact.
Here it comes. Spirit Academy, no mistakes allowed. This B-side defense needs to be ironclad. But that's the thing. Betera aren't even going to commit here. Mokujin's going to take a step forward just to try and confirm their doubts. And yes, they have in fact abandoned B. So as they fast track to rotate in from CT spawn, the bomb's already well on its way on A and it's already getting planted. Cynics to put down 1. And it's 2 kills that come in unison from the CT side. Masvel trying to desperately back away, trying to get into the warm embrace of a teammate. But all that is left is a pool of blood as Spirit Academy are able to successfully get the retake.
All right, that's pretty huge, actually. A big round to be converting, keeping 3 players alive as well. Do them a lot of favours. So round number 14, Betera with the bomb plant. Are they going to be teased into a force buy? The answer's yes. No Khalils, though. Vert? Really? No, he's now going to go back and buy cheese for 15 seconds into the round. He hadn't bought anything. He was leaving with a Glock, and I'm thinking, this is strange. Flashes out into middle, though, and the MAC-10s. With an opportunity to double up. Molly goes into the corner. Robo cooking, has to be bailed out with a smoke, but he is going to be spammed and taken out here. 3v3. Oh, I don't know what Vert's doing. It's a good trade, however. Cynics is doing it all.
Betera, if they actually get away with this round, that would be so criminal from the man that is Cynics. And he's still alive to tell the tale after having gotten 3 kills. They check the corner of the box. Uh-oh. Cypher spots him. Means they have an idea for height is. That's 1. That's 2. And Betera have... Well... That's devastating.
As it is. It is a bad round to lose for Spirit Academy against Tech9s as well. Just how messy it got in middle. A little bit disjointed between the mid-man and the donut support. Allowed them to be isolated. It's going to rain over. Does a decent amount of damage onto Makujin, and Robo flashes in. And this is chaos again. Everybody blind. And it's just straight into the headlights. Crossing the freeway at night. And somehow, everybody's still alive. They're a little bit battered and bruised. No truck comes barreling towards them. They'll regroup, and it looks like they're going to try and lean over towards B, where right now it's only Sypho to defend. However, Spirit Academy have the right idea. They will pull the rotations over, but it's only pistols.
Betera straight into B. It's expected to just be a bog standard, cookie cutter, easy round. Maybe Sypho can be problematic with an MP9 enough to do a little bit of damage, but Betera already know that they're flirting with the finish line. And for Spirit Academy, like, they're going into a double save. Like, this is just... I mean, it's pretty disappointing to see Spirit Academy be in this position, because we're supposed to see the best of their Counter-Strike come out on Ancient. Now, is Betera just a particularly difficult opponent? Yes. But I do think that they could have actually made more of a dent so far. You know, you can't really even blame the young guns. You can't even blame the newer players. It's like, you've got Kuros and Curioso who are putting out like a bog standard average performance, like both on 8 kills, on the second and third positions of the scoreboard. I think the spotlight is going to be on Makujin and Robo, because Robo was responsible for carrying them through their eyeballers game by having like 25, 26 kills or something in one map, and he was like beyond 30 in another. He had like 36 kills in an overtime game, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, he was kind of a beast. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that he's allowed to just go missing from other matches, right? But I'm kind of with you. He was doing a lot of lifting. Now, it's just going to be a free B bomb site, but between the 5 USPs waiting on the other side of this smoke, you'd expect them to find a kill or two. Asfal's in for a field day. Look at this. 5 around the corner. Oh,
no, that feels so bad. I would be kicking myself if I can't farm the stats on a Face-It game like this. If I see 5 fresh bodies turning the corner, no Kevlar, and I've got a meat grinder, like, come on.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It's an easy opportunity. Doesn't matter. It's going to be 11 rounds. They're really, really pulling away here. Masfal's just showing off his sense again. So look at this. Wheel.
I have a little shortcut button on my mouse to increase the sensitivity. I exclusively use it in freeze time to spin around.
Yeah, I don't have one of those anymore. Like old mice that I had, I had a super button. I had a friend who had a mouse. It's like an old Corsair mouse, and there was just a button on the side that you would just always accidentally press. That like,
oh, the sniping button. I remember those.
Button. Yeah.
And that means you had you probably had a Corsair harpoon, if I'm not wrong.
Something like that. It was his. It wasn't mine, but I hated it. 'Cause you'd always just. It was exactly where you'd want to naturally rest your thumb.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You're playing CS and you get into a gunfight, you grip your mouse, and bam, sensitivity goes down to like 25%.
I think that kind of button literally only makes sense if you're playing like a mill sim.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad that they got rid of the sniper button on mice. Glad we moved past that. As
there's still a thing. You just have to get one of the fatter mice.
Yeah, fine. I'm glad Razor moved past those mice that they did that had 25 buttons on the side as well.
They're still there. We just don't look at them. Betera. Into the B site we go, and a little bit of a kerfuffle. Sending out a feeler, they quickly realize the B site is not where they want to come in. Makujin, a little bit of utility. The donut fight isn't going to go the way they wanted it to. And Masval, coupled with a flash from Cynics, has taken over A. Betera are speedlining their way to the finish line. Spirit Academy being completely locked out of here, and I'm sure they just want to go for it, Josh. They want to try and stop Betera at 11 because they know that going to 12 with no money, no nothing, is a recipe for disaster. You can see their desperation when they're still just trying to go for it, with one of the players being as low as he is. Robo's got like 5 points of health. Desperately trying to stick to it. They still have to clear out the player in the back of the site. That shot doesn't connect. Height able to take advantage. Robo, a solitary weapon that will translate into the next round. Lost bonus is going to be big and juicy, so I think they still get enough weaponry, but just kind of looking like a lost cause.
Yeah, I think so. And it kind of isn't really enough weaponry as well. That's the issue. It could, like, suffice, you know. MP9 comes out, we'll probably see a couple of FAMASs here. It's not going to be nothing, but it's... Bearing in mind they've not been able to win these rounds with, like, the big guns, with the M4s, with the AWPs and whatnot. I have pretty low expectations for one like this. Maybe they go for a little bit of a switch up. We could see some B ramp aggression, maybe some mid pressure. Oh, yeah, looks like the latter. 3 running towards mid. They don't press as hard as I thought they would, but they are desperate for this control. Know that they've got to be the bearers of these opening kills, and Tenzi just denies. Massive double. Triples it up with switching to the Glock. Confirms that there's one more up in the red room as well with the FAMAS. This is done. After going 4-0 up, Spirit Academy are able to win 1 round. And Betera just stomp their foot. Send Spirit Academy to the grave. What a map recovery. Betera, a stomp on their opponent's pick.
I'm not even sure where to start dissecting that, right? It is a very poor showing from the pieces that we generally expect to be at the top. Highest rated player for the side of Spirit Academy, nowhere to be found. Makujin gone. Robo, nowhere near the top. He's at the bottom with 5 kills. And you look at the right side of that scoreboard we just saw, and Masval is at the top with 19 kills. But frankly, he had tons of support. For the first half, we had Vert just balling out of control, playing an incredible game, and frankly speaking, it was just a complete wash-up. Like, there was nothing but that Betera was doing that was effectively countered by Spirit Academy. They were the better team here. They've outdone Spirit on their map pick, and I genuinely, after seeing this performance, don't see a way where Spirit Academy can now have the cojones to come up and then pull themselves up by their bootstraps and beat Betera on a map that they religiously play. Like, Betera have played. I'm trying to get a look here. It's like they've played like 39 times in the past 3 months, and then they've also won it most of the time, like 72% win rate. They won against some really great opponents. So, Josh, this isn't looking good. But before I end my tangent, I will say, last time they went up against each other on Dust 2, Spirit Academy won 31-28.
Well, wasn't quite the time before that, but yeah, I for the content, I'm down for I don't even know how many overtimes that is. What, 6, 7, I think? Yeah, fine, but yeah, Spirit Academy, a team that, bearing in, like, considering their playstyle and whatnot, you'd expect them to be a good Dust 2 team. They've actually really struggled with it recently. So I'm really not sure if this one's going to go their way. I actually don't think it will, especially recently. But we'll have to wait and see. We're going to go to a short 10-minute break, folks. When we return, we'll be back with that second map of the
That was a very decisive showing from Betera. That was one of the most devastating games we've seen being played against Spirit Academy, and I think we're starting to get to the point where some of these wins are looking convincing enough to show us exactly who should be going into the semifinals and the finals from here on out. We're going to be jumping into the deep end of things straight up as we go into the pistol round. Cynics tagged up heavily, and Betera, no, they have a golden opportunity, the golden goose that is Dust2, to close things soon in a 2-0 fashion.
I don't want to jump the gun, but, you know, a Betera Betboom semi-finals would kind of slap. Spirit Academy have got to do everything they can to try and prevent that here. Robo with a good kill. Karose follows up as well. The trades are there. The B site open for business. Fast flank. Curiaso denies the Glock from pressing up any further. And rather than Masval sending it into the site and sort of playing the leverage with the bomb, he wants to go back and trade it out so it goes into a 1v1. But he actually runs into both of them and then gets eliminated. First on the board for Spirit Academy. Very interesting force from Betera. Despite not finding the bomb plant, they say, let's have a crack. And, well, best of luck to them, I guess. 3 Tech 9s, a Mac 10, and a Scout. And there is another one on the other side of Curiasu to contend with.
Academy, they've shown us that they're capable of going toe-in-toe with Betera, but like you mentioned, the last time they did actually play against each other, Betera was able to take it in a 13-7 fashion. Before that was when it was actually contentious, 31-28. Maybe Spirit Academy can keep that going, right? You get a loss, you get a win, you get a loss, you get a win. You know, like, when I say stuff like that, you know I'm starting to get superstitious. Like, then it just goes from the realm of sports analysis to just religiosity.
Yeah, so just
the
liking...
gonna need a prayer.
Oh, and also liking pretty patterns. The green, the red, the green, the red. This one's got to be green. The Spirit Academy. A bomb plant here would actually do Betera some favours, but they know that the second they try and commit to it, they're going to get overrun, so... have to try and sort of cull the herd a little bit, trim the hedges, and they just can't. Spirit Academy make it too. Betera actually have very little success with that force buy. Now have to drop down to an eco. So round number 3 should come easy. Should be a bit of a freebie here for the Spirit Academy. I'll jump right into it.
Wow, that's some good shooting from Sypho. Making sure that things don't get complicated, but there's still a deagle in play, so you can't stop biting your fingernails until that's out of play. I expected to fold and die here, frankly. I'd like to remind you, even Ancient started off with things being all hunky-dory, rainbows and roses for Spirit Academy, but then once Betera got into the groove of things, that's when they started really fighting back, and since then they gave up like 1 round after the initial 4-round streak from Spirit Academy. So Betera, I should be able to get back into the swing of things in just a moment, but they do have to wait for Masval to get back on the server. That to go into Windows to turn his sensitivity up to 11. What if he's just missing. What if he's just a really emotional guy and he thought the settings were like a questionnaire and it said sensitivity question mark and he just turned it up to the max? It's like, yeah, I'm a pretty sensitive guy. And he just stuck to it.
And he gets into game and he's like, whoa. Yeah, he gets used to it.
He gets flashed. Tear rolls down his eyes. It's like, why do you guys do that? Why aren't you letting me play? Let me fight back. And then the conspiracy is that he has a 1.23 rating because no one has the heart to flash him.
No, that's hard to flash him or shoot him.
Yeah.
He's a high sensitivity player.
Like imagine
Get
you're playing a
sad.
1v like imagine you're playing a 1v1 against like an actual baby that just starts crying if you beat them. It would never lose a major.
Yeah, for real. It's gonna be really harsh and just throw some random player under the bus, but no.
Yeah.
Can't be done. Okay, well, much better here out of the Betera buy round. Remember, we saw Spirit Academy go 4-0 up on Ancient before Betera were able to find their groove. And then when they did, they didn't do a whole lot of losing after that, did they? Not sure history will repeat itself to that same degree, but... now they've got the big guns out, they look a whole lot better.
This is where the trouble starts.
I think so. I think so. But, we'll see, I guess. Round number 5, Spirit Academy, having saved a couple of weapons, are able to fully reinvest. No trouble here at all. Curioso's got that up, the rest with the rifles. Even Korose rocking that AK-47. Gotta make sure they give us a little bit more than what happened in the last round. Breeze on into number 5. And the angle, Korose getting very aggressive. Oh, wow, a shot. You get a second here as well. It's okay, it's insta-traded by Makujin. He's done well there to come and help out.
Betera are in a pretty awkward spot where the only real control they have is towards tunnels. So now, trying to reclaim the space. Into middle we go. Mokujin has to back off forcefully. As they start to concede space, Betera are going to start progression. Molly and smoke combo in middle starts to take all that space back. Bomb needs to be collected, and maybe it starts going all the way back to B. They feigned presence on A. They've at least gotten a preliminary check done. But it's 2 for 2 regardless of what bomb site you decide to go to. At least with B, it's a tad bit easier to defend when you're fewer numbers, so that's a tiny advantage. Cross all the way from the back of B. They need to find a good timing, and I think they might be able to because the backside player is momentarily checking both window and tunnels. Here it comes. Nade goes a little bit far. There's a player to the left. Peak out is good. And Robo, as soon as he chimes in, will be making quick work with the rest of Betera. So Spirit Academy doing well to defend on Dust 2.
Yeah, okay. You know, you said before, is this going to be the start of trouble? And I really did think it would be, but great response out of Spirit Academy. They come right back with the buy and take it quite comfortably as well. So that money was starting to build up that little bit again. HE just going to be used to give them a bit of cover to cross, but not wanting to deploy the smoke. On the other side of things, Betera still with enough cash to have another go. That's fell down to a Galil. Other than that, pretty much got all the bells and whistles. Rocking with the Kevlar and helmets. Curioso. The short angle with the orb as Masfel's just clearing out lower tunnels. Make sure no one's lingering. Gonna get cheeky. Quite firmly have space of mid tunnels. Comfortable control. Curioso has arrived at doors with the orb, but does he get a sight line here?
A site is what they're trying to look for, but Mokujin has already gotten a preliminary kill before Betera have found any space. And look at this, dude. The timer's already starting to tick down. It's a little awkward from Curioso, whose opping prowess is quite tested. But elsewhere, they won't buckle, which is why that op issue doesn't become a real problem. 10 seconds. Kenzie trying to run to his death. And that is a gift that will be given to him by Robo. So, already a much better performance from some of the pieces that were buckling prior, Josh. And it's Mokujin 7-1. It's Robo 8-2. They've already superseded the kills of the last game.
Soon to supersede the round count of that last game as well. I mean, sounds a bit toxic. It doesn't take much, right? But it's nice to see them sort of coming into a new element here. One that's a little bit unexpected too, because this is Betera's map pick, and it's one that they're historically very good on.
I'm waiting for that one blip, Josh. The bump in the road that turns things around. This one should be a pretty easy cleanup, though. Beat. Mackenzie's playing with his Glock. 6-1 though. Gosh, we're finally creeping up to a scoreline that resembles your height.
Oh my god. I'm not that tall. I'm 6. I'm a flat 6.
No, you're not.
I am.
Do you have tippy toes?
I have to wait. You want to know
Can you
my
balance
max
on them?
height? If I put my arms up in the air, I'm a giant.
I'm probably not very tall even with my arms up, frankly.
Short arms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty long arms, actually.
T-Rex man.
It just doesn't matter how long an ant's arms are. It will still be the size.
For real. That's philosophy.
Probably thinking of like 4 feet 9 inches, like 5'7" and some change, 8 on a good day, a couple spine stretches, 9 speaking to girls, 5'10" if I'm lying on an application. So basically 6 foot.
Yeah. 6'2" if you do your hair all crazy.
Why do you think I have basically an afro?
Yeah, it definitely gives you like another 4 inches, right? Yeah, so jumps up on top of the box, sees like an elbow poke around the corner, but doesn't pull the trigger. He's just gonna try and bait him in. They've got a little bit of a trap here with 2 in CT spamming through the smokes, but they don't have a sight line, so as the AWP drops off, they are just gonna play for the retake. They'll do so with a map disadvantage, knowing there's a pincer coming in from long. This is chaos. Wants the traitor there, Tenzi. It's kind of miles away from the action. They won't necessarily expect him to come up from CT. The timer continues to tick, and he doesn't emerge from elsewhere. They'll realise, yeah, this is a possibility. There you go. Cypher will get a 4K. Spirit Academy, they didn't have a lot of business winning that round, but that long pincer did them a lot of favours.
What is it that we're seeing from the individuals of Betera? Like, we had Kuros and Curioso under the microscope, and sure, for good reason based on past performances and maybe in the previous game as well, but height, the man that's always helping Betera shine on Dust 2, 3 kills. Tenzi, 2 kills. Vert, the man that was topping the scoreboard from the majority of the previous map, 1 for 7 deaths. Everybody's absent. You can't even blame an individual.
For realsies. But yeah, it's a good point. Now, you still feel very similar to Ancient, that, as you said in the round prior, at some point they're going to wake up. Yeah, at some point they're going to find that form again. They're going to start to bring it back like they did on map 1. But we are getting into the realm of this already being a very good half for Spirit Academy, even if that little wake-up call happens now. It's a great nade, does a lot of damage, but Betera do still have the man advantage. Now, that didn't change anything in the round prior. They still weren't able to get it done. Cynics had the right idea that one was coming in from lower tunnel, but can't win the fight, nor can anybody. As Height's the last one standing. Can't connect the header. Robo, just a body shot for 42. It's 8-1. Yeah, Spirit Academy, you know, yeah, even if they do start to drop off in performance a little bit, they have got such a huge margin here. Robo's going 12-3. This is impressive stuff.
This is a dominant enough CT side already where Betera might just have to fork over map 2 entirely, just skip it over. Like, this is supposed to be their bread and butter, and this is a team that came into the game with the confidence of being the favorite, the confidence of having now beaten your opponent on their map pick. Where has all of this gone? This is also helping some of the newer guns bring in some of their composure. Curioso gets away with a very nice shot. You can see the signs of desperation kick in for Betera. Anything that they're trying to do, they're trying to make something stick to the wall, but nothing has so far. Solitary round, headlines, the chances of success for Betera, but Vert is going to give himself an honest crack at this particular round. 30 points of health to his name. If he can get the bomb down and get the first kill without being stuck, we can keep it going. Both tunnels. I think he's going to start to double down after this last clear. I think he knows they're coming from tunnels. He does need to take a gamble. You cannot overcook this. Sight. Spotted an elbow. Now he's just trying to clothesline them as they come in. First headshot connected. So little HP, but if you can just hit the headshot, that is all it's going to take. But Mokujin won't allow it. He also leaves himself a little pocket. You can go for the defusal immediately. Spirit keep the engine going.
Yeah, we're definitely at that point now, aren't we? This is too many rounds. This is too late to wake up and warm into the game. Jeez, 9-1. It seemingly just sort of comes out of nowhere. Tactical pause from Betera to fix what's going wrong, I guess, but you know, they have to. No excuses. Next 2 rounds need to go their way. Even then, it'd be 9-3. The pistol round becomes a must, and even then, it's a stretch, right? We'll see.
I believe the Spirit Academy are playing such a calm game after what should have been chaos for them. Curioso, his mettle finally tested, but not without Mokujin there to help out. Tapping away from Carr. He's found 2 heads, dropping into CT. Cynics might be able to double it up, and Hyde brings it to just the 1 member. Sypho, one of the core members of Spirit Academy, up against Height, who has been largely inactive in this round. Creeping up. Oh, Height's head spotted, and that's it. Spirit Academy, double digits with a single mark on the tally for Betera, Josh.
Just ridiculous. And a couple of rounds now that have come down to 1 versus 1s. It just makes you scratch your head. How? Why? Fumble after fumble here from Betera. 12. May mean 11 here for Spirit Academy. There's really not too much to work with out of Betera. They've got Galils, but not much util behind it. Height and Cynics with AKs. What a bizarre map this has been. Last play into the B site. Yeah, they just get stomped. Wow.
I'm not even sure what to say about this half. I don't think we've seen Betera ever pressured to this degree on their map pick. Like, I also really love the fact that Spirit Academy didn't just take the fights as they came. No, they proactively played so many of these rounds where Mokujin is getting super aggressive on long. The times they've gotten aggressive on middle, Mokujin's been the second piece of the prong that allows them to fight anyone that's playing on the left side of top middle. Get into tunnels, they get into short. Like, I appreciate how mobile their CT side was. But Betera, I think they already know that they fumbled this game. Gotta play for bonus points now. Betera trying to make this pistol round work. Tenzi, 2 kills with the 2 pistols, 1 for each unit. But in the meantime, Spirit Academy have made their way to long. It is height that awaits.
An advantage. I mean, what does this really mean if they win the pistol round, you know? I don't see a world that they pull this game back, however. You know, it's a step in the right direction. And if anything, it will sort of get the blood pumping a little bit for the next map. And I think that that's important. Assuming that we kind of concede to the fact that the next map is an inevitability, then yeah, you can start to sort of just take an approach to this that says, let's just give it our best. If we can take sort of 6, 7, 8 rounds, then it feels like less of a stomp. You sort of warm up a little bit before getting into train. Now, train's a little bit of a worrying one because it is a map that actually Spirit Academy have had some decent success on recently, but wait and see. Hey, cheat. Big hefty. Gonna try and run through, but yeah, that's a field day. Easy stuff.
The problem is, even if you are getting a couple of easy rounds here or there, there's just this massive obelisk of rounds right in front of you. Mountains over you, towers over anything you can do immediately. Betera can't even start to feel like they have a chance until they get to the 6-7 round mark.
Even then, to be honest, you know, you're talking 6, 7 round mark, but you're still trailing by 4 at that point. I don't know. I'm pessimistic at the moment, but we'll see. Just up against the eco here will be a breeze. In the next buy round, they go to 6. They win one after that. They go to 8. All right. Then we can start talking. Shot for us sake.
Sometimes I view eco rounds like this one as like the back rooms of Counter-Strike rounds.
Yeah. That MP9
away.
Avert right now needs to be prioritizing just going and grabbing that M4 that's been dropped. Or was it? Has it already been picked up? I didn't think it had.
So,
Oh, okay.
What is Kuros's camera position? We're just seeing a worse version of his POV.
Yeah, it's really strange. It's like a little
Looking
guy
up
on the
at
desk.
it. Yeah. POV, you're a hamster.
Yep.
Russian household.
Ross's hamster. Yep, this is the must-win round. Ooh, missed shot from Curiaso. That kind of looked like it was on the money. Missed by a whisker. Cynic starts to spam through. No one's on the other side, though. They've all pulled away. And yeah, when you say these rounds are kind of like the back rooms of Counter-Strike, you're absolutely right. It just feels like nothing rounds, doesn't it? It's must-wins for Betera to then make this game interesting again. If they don't, then, you know, it's game over. But any kind of momentum here is sort of discounted by the fact that they're just so far behind. Feels like you can just sort of switch off for 5 or so rounds and then we can start to get excited if they actually do what's needed. Cynic's very quick. That's fast reactions. Difficult to fall asleep on an angle like that. Very easy to fall asleep on an angle like that. He makes sure that he doesn't. Yeah, look at that AK. It's like a house right there.
Yeah, you should try playing on the Dubai server sometimes.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that.
Yeah. Genuinely, people just out here with like a 600k AK running around. Over elite. Robo. Opening kill found, but Betera are actually doing quite well to keep these players on their toes. Invert will catch. Robo going for the cross. And the fact that they have a snake in the grass already, Cynics over towards long. When they start prioritizing getting on that ramp position to avoid the short players, that's when Cynics can activate. But no, Curioso gets a bit of a head start and makes things a lot more digestible. Mokujin and Curioso, who were previously holding long on the CT side, will now be doing it in reverse. Nade is well timed. Curioso catches one as he flies on through, and Tenzi knows that this is a bit of a lost cause. Inching closer, now starting to run, but Mokujin doesn't even let his Opper die. Spirit Academy, I think they've done it.
Yeah, that's a really, really nice little recovery at the end there from that dynamic duo. Mokujin, Curiaso. Lock in. And other pieces have kind of woken up a little bit now, you know. Robo had like a crazy start. He went 12-3. Since then, he's gone quiet, but other players have gotten loud. Oh, doesn't quite connect. Very nearly, though. Goes for the shot on the boost. Jumps across. There is an AWP on the other side of things. It's in Height's hands, but he's not pressing for any kind of early mid-fight. He's actually over towards the A site. When he comes in, he was walking for a sight line into short. Doesn't end up with it. And yeah, just little kind of early prods. Little bits of pressure around the map. Still a 5v5.
Oh, Mokujin spotted by Height. Able to get a quick pick off. In the meantime, Robo's trying to be a problem over in CT spawn. He's already tucked himself into the right-hand side corner, but this smoke has become very common at this tier of play, so I'm sure they're going to check for him. Spirit. I'm not really sure what Spirit are doing, frankly, because they've wasted so much time, like, taking control mid, then going back towards B. And with Robo's position, I really thought that they would just straight up go to B and then let Robo take care of anyone who's rotating, but I guess that can also be done in reverse. But that's just extra steps and more time being spent to go to a more stacked bomb site. Please look behind you. Robo, you're missing a big opportunity here, my friend. Or maybe, is it trigger discipline? Are they waiting for him to find a kill? No, he doesn't even get anything. That is a disaster for Robo.
Man. I mean, he would have been cooking if it was trigger discipline, but surviving after time as well is actually going to kind of force the rest of the boys to go into some kind of buy here, maybe. I mean, Karose and Curioso actually keep a bit of money, so they have got options, but what a disaster of a round, and Robo knows that that was a fumble. It's probably not going to matter.
Sometimes we just take the L's on the chin.
Yeah, that's one of those. It's one of those rounds. Naliko around the 2 save weapons either way.
What people don't realize is that too much discipline is procrastination, and that applies to trigger discipline.
That's a really interesting way of putting it, but yeah, you're right. I've never heard it that way before.
Made it up. I'm wise like that.
This guy's cooking. Fire on the page. Alright, well. An advantage for Betera. Round like this, you know, it's kind of whatever. As I say, it's an eco with 2 save weapons from the last. Jiggle. Vert takes contact with the AWP. Says, I'm getting out of here. Does not want to touch it. Robo starts to walk forward. That first point of contact with the Glock. Makujin looking for the fight and short as well. There you go. Finds it. That's height down.
Too bad. Vert sticks around to the bomb site. And you know what? With how well Betera are playing their CT side, I actually feel a little bad for them that they don't get anything done on the first half. Like, sure, yes, like Spirit Academy, you know, they did incredibly well. They played a great game, but it was a little uncharacteristic of Betera as well to just have such a horrendous game in the first half. So we could have totally seen a different outcome. But so far, so good for Spirit Academy still. And they know that 6 chances to close is also the open opportunity to get humiliated if you don't close it out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, all the pressure is... actually, I don't know. I was going to say all the pressure is still on Betera here, but it kind of isn't, because they're a map ahead in the series. And even though, you know, there's maybe slight cause for concern here, you do need to be a little bit worried. Yeah, Spirit Academy are kind of the ones with the weights around their neck right now, aren't they? They lost their map pick of Ancient. Train is the decider. They haven't quite finished the job here on Dust 2 yet, and they need to make sure they don't fumble it. They actually haven't had a very good T side so far, and they're just leaning on the crutch of that 11-1 first half, which was pretty bonkers, don't get me wrong, but yeah, there is still work to be done. Scary.
Single flaw. A single chink in the armor. Crumble, Betera. Spirit know this.
Kujin. Oh. Yeah. Always going to be punished for that. The rifle out, he had the advantage against the AWP on an angle that close, but the second he gets the molly, starts making noise, you know, height. see that as an opportunity and try and take it. This is the gun round. I broke it down into gun rounds a little bit earlier on. Said how few of them there really were before this one sort of starts to get close. And we're in the round where there are kind of 3 full-buy rounds. There are only 3 full-buy rounds. The Spirit Academy that separate them from Betera here. Now, as they start to build up the loss bonus and assuming that they're able to sort of keep players alive and whatnot, maybe there's a little bit more than that. Maybe you get 1 or 2 extra thrown in there with Galils or something, but certainly can happen. 25 seconds. I'm not really sure what the plan is here for Spirit Academy. I think they're going to go for a last second B pop, but with the setup that's in place, I'd be very surprised if this works.
Oof. Yeah, good for 2, and Sypho is left on an island. At least he's able to get the bomb down, though, before the retake even starts. Flashbang is good to keep them at bay for just a moment. Peeking into the AWP, tagged up heavily, and a stray bullet will be good enough to take it out. So, Betera have done well to keep the train chugging along, and at least the scoreline looks a lot better when you're looking back at it compared to an 11-1.
I actually really don't like Vert's angle there. It was really strange the way he's sort of gone about playing with his teammate there on the side. They had a crossfire towards tunnels. Then he started worrying about doors, which is fine. Yeah, you know, there's 20 seconds. In fact, it was less than that. It was 15 seconds on the clock. Absolutely plausible that they could try and go for a split. There was no one holding doors, like mid doors, I mean. But he was in the open, playing like a wild off angle on it. And it actually meant that when when the tunnels players started to push out, they got to shoot him in the back first, right? There wasn't even like Tenzi could... There was no sort of crossfire. There was no support there from Tenzi. He just had to trade it. And for me, there's no reason why Vert can't just achieve the same angle, but go and sit car. And then he's got a bit of cover, and then when Tenzi dies, Vert's still alive, you know? So he's actually very lucky that Tenzi gets 2 there, because if Tenzi goes down without much of a fight, if he goes 1 for 1 or doesn't get anything, then that either becomes a 3v3 or a 3v2 and a B-site retake. That's always tricky. He does hold his nerve. Gets it over the line. 12-7 should become 8, as this is just going to be one of those sort of shaky half fires out of Spirit Academy. It's a task in itself to sort of consistently close these ones out as the team on the front foot, i.e. Betera in this case, but they come. They're actually going to waterfall into CT as well. Oh, this is awkward. Oh, no height. Gets overrun.
Molly delays that retake. Please don't let it be Tech 9s and a couple of Galils that ends Betera's journey into it. They're all playing close to the smoke. These duels can't come in any sooner. The rifles start popping. Kuros is going to go down. They still need to find one more, and they should be able to get on the bomb in time. So this is still very much a fight that is on, Josh. And now 4 rounds doesn't seem too towering, doesn't it? That obelisk that I previously talked about slowly starting to crumble despite the foundation, the bricks that Spirit had laid.
Masvel, the hero that comes and saves him there in that round as well, right? Went from rock bottom on the scoreboard, 8-14, to shooting up towards the top with the big boys. He is normally one of the big boys. He's normally the biggest boy. The highest rating. Sun at the top of the scoreboard. Big opening from height. It's another one of the buy rounds for Spirit Academy. They lose this, and 10 starts looming. It's a great start from the AWP of height, but Cynics overdoes it a little bit, gets aggressive, traded back by Robo. Will be information that there's still one there towards the long tunnels, but just to be careful. Makujin's Molly does a lot of damage. Height, Jesus, really takes a lot of damage. Struggled to get out of there. He will still get the kill.
Oh, dude, this utility being exchanged is actually so high level. Like, everyone's striking everything. slowly being coaxed away from the angle, and he's going to be spotted top mid. That is such a great sequence from Betera. If there's anyone mid, low mid rather, coax him into top, collected with the AWP, Robbo, that's a great shot. And it is back in the court of Spirit Academy. Inches away from closing it out, but they've just been fumbling a little too much. And now with Masval getting another kill, Kuros, the young gun on the squad, has an AK-47 and a dream. To push Spirit Academy into map 3 would be a way to make a name for yourself, get some bragging rights, get a couple of pats in the back from the young veterans around you. Coming in from short, Kuros, does he hit the first shot? That's a beautiful connection there, but he doesn't expect the second player from short. Of course he doesn't, because Masval previously showed himself on long. And Betera, this is the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, felt foolish to kind of go one by one through the smoke like that, but you're right. Not expected at all from Kurose that Masval would be there on short, given the fact that only a few moments ago he was spotted on long, took that duel. Just really, fast decision-making and smart decision-making from Masval, that once he takes that contact to just run all the way back. To be honest, in hindsight, it also would have worked if he'd just walked up long and then they crunch on both sides together, but doesn't matter how they get it done, just that they win the round. Height had a massive 3K, Masval for 2. Team D is a little bit awkward, but it shouldn't matter. They will stomp down. 4 kills and a bomb plant in the last. This isn't a half buy. This is a full investment out of Spirit Academy. It's still not going all too well for them.
(11-1) finish, and we're about to see double digits from Betera. Who would have thunk it?
I wouldn't have thunk it.
Betera would have also not thunked, yeah.
Oh, we're getting real fancy now. I wasn't sure the first time, but I'm now definitely certain that thunketh isn't a word. I don't even need to get the dictionary out for that one. So I fuck. Ollie into Goose. I'm not sure that's going to spread. Oh, it does. Oh, it really spreads. It's going to force Tenzi out. It's going to take him.
No.
5v3 into evens. Vert's
Not
looking
like
for the
this.
timing, and he hits the dink. They're all really low, so this feels very doable. They still need to hit their shots. HG comes at a perfect time. It's a good trade.
I can't believe this goes from a 5v3 to a favorable 2v2. Betera, had they gotten past this round, it would be checker flag right next to them. Here it comes. Smoke's about to fade. Typhoon needs to pull the trigger, and it's a disastrous way for Betera to go. They had it all wrapped around their pinky finger. Overtime was in the cards to pull off a comeback against a Goliath 11-1. But here it ends. It's a clutch in a 3v5 fashion. In the blink of an eye, some kills popped up on the scoreboard, on the kill feed, populated with the names of Betera on the right side, unfortunately. And here's your MVP, Sypho, who was a little bit inactive yesterday, but has been a powerhouse in letting them get to map number 3. And this is where it really becomes a big question mark for me, because it was so convincing at the outset from Betera on map 1, on Spirit Academy's map pick, that I frankly didn't even think that Spirit Academy would be able to have a close game in the second one. But not only do they have an 11-1 start, they also allow enough of a comeback where now I don't even feel decisive in their favor. Now it's up in the air. Who's winning map 3, Josh? Come on, call it now.
I'm going to say Betera still. I think they heated up quite nicely at the end of that last map, but Yeah, just insane that they had a 1 to 11 seaside. Neither team here could seem to play their attack at all on Dust 2, which is bizarre because it's not some super CT sided map. It's not like we just watched Nuke or Overpass or something and you can say, well, it's not that CT sided, but to be fair, it is CT sided. So, yeah, really, really strange stuff. But as I say, that little resurgence, that little warm up towards the end, um, yeah, I think that's going to make them feel a little bit better about Train. If they can win the knife round, get off to that CT start, I guess, is what they'll be looking for, then absolutely, they might still be able to get this done.
Yeah, I think Train's going to be a really fun one to watch as well. I think both teams have some question marks there. Spirit Academy, they've played quite well on it in the past, but they haven't been able to play too many times. So, and also their choice of opponents has been quite diverse and maybe not in the best of ways. And for Betera, I think although they've been adopting it into the pool quite well, they've also had mixed results. So going into this, we're kind of going into it blind. Is Betera going to be able to power through after the resurgence they had in Map 2, or is Spirit Academy going to take that momentum, going to take that high, and take themselves into the semifinals despite the addition of two new guns? the first map, but then I think they've more than made up for it with what they did on the CT side of that second map. 11-1 is a devastating way to start, and I think Betera recovered from it decently enough that this should be a very up-in-the-air map 3. Train is where it's at. Spirit Academy getting the luxury of the CT side, and Betera wanted to take it to B. Curioso, the young gun already taken out by a flying Glock. Kuros in the back sight. Doesn't get anything for his troubles, but it's Sypho that is picking up the slack. For the players that haven't stepped up, 2 kills, 3v3, as the retake starts in advance. And it's already Robo with the dualies, up close and personal, Cynic's down, and it's not going to be an easy defense here, Josh.
Yeah, this gets tough. Type pops another head. He's in such an awkward position to deal with, right? And as he jiggles out and takes another, it's like, you want to just focus on the site. You want to just get on this defuse, but with neither on a kit, you do have to kind of try and flush out high, and he's just not going to let you. It's tapped again. Little jiggle. Confirmation Robo's not on it. Enough times passed that he doesn't have to worry about dying. Whilst Robo will survive with the Jewelies in Kevlar, it's not really going to mean much. It's Betera out of the gates hot with the first round on the board. And a good start here to Train.
I mean, what could have Sypho done more to try and secure that there? Hold on to the side for long enough. Gave them an avenue to come in. The 3v2 falters. And this time, it should be the red carpet being rolled out. Betera takes some of the momentum that they built in map 2 right onto the third. Although it was kind of a fumble that got us to this point, honestly, I think overtime was pretty much in the cards if that clutch from Spirit Academy doesn't come in. Betera, they've done well to not lose their mental fortitude. That's not bad damage either.
Oh.
What? That is the Russian space program.
God. He actually went out of the map. He went over the train. Oh, we've got to see it again.
We get to see it. That was so funny.
Please.
It's not gonna happen again. Oh. He did a front flip. Love it. Source Engine is basically just Gary's mod. They should just make CS3 and Gary's mod. Like, not even the engine, just like Gary's
Just
mod itself.
Gary's mod. Just, yeah, you
In
have
Gary's
to
mod. Like,
Gary's mod.
Yeah, Gary's mod. Yeah. No. You have to open the workshop to play.
Yeah.
I was too poor for good internet to download assets, so I played Gary's mod with error signs everywhere.
That's kind of gamer. Saw a thing the other day. It was like, yeah, but are you this old? It was like the old like Windows download time, and it just said like estimated time of finish.
Yeah.
It's like 35 years. Yeah, I'm that old. Yeah.
Sometimes people will post something like, "But are you this old?" and it's just like a video of Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, and I'm like, dude, stop making me feel even older than you initially intended on making me feel. There though with a single kill towards B. 35 seconds, so they do need to get a move on. They've actually done really well to bring all of the Spirit Academy players into A. That is a good job done. Like, with the final 30 seconds, when you start poking your head out of Long Dog, it really sells the impression that it's an A-side push. And now that they fully committed, kind of go into a 4v4. Obviously, Train does enable retakes like this one, but if you can't get a kill soon, then it does get awkward. Here it comes, though. Flashbang to allow them to go in. And it's all about who draws first blood.
On the side itself, Spirit Academy taking their sweet time with this. They have no kits. Look, all 4 of them. Not a single defuse kit in play. Makujin has slipped through. It's sneaky stuff, but it's only good for 1. Height looking at the rifle on the floor instead of focusing on the jewel at hand. However, I think enough time has passed that with no kits, this one's impossible anyway. Tenzi will go down, but Betera didn't even really need to do anything, did they? That was just like almost a gimme.
Yeah, they played it a little bit slow. I really do appreciate that when Mokujin's on the side, he tries to play a tiny moment of trigger discipline there, but he doesn't really get anything off of it. If he's able to get that second kill immediately, then I think the fight is still on. But Spirit Academy feeling a bit lost. The money's going to not really be down in the dumps yet, but it's close enough to it that you've got to be a bit careful. Funny thing is that these rounds have come close enough with the fights being as hard fought as they are. Betera themselves, it's not like they're getting to build any money either, so it is a clash for cash. Spirit Academy, more importantly, dip into the last bit of their wealth. Pressure is less on Betera to manufacture round victories. B-side, 5 to 6 rounds, good enough. Already halfway there.
Yeah, definitely a bit of pressure sort of starting to come off of Betera here just because they get that T-start. Run boost across. Curiaso does see the foot, doesn't bother pulling the trigger. That's not a fight he can win, but... Number 4 would be a big one. Sypho down to the MP9. The rest on the 4-buy, however. Makujin re-smokes Ivy. That's going to cut off one of the prongs, but it's not going to matter for much if Masvol takes both here. It'd be heaven. It is only the single. A bit of damage exchange here in Ivy. This is actually a very slow round and a bit of a bizarre one. Robo continues to aggress and he's punished for it.
Not even starting to commit to B, and instead it's going to be A. And since Tenzi's immediately able to find the first kill, they should be able to draw in the rotations because they have an advanced warning. Nade is really good. Curiouso on the angle isn't going to miss, but Height has a chance at a 1v2. Swing out 30 seconds, so it means that the pressure is on Height to start inching in closer. Doesn't want to give them an opportunity. And with the bomb having been collected, now he can just quickly go to B. First fight will await him. Gonna drop the smoke. There it is. He's ready. Just saw the elbow poke out of the angle, and he's gonna have to allow the first player to creep in close. These two duels, an attempt to isolate them is possible, but it's not going to be easy. Kuros just has the right idea, and a couple of shots to the side of the head will clean things up, and net Spirit Academy there for.
A little bit better from Spirit Academy, and honestly, just a little bit sort of disjointed from Betera. It really felt like, you know, there was no real game plan into that round until right at the end where it was like, okay, right, well, let's just group up and go B. But yeah, you had like Masvel solo in the Brown Halls taking aggressive duels on B Heaven, but there was no one there to support him or trade him. You had two just kind of being toyed with in Ivy, just continuously smoked off and spamming. Yeah, it was actually a really weird round from Betera, and it is going to break them economically losing it, so league go here. Minimum loss bonus as well, so 2k isn't actually going to be enough to really properly buy into the next round, but I mean, it'll be better than whatever they were going to be able to afford here, so it as it is, but I guess the mission is try and see if they can get that bomb planted.
Okay. With a couple of initial kills. Oh, wow. They end up wasting 2 mags in between players. The nade is really good, but it won't disincentivize them from getting this bomb down. Smokogen shouldn't have any trouble cleaning this final kill up as they start moving into the site. I can go for a couple of pot shots, but the outcome will be the same. Two kills found and a bomb plant with Glocks. I don't hate it.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty successful eco round, isn't it? To get 2 kills on a bomb plant, you take that every day of the week. Spirit Academy are now snapping at their heels, though. If the guns come back out, there will be a little bit of extra money. You know, as I said before, with the loss bonus, they actually wouldn't have been able to properly afford here if it wasn't for getting that bomb down. So, yeah, it does do them some favours. Going into number 6. They want to maintain this lead. They need to win it. Otherwise, it will tie up. Spirit Academy will be able to take the next just up against Pistols. HG, blow the smoke open. Robo wants to go for an aggressive fight. He's actually going to push right through it. Orc boosting over. Great nade. Oh, my God. Wow, that is relentless. Height lucky to be alive. What a start from Spirit Academy.
It's of the essence that the CT side is clean. You can't do much about a botch pistol round and conversions, but nip at what you can. Good timing on the nade will catch Bert. The nade thrown in a way that is supposed to catch anyone that's trying to line up for utility for a B-side pop, so it does suggest that Spirit Academy are anticipating something towards B, especially with that smoke. The smoke has been dropped over. Going to give those remaining 2 members a little bit more comfort. Seconds. This is where the commitment happens.
Makujip. Great start. That's Cynic's down. Vert. And he there with the single as Height's going to follow up. Big shot with the Orc, but Robo's there from behind. It all falls onto the shoulders of Mansfeld. Can't connect the transfer. And that is going to tie things up at 3 apiece. And as I said before, likely be the end of the lead here for Betera, as they will just be back down to pistols. And should be Spirit Academy good for a 4th.
A moment to slip past ahead, the mold of one-sided games being broken. Seen 2 one-sided games so far. Although Betera was able to come back a little bit on the second, I think the outcome was always certain. On height, moments away from walking the plank, and this is where things should start to heat up a bit for Spirit Academy on the defense.
That's foul. Ooh. Not quite squeeze it. Just falls onto Height to try and inflict a bit of damage here. It's only been the single kill in the round. If he gets the timing, it should be free. No. Ay, ay, ay. Only the 1 in the round. It's okay. It's an eco. Low expectations, whatever, right? But time to lock back in. This was such a great start with the pistol and the follow-ups. Now they're looking absent, slow. Indecisive. For the run boost again. York is not on the angle, but he is there.
Cynics with 2 found. This throws a pretty big wrench in the works for them, but the recovery from Robo and Curioso is what has enabled the rest of Spirit Academy. Unexpected, Flash is good, Robo reacts, and I don't know, one on 3. We've seen him pull off some pretty crazy shenanigans before, but this time, he's walking into the laser beam that awaits. So, Spirit Academy still far ahead. Betera still limping with the few rounds that they were able to establish on the outset of the game.
Yeah, it's a little bit concerning, isn't it? And it's going to justify a tactical pause here because Cynics gave him a really good opportunity. You know, 2 big entries out of Ivy and actually a momentary man advantage. Everybody else just crumbled. We've seen very little success out of these rounds, and frankly, even the 3rd round that they were able to win, if you remember back, it was the B site, and it was purely down to the fact that Spirit Academy didn't have a single defuse kit on their buy round for some reason. Betera weren't really winning their aim duels, they weren't really winning their fights, it was all looking very scrappy, and they were just sort of saved by the bell, so they do need to have a little think and have a little talk about this. They've gone down to the half buy, it'll be the full investment in the next. They can inflict some damage here, get a plant, something of the sort. They'll be reasonably happy, but didn't even come close. They're just blasted. Smoke to try and separate them, but Height's already taken a load of damage through it. In fact, he'll be killed. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Single kill is what they get for their troubles, and now Spirit are at the point where I wouldn't say they're playing for bonus rounds just yet. You'd love to be in their shoes. Confidence, rounds, money. All the boxes of a good CT side have been ticked. And this is where you start to wonder, what would have the outcome been had Betera not gotten that early advantage? I think we could have seen something very similar to Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to remember, Train's a CT-sided map, and Betera on their CT side were so much better on Dust 2. So, you know, as long as they're able to take, like, 5 here, so i.e. 2 more, I think they're in a good position still, but yeah, I do believe you're right. If they'd have lost the pistol, which did come really close, by the way, ultimately in the end boiled down to a 1v1. Time pressure on the bomb, but they have not won it. Yeah, we could really have seen a 9-0 scoreline. That's how this game has sort of looked so far. Spirit Academy undoubtedly look like the better side. Tenzi entries out. Easy kill onto the Heaven player. Kurose is so far back, he can't trade it. He's just waiting for his teammates to get into position for the retake. And there it is. 2 big kills. Man advantage. Still no bomb going down. And Masfel's taking a fight when realistically, he needs to be getting this plant down. But the jump over the top, that is kind of wild. And him, Tenzi, and Height get it done.
Even when they get a round done, it is pretty messy, right? All the duels go their way, yes, but it never really looked that convincing before the kill feed popped up.
Clearly having
That's
more
the thing
success on the B site, by the way.
Yeah, you're right. I will also say, though, that Betera, their responsibility at the moment is just to keep this tug of war going, right? Get to that 5-round mark. I think they'll be fine then. You've already talked about how they were so much better on their CT side on Dust 2, and Train enables you to do that a bit more. Don't expect it to be any other way. Molotov meant to slow down Betera. They weren't committing to the cause anyway. They show Cynics' presence. Going to drop a smoke there as well, so they have to have 2 players stationed around it just to worry about it. And in the meantime, everybody else starting to go through A main, but the read here is good. Judging by the nade from Robo, he does realize that they're starting to bring it back.
Rotate headed over to the B site. You're right. They've read this well. I don't blame Betera here. I think it's the right call for even if it's the final 2 rounds of the half to just burst into B. That's where they've been finding the entries. That's where they're able to get that plant down. It's not even come close anytime they've tried to make contact on A. Flashbang into heaven. 1 blinded, but Cynic's playing anti. Able to wipe out Cypho without too much damage going the other way. With that info and confirmation, Betera have to drop down into Long Dog and out onto the A site. Tenzi's pushed all the way up. Doesn't have the info that there's one in main, but it's traded 1 for 1. All they need to do is make sure they're able to cross here, which, yeah, they are. They do that perfectly. And the bomb will go down. It'll surely be a 5th round. Really nice and reactive here in this round to just what's going on in the calls.
This can suddenly go from a one-sided Betera losing streak on the T side to being more than a serviceable half. Quick goal found by Curioso, but it's not like there's enough time to even try and contest it. Best case scenario, save those weapons. A couple of the players are going to need drops, so got to be cautious.
Okay, so back in the driver's seat a little bit here, I think, Betera, even though they do technically still trail. Five rounds, as I said before, is enough for their T side. If they're able to convert a 6, they'll be very happy. Does that materialise? Flashes go in. Again, just leaning here in the brown halls. Yeah, it should just pop out. Throw the con smoke and just fly at him.
Yeah, they're not going to overcomplicate things, but the flashbang from Kurose is just too damn good. Cynics trying to recuperate some of those losses, but he has to run into 2 members. Mokujin set up with the laser as well.
Good molly.
Altov to bait them out into the fight, into the open, but Mokujin does not waver. Height brings it down to just 2 members. Barely sees the head and is going to fire upon it. He's worried someone's going to pounce from behind. 45 seconds, not like he has enough time to think about things. Not only does he have to do that, he also needs to go collect the bomb. Down into the lower, serve as a distraction for him to drop out of highway. The time is his biggest bane. In AWP, misses the shot, opportunity given, but Mokujin has looked oh so crispy after the start of Dust 2.
Yeah, he really has. You can see a little replay of that. That was kind of wild. For round 2, that was fun, but yeah, it's been interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. As I say, a 7-5 half, I believe, should suffice here for Betera, as long as they give us a strong enough CT side. It doesn't have to be their best, but just, you know, a CT side that follows the data, follows the numbers of what we normally see here on Train. Pistol round would be a good start. They've got to Decent little stack up on the A side, but it is going to be a fast play from Spirit Academy as they burst through Long Dog. No one's hitting their shots. Oh, no. Yeah. Tenzi, that is not good enough.
Oh, wow. All the duels going the way of Spirit Academy. This pistol round couldn't be more one-sided. Cynics. Sure, he can get some feel-good frags, but Betera have to do things the long way around. It's not going to be the linear progression into win your pistol, win your conversion, get up to even Steven, and then have an easier time on the CT side. No, absolutely not. Spirit Academy want to make sure they push Betera to their limits. I'm actually really impressed by how good Spirit Academy are at this level, even with the teething issues that some of their newer players are having. And you know what? They're really well at the moment. Like, sure, the ratings might not look that great when you're just, like, taking a leisurely scroll through HLTV. But Curioso is going 13-8. Has definitely been outmatching height in the AWP department. Part of that obviously being influenced by who was on the CT side earlier. Yeah, I can bring it back. Chris is also doing all right. Had a couple of moments where he was pressured, got a double. A couple of multis in there, that's good.
Rounds try and convert here though, and they've stacked up the wrong site, so falls onto the shoulders of Massvolt to go big with a 5-7, and he doesn't. Rotations locked away. Cynics does take one back through the smoke, but I think the call's already been made to save. Oh, wait a second. There's a second. Tenzi in for another. I think they'd already made the save, already made the call to back off here, but all of a sudden, this becomes real doable. Tenzi even makes a mistake of swap into the MAC-10, but still somehow converts. Bad timing for Sypho, gives up his position, flashes himself as 3-barrel his way. Someone just needs to get on this defuse, and Height hits a monster shot. Betera, no business in winning that, but Cynics and Tenzi have given them just a lifeline. Unreal.
Frankly, I looked away from the monitor because I was so convinced that that was it, that Spirit Academy were going to clean house, and then I look back, Betera finding heads. It's Cynics and Tenzi. Get it done. Tactical pause from Spirit Academy, and I guess this is now bringing the narrative a little closer to what we initially expected, right? Get that pistol, get the conversions. And it's often really tough to recover on the T side if you end up not getting any of the conversions, because then you're always just playing on the back foot. I guess that blow, that particular blow is softened by them getting the bomb down. I want to see if they can throw anything new into the mix. The tactical pause comes in, so Spirit have time to discuss. They know that Betera is breathing down their collar with a 2-round deficit. This is so recoverable despite Betera being mostly absent in the first half. A late half resurgence gives them the tools necessary to keep this fight hard for Spirit Academy.
Eight to 6, and no money here for Spirit Academy, even after getting the plant in that last round, and a couple of things going their way, at least initially. No justification for a buy here. It's almost definitely going to be 7. I was going to say, unless they give Betera a taste of their own medicine, but it isn't really, because it's Glocks versus, you know, what was 5.7s and armor. I don't think you can really put the two on the same page. They do get a bomb plant, however. That is going to do them some favors. Just a little bit of extra cash going into the next round. For Betera, keeping everybody alive will also do them some favors. That was nice and clean. Aside from the fact that they give up the plant, which isn't going to make a huge amount of difference. It would just mean a little bit of extra util, a couple of extra pieces come out. Yeah, 8-7. Exactly where they want to be.
And after watching 2 maps that went the way they did, I think we were itching to see both of these teams actually nip at each other in close contention. 2 one-sided games did not quench that thirst. But now it is tough. Vert Academy trying to get a little move on Vert. Oh no, he's flashed, but Tenzi's gonna support. And as he recovers through the smoke, he'll find Curioso as well. And Spirit Academy will want to hastily get into B. Mokujin sees one coming into the site. An olive branch that keeps them competitive here, but Mokujin pushes forward. Knows this is a disadvantageous position, so he needs to get an advantage back for the team. All 3 players in the same position. Mokujin now starting to creep up. Is he going to be expected? I don't think he is. That's 3! Unbelievable shooting from Mokujin to give them a round they had no business in.
Unreal. Being able to control that spray as well. It's all just a little bit scrappy, a little bit hasty. They're fumbling around outside of the connector angle. Tactical pause here from Spirit Academy. Just cool off a little bit. Congratulate Mokujin, but then lock back in. Not one that they were supposed to really win, but they've been granted a lifeline. That was Betera's ticket to tie up and take the lead. Now it comes into question greatly. Move into round number 17.
There's a reason why Mokujin has been the highlight of this roster. Showing us what that reason is. Back-breaking round like that one is the difference between semifinals or grand finals, quarterfinals and semis. Recovery basketball there to get the first one. Continues to hold the spray down to find Saifo as well, but Mokujin is such a problem for this team. Spathing here is going to be so hard to predict. He goes through the smoke, but Tenzi is ready for it somehow. Robo are ready for Tenzi's angles. On top of the bomb train. One of the newer additions who's been performing quite well, actually. 14 and 9. Fish out a 1v3. Masvidal already has his cake.
Ooh, a bit of a curveball now. Let's look at the Spirit Academy money. Look what that round loss does to it. Sat sort of 2k in the bank. They'll drop down to Tech 9s. They'll give this a go, but in losing, they almost certainly grant Betera 10 rounds. Good flash. Good start. Mokujin wipes out Vert. And they've taken a lot of ground here on A. They've still got to try and breach through these smokes. But with the Tech 9s, that feels easy enough to do. Tenzi saves his teammate, but they've got to worry about the push through the smoke. Mokujin again going mental. And it's on to Tenzi to try and hold down the fort. How do they keep losing rounds like this? Oh my. Spirit Academy, it was the right call to jump in with the pistols and armor. And it pays mega dividend.
He has some kind of on and off switch, doesn't he? As soon as you wind him up and you let him go, riddles the opposition with bullets. Good chance to see it in the replay, even though Tenzi did such a good job at trying to hold the fort. Too much. Couple digits now under the belt of Spirit Academy, and some of the breakout plays from the individuals of Spirit might actually be the difference maker here. although we saw nothing from Spirit on the first map, we might actually be in a position where Betera end up losing the game with more total rounds if this trend continues.
Cynic's falling first. Bad signs. Spirit Academy win this round, and Betera have to just force up again. Either that or they let Spirit Academy onto 12 and then they play for OT. Like we saw on Dust 2, and they gave that a decent go. Weren't able to pull it back the full distance. Vert trying to find the timing. I thought he was going to play into the Ivy smoke there. That could have been massive. Instead, doesn't take the risk. Tucks himself in the corner and will almost definitely go check. Tenzi. Oh, ready for this fight as well. No, it's a big whiff. Was back down to a 3v3. Still very doable with Curioso low, but that would have done them a lot of favours. And I'm not sure how this has happened. Masfos just fully baited Vert. And now it's on to height. What was that setup? It was a crossfire that wasn't a crossfire.
There were like 2 moments in time there where just a spray not being whiffed would have immediately put the ball in the court of Betera. But you also have to commend the reaction there from Curioso, who is almost leading the board. All the cylinders on fire for Spirit Academy. You cannot say the same for Betera. And this is where I do think individual brilliance is being the difference maker. Vert is absolutely absent despite being so present on the first map. And look at this, Spirit Academy, no time to waste. They want to speed line their way to semifinals. Sypho adding more bullets to their bodies. Nades will be chasing them down. Cynics is inches away from death. Feels like a psychological end to Betera, even if they haven't been wiped off the tournament yet.
Just don't know how Betera sort of fumbled this hard from where we started, which was map 1, right? I mean, huge credit to Spirit Academy. Huge, huge credit. They're playing with the contingencies of new players and whatnot. And, yeah, you know, you expect Betera to be the more potent force in the server. They came into Ancient. They absolutely stomped it. They've just gone really missing since then. Dust 2 was not up to scratch. Train is sort of facing the same. Painful to see.
Kuros. The first of the last few kills. Spray, Labor, Tenzi able to keep fighting tooth and nail. Bullets coming his way. Molotov misdirected, baited by height. Robo not quite missing. And Tenzi is still alive after all that scuffle. Height responsible for creating the distraction necessary to keep his teammate alive. Big miss by Curioso. That could have ended the game right there with how little HP Tenzi's got. In the meantime, though, the bomb's already being planted, and look at this. Betera, they're in pole position to get this retake started early. Robo needs to survive for a little bit longer. They know the AWP cannot rotate fast enough, and that's what they are trying to capitalize upon. There's no utility either to try and just chuck a Molotov over the bomb. I think Betera have the perfect opportunity to extend play, but they're not quick enough to try and isolate the duel. There's Curioso's AWP coming in. 1-for-1. Can't even try to tap the bomb as Spirit Academy gets the 13th, and Betera will be knocked out of the tournament to move Spirit to the semis.
Wow, wow, wow. What a performance out of Spirit Academy. And I have to put the spotlight on 2 players here. Firstly, Robo, who was completely absent in map 1, but came into map 2 and 3 with some really, really great performances. And Makujin, who won them some massive swing rounds there on train. unreal out of him, frankly. He was, yeah, just a scary force. If you think about sort of the swing round that they were able to take at, what, 9-8, where he found that quad kill. If they don't win that round, I'm not sure we see the same outcome. Then the following, where he got that 4K with the, 3K with the Tech 9 out onto the A site as well, again, sort of falls into that pattern. But yeah, such great performance from him. Impressive stuff out of Spirit Academy. They're actually now through to the semi-finals. They'll be playing against BetBoom, which should be an exciting watch. So we are really sort of coming to an end on things here in the Proving Grounds. We've got 2 more games to come your way today. A Static taking on Eternal Fire, 9 taking on Sinners. That will solidify our semi-finals on the other side of the bracket. And then tomorrow, we'll be working our way through the final day here, which, yeah, should be a banger.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun watch, and I think the only few questions that remain are those final few blips in the bracket, right? You've got 2 more teams coming up to be decided. Last two matches of the quarterfinals. We're gonna know what the lineup is going to look like for tomorrow in just a moment. So if you're sticking around for the evening games, it's going to be CMD64 and Zola taking you through the action. For Josh and I.
definitely bring some bite to this game.
Yeah, well, for me, I think I'm looking at this game overall, and I'm going, okay, Ecstatic, they are higher ranked. They've probably played at higher peaks. They've got greater synergy. There isn't really a reason why this Ecstatic roster should have real issues. Obviously, they've recently brought in Acor, which it was always a bit of a weird one. I think when we saw Christu leave this Ecstatic lineup, I think a lot of people were going, well, was Christu really, was he a huge issue? There was a lot of questions there. Acor, he's come into the roster. Has he lit the world on fire? No. 0.98 rating since joining this team. That's across 37 maps. And it's not as though they've been playing against the tier 1 of tier 1. Don't get me wrong. Nearly every single game they've played against have been against some decent teams. Spanning all the way back to August, it was kind of them at Blast Open, losing to FaZe, losing to Fnatic, Paravision. These are their recent losses. OG, Zero Tenacity. There isn't kind of a bad name there, but again, I feel like these are teams that, do we feel like Acor is unknown to facing against these rosters? No. He's played at the top level for quite some time, so I feel like Acor's introduction, I actually expected a little bit more regarding the firepower, but Charlie, we didn't really have much time to talk about the vetoes. I was yapping about Acor, but we've seen them roll through. It's Dust 2, it's Train, it's Inferno. As we see the kind of proceedings of the pistol round on Dust 2, what are we thinking about these vetoes?
Yeah, I think both teams here, it's going to be an interesting one to actually look at. Now we do have the maps. I think Dust 2 is an interesting pick because it just shows where Tunnel Fire have been at. They have been a little up and down. The fact that this is the map that they're picking. I think it gives a lot of opportunities, exactly. But I do think it gives a lot of opportunities for Ecstatic just being a more established lineup. I do fear for if Dust goes the way of Ecstatic, Train is a little bit more one-sided for Ecstatic. And it's not really a map that Eternal Fire have necessarily looked to select. They'd be more willing to let it be picked against them or be that third and final. So it's going to be interesting what we see here. But early kill has gone the way of Ecstatic. Decent damage to Beanox as well.
Nice from Anlele, though, in the... Oh, okay. Well, I think that round could comfortably sum up how this game could go. Obviously, for the Ecstatic side, I think we both know Anlele's always been such a talent for this roster, always has been able to provide in so many games. And his recent performance was brilliant. He's got a 1.13 rating. Another player who's really stepped up, and I'm really happy to see him step up, is Nutnut. He's got a 1.1 rating, now surpassing Sierra. I think that's something that this roster... It did have, I think we've always known that this team to have like real strengths. I'm happy that Nutnut's having a little bit more impact here. It's clear with the roster changes, it's clear with a little bit more time and synergy that this Ecstatic roster have gotten. They've been able to kind of allow Nutnut to activate a little bit better, which is always important. But nice find here as Mast takes down Anlele early on.
Yeah, Nutnut is just jiggling here towards the tunnels. Can get this early warning sign, as obviously there's not the most heavy hitting on weapons on the other side of things. There is the Deagle on him, or that is holding none, I guess, as intel. We'll just drop the smoke. And Eternal Fire have to look elsewhere for a kill back into this round to see if they can extend this advantage they've already got. Not sure how I feel about Sierra's position with the M4. Playing very close behind these doors, it sort of feels like it could give opportunities for him to get overwhelmed by the pistols.
Yeah, potentially. I think in the same breath, though, these pistols don't have head armor around them. I like that Luxon's invested in Smoke Flash. It's clear that that's the game plan. Obviously, the TMB or Nut, they could go retrieve that rifle that's dropped in middle from Anlele, but they haven't done that yet. And they seem pretty aware of Nut. Sierra's going to be a rotation here towards the B-bomb side, but spotted in middle. Sierra will get one, and now the MP9 running and gunning and finding. Excellent from Nut. And nice delay there. We do see TMB recover that dropped M4 in middle from Anlele. So a nice round. I wonder if we're going to see an AWP drop across. I'd love to see Nut just drop over the big green here.
Yeah, I mean, Acor's an interesting move because... You already sort of spoke about Christu. I don't think, in terms of rating right now, we've seen a huge difference between the two players. But it does have to be said, Acor is bringing in a huge amount more experience. And he's always been sort of a strange player in terms of... I think we all know the peak that Acor can hit. It's just at times he's struggled to do that on certain teams. And I think a lot of rosters that he sort of moves on are still hoping that you can sort of get the Mad Lions form Acor. It's been a while since then. Obviously, he had good form on Gamer Legion as well when he was there. I mean, that's what Ecstatic sort of feel like they're gambling on. Can we get that version of Acor? Because if you can, I mean, it's a hell of an upgrade.
Yeah, of course.
It's well handled in the last though from Ecstatic. Being disadvantaged, I mean, you always knew nothing was going to find success. The question was always going to be how much, and just with the B9 mowing down those unarmored players, looks nice and easy for him.
Just to give people an idea of the level that Acor played at, if you don't know much about him, I feel like he's a player that some could go a little bit under the radar, forgotten about. Not to say that we have, but he played in that major final against Vitality in Paris. That was the Game Legion iteration, or that was the roster he was in. So, a very, very experienced player here. But Eternal Fire, a very good-looking start to this one.
Hey, maybe we shouldn't have jumped over the hoop. Maybe we should have saved a bit more money. Will actually be money for Ecstatic to invest if these 2 weapons can be saved. That could be easier said than done. I mean, look at where Eternal Fire are at. There's no chance these weapons are being saved. The question is now going to be, can TB find anything before going down?
Good question, why is Mast on the AWP? Am I the only one that's questioning that? I'm guessing he dropped it because of the spawn. Are they playing the AWPs off spawn?
I mean, surely not. I mean, Luxon is an AWPer. Obviously from the Eternal Fire Academy side, and like I said, seen some really nice stuff from him when I got to watch this Eternal Fire team play. Yeah, must have just been Mars maybe had a spawn for it, wielding it for that round, and Luxon sadly never got given it back.
I don't know. There's 3 AWPers in this team in my mind. I know Mast hasn't been AWPing for a while, but yeah, I don't know what to think.
Heading up towards A now, though. It is just the eco from Ecstatic. Got a couple of upgraded pistols, but nothing more. No kills actually found just yet for Eternal Fire. Swing comes through. No, we'll find one with the USP. You got one at the back of the bomb site as well. That's a freebie for Zero. Zero finds 2 with the USP. Surely not the eco, Fred.
Well, we've seen a fair few of these types of rounds, but expectation so limited. The bomb's been dropped as well. That's the issue. Calyx now looking to activate here from Shaw. Great find onto Sierra. Trying to bait out the orb shot of Luxon here. Is Acor.
Still the chance here with these 2 Deagles in play. Luxon is going to cross. We'll spot one out, but missed shot.
At least he's not taken down. Calyx questioning whether there's going to be a play through the smoke. Another missed shot for Luxon. TMB. Luxon will find. So, intel the TMBs here in CT. 14 seconds on the clock. Luxon going to be peeking. Nice shot there. Okay, well, he gets 3 kills in total, but not the finest of work. I think that's a safe assumption.
Still manages to bring it over the line, though. And the eco that looks extremely dangerous for Ecstatic is going to be held in its tracks there, as weapons are back in play. Above Acor getting aggressive here towards short. Molotov thrown. Acor will strike with the AWP. Even more util being thrown, but Immor can dodge these double nades. Look at the pace of Immor.
Very speedy here. Acor, though, can find him.
Yeah, still ready for it. Impressive from Acor. Could have easily seen him caught out, perhaps.
Excellent. Posted up here from short. 2-man advantage, though, for Ecstatic. Obviously, with the amount of casualties on the side of Eternal Fire in the last round, it's created some issues with the finances. I understand Luxon and Calyx can both buy, but the rest of the team, not so easily.
Lele holding deep. Well, not I can get baited in here.
Yeah, I love the setup here towards B. Static. Oh, there we have it. Nice double there from Nut. And Lele finding Mast as well. And that's exactly how the setup wanted to go. That was a fall by Charlie, of which Eternal Fire didn't inflict a single point of damage.
Yeah, it just shows how dominant that one is. And Ecstatic back in the lead here with money. I mean, I suppose just about good enough to be able to bring out an investment for Eternal Fire. They do have the chance here to keep things leveled up, but obviously if Ecstatic win this, they can start to extend their lead slightly. No early gunfights from either side here just yet. Need towards short. I like the idea of it slightly too early, perhaps. As Eternal Fire will make their way towards this portion of the map.
This playthrough, a lot of util send. Timing on this nade for A-Core. A little bit misjudged. Just going to be shifting their way through. I like the approach here from Eternal Fire. A shot from A-Core. See, this is the investment from Eternal Fire. There are limitations littered. 2 Deagles, utility a bit of an issue. Mast chipped away out here. Look how late. Is that Beanox? I want to say that's Beanox. He's still holding. He's still outside long doors.
Yeah, he's playing this one really well. Exactly how you need to play this long lurk.
From Calyx as well. Finding that kill. It's just going to keep attention elsewhere. Beanox finally taking contact. Lugson finds TMB. And it's Syrah and Nut 2 versus 5 now. Making a 1v5. Syrah just gets the first. See, the issue for Ecstatic there is that's what happens when you play super disciplined towards A. That's what happens when you look to play retake. You've got to find some kills beforehand. I think that's where a double long setup and double CT, it just looks a little bit silly. Why are you so worried about fighting on a bomb site? I can barely think of other maps where that would be the intended goal of, okay, we're going to defend a bomb site, but they can just take it for free with 2 smokes towards short, not even denying sightline of the cross to the bomb site.
I mean, that's the issue.
Oh, great find. Speaking of confidence, A-Core goes for a peek towards top tunnels, but Lugson, he's quick enough to find. Not found as well. Great double from Lugson here. And Lele traded from Imor. Imor could get another here. So much damage onto TMB. It's just going to have to be the save here for Ecstatic. It's going to be Eternal Fire finding 4 and maybe even 5.
Yeah, I mean, in the last, the issue is not necessarily the setup from Ecstatic. It's kind of how you're meant to play the map. Oh, you lose space towards short, or they take this space. It's just A-Core to defend. Good smokes thrown. Flashbang blind him off the angle. And only really has one chance to hit a shot and has to back away from there. So they have control along, but they've also always going to have Beanox who's going to backstab. Ecstatic don't look to take the space towards short at all, so they just are so heavily relying on this CT play to come through, and it's going to be unlikely. So, pretty comfortable one in the last, and an even more comfortable one here for Eternal Fire. Good few kills early, we'll just give them that initial success. Obviously, this is their map selection. They haven't had the greatest of times recently, but they have played a couple of times here at the Proving Grounds, winning both of them. 13-9 and a 13-10 victory. So maybe not a map that Eternal Fire would be confident picking against every team, but obviously maybe here against Ecstatic, like you highlighted earlier, maybe this could be a weakness that they view. It's also interesting though, because equally Eternal Fire, they sort of have quite early adopted Overpass as one of their map selections. This was sort of slid through. Ecstatic allowed this one to be picked. And Ecstatic, they got 50% win rate on it, but they only played it 4 times in the last few months. Only played it once in the last 2 months. It feels like maybe that could have been a better pick for Eternal Fire, but opted for Dust, and so far, so good.
Obviously, sample size for Eternal Fire on both Dust 2 and Overpass pretty much the same. But as you mentioned, it's not as though Eternal Fire pick this map all too often. It's kind of just picked against them generally. Look, Eternal Fire, they're winning. They are looking the better team here on Dust 2, I'd argue. I think if they were to lose here, we certainly could make a comment and say, look, maybe there was a bit of a risk with picking Dust. But I think that's something that we will talk about if it goes against them. But there's a big if there, because I think Eternal Fire, if they continue on the trend they're showing currently, I wouldn't be too worried. Especially when you take into account Ecstatic. They won the pistol, didn't they, Charlie? They went 2 rounds up. But ever since the guns have been in play, that's 5 out of the last 6 being found from Eternal Fire.
And opening kill again. Immort takes the first. Starts to push out. Equal can delay with a Molotov, but Immort will peek behind this. And Eternal Fire don't need to rush anything. They've already got the opening kill. Forcing these rotations off, and Beanox can strike from long.
I hope people haven't forgotten about Beanox, because I know I certainly haven't. I think when looking back on that Permitter roster, Beanox was a player that I think in every single game, every single one we watched from Permitter back through 2024, it was just, okay, well, Permitter, they're going to win this game because Beanox is going to farm. And we have seen this since the kind of change to this Eternal Fire roster, but so far in this game, he's playing as this lurk towards long and maybe not getting as much impact as he'd hoped, but Lugson's in a 1 versus 3. Ecstatic seemed like things could have been slipping away, but they're back on the up. Lugson, okay, run the AWP away. Don't mind it. He throws the AWP away and then looks for a rifle and then saves. I will be very confused. Okay, there's one. The molly onto Nutnut's angle.
Time is ticking. Sadly, no one can really back away towards tunnels. The flashbang is so good, and I mean, you see a world where Lux is able to find Nut at just 180, but it doesn't quite work out like that.
That could have been incredible.
I mean, look at the money of Ecstatic after they won the round still, though.
Yeah, there will be an investment, but limitations for A-Core, whether it's utility or weaponry. We didn't really have a kind of a conversation about predictions. I think we both said that Ecstatic probably should win the series. But after the vetoes, are we thinking 2-0's kind of off the cards? Because Eternal Fire, they probably should win Dash, shouldn't they?
I mean, should is a different question entirely, really. I think both teams have a really good chance to take Dust. I don't think there's necessarily any huge favour on this map.
Okay.
Just because I do think, sure, stats and things like this could back up Eternal Fire, but I do think Ecstatic right now are a better team and sort of evens things out.
Especially when you look at the caliber of teams their losses are from. It's, you know, the Fanatics, it's Big, it's FaZe, it's Haravision. And not to say that there isn't similarities in some of Eternal Fire's losses, but it's kind of the majority of teams being, I guess, for Ecstatic, kind of sub, or I guess top 50. Yet for Eternal Fire, it's kind of in that bridge between, you know, maybe 40th to 70th. So that's something we do need to know.
And sort of with that being the case, I do view things as pretty even here on map number 1, but I do certainly favour Ecstatic a fair bit on Train. So I think if Ecstatic can win map number 1, I am looking at this series heading their way. I think if not, I think we're going to be in for a 3-map thriller. I think Inferno is going to be an exciting one if we do get there.
I remember when we first saw Train moved into the map pool, and Ecstatic were absolutely insane on this map, because it's clear that they've done their work on it, and they were just absolutely dominating. I know if you look at their last 3 month stats, their Train stats are still pretty decent. 65% win rate, obviously 20 maps, 13 wins, 7 losses. But if you extrapolate back even further, if you look back to the last 6 months, it's 35 games, 26 wins. They introduced Train to their map pool very early on. I think they played it 20 times or something like that. The 15 times, Charlie, and they lost it twice. They had a crazy win rate on the map, and they were against some really, really good teams. Because we mentioned how ecstatic, they gave Train a complete different look. They played it in a complete different style. And somewhat, you could argue, changed how the map is looked at.
I mean, that's the thing. We even saw sort of a couple of months ago, they had a bit of sort of a bit of a weird patch of form where they couldn't really get a win despite having a lot of closer losses. But it feels like they've sort of come out of that rut now, and they are back on to sort of greener pastures, really, as they are back on great form. 13 maps played, 11 wins. This is a scary Train team. So that's the thing. Even if you look at more recent history, these guys are still absolutely brilliant on this map, just in the last 2 months or so. It's the man advantage here for Eternal Fire. There is no armor on Masked. He can get taken down very easily. This nade could cause some serious damage, bring them down to 22 HP. Molotov will deny this bomb plant for now, but Masked has a trick in his back pocket with a smoke grenade. And bomb has been denied. Calyx as well to find Sarah, but gotta go retrieve this bomb.
I actually don't think that's a bad trade. Mars was low. I think it puts Calyx in a 1 versus 2, and he knows that TMB's close by. And the fact that the bomb plant didn't come through sub 10 seconds, it means that Calyx does technically have time to find TMB. The TMB showing a lot of reservations here, but Calyx will get the kill. And as mentioned, the bomb's been recovered. Recognizing that Nutnut's probably here towards short, so Calyx has now got a 1v1. I did say I don't think that was an unworthy trade, and Calyx down to 19 points of health. Such an awkward fight. Nut. Headshot angle for Calyx, but Nut will find. So an important clutch for Ecstatic. Again, though, it was the half buy. It was a hero AK. Eternal Fire. They really make Ecstatic work for that round.
Yeah, bomb plant's got to be nice for certain players as well. Beanox can pretty easily invest in AK and util now. Not going to be perfect, but it's still going to be more than good enough. The rest of the team, perfect investments alongside. But Ecstatic will take the lead, and that's the thing. It hasn't been a clean game from Ecstatic, that's for sure. It has been a competitive one, and I think this sort of just emphasises the point that on map number 1, I think there are still a lot of question marks to be said. Just because sort of you can look at these two teams on paper and say, sure, you're seeing a significant difference in sort of rankings. It doesn't mean these two teams are nearly as far apart as some might initially think. On a round of the half, though.
Ecstatic. If they could win the half here, this would be important turnaround, because remember, they were 5-3 down. And 2 of those rounds found on the pistol, but important find for Immort. Imort's been good at getting these kind of early openers. I'm intrigued to know what the opening kill stats are. It does feel like on the full buy versus full buys, opening kills, generally speaking, are going the way of Eternal Fire.
Yeah, I mean, so far this game itself, we've only seen 5 opening kills from Ecstatic. And so obviously 7 going the other way, but Acor's been heavily leaned upon for those openers. Found 3 of them for his team so far. All the space taken through CT from Calyx as he pushed through. Nut. He's going to walk into the crosshair of Calyx. Acor gets taken down.
6-6. That should be the
Nutnut's
scoreline.
actually managed to walk past Calyx here. But it's only 1 versus 5, so despite a bit of good fortune for Nut, he will get taken down eventually. He will find the first. We'll find the second, but Calyx is there ready to spam him down. So 6-6. Honestly, the biggest issue for Ecstatic when they have played this map, and the reason why their win rate tends to be so low, is they've really struggled to find a way to make anything work on the CT side. You can watch them, and they can have difficulties finding the opening kills. Look, I'm even sure the CT side there, in comparison to a lot of teams, there's not necessarily much aggression being shown. Whether that's going to be an aggressive stance towards short, we saw that from 1 round from Acor, but that's sort of it. There's no look to take space towards middle. Nothing really like that, and Ecstatic are sort of more than happy just to sit on the bomb sites, but in doing so, it gives up a lot of room to their opponents, for example, Eternal Fire today. So I think the fact that Ecstatic have found 6 certainly gives them a lot of wiggle room here, as they are going to move on to their stronger side.
I think side favouring, we do have to mention, will be very, very vital here. It's been really tough on the CT side for Ecstatic recently. Nice find from Immol through the smoke. Gives a real chance at this round. The issue is both CTs currently in spawn. Maneuvering out, not going to be easy. Immol slowly creeping closer. Acor, an unknown entity, though. This is the issue. Steps heard, and that's easy for Acor. Now they can peek together. Sierra gets the trade. Ecstatic. That's now both pistols being found.
Yeah, nice work done there from Ecstatic doing that pistol. And look, in a map that you aren't particularly good at, pistols like this can be all the difference that you need, really. A team that hasn't quite been on the greatest of form, sometimes you do just need the pistol to sort of lift you up slightly out of the sort of slump that you have been on this map. But it is going to be a force buy from Eternal Fire. Getting aggressive towards tunnels. Not just uses the U-tilt to force the CTs back.
Enox is in a nice position here. Eternal Fire could get a lot from this, but it's all dependent on whether these MP9s can connect. And Enox struggling. Sierra gets the double through the smoke, though, and it's Sierra and Nut now in a 2 versus 2. The issue is Nut, whether it's a Mag 10 on possibly the longest range fight for one, he makes it work. AK can be saved. Ecstatic, they get themselves 8, and it will be a 9th as well. And as we've mentioned, as we both said, Train's going to be a very tough one for Eternal Fire, so kind of need win here on Dust, and it could be slipping, couldn't it?
Yeah, I think the force buy is honestly an interesting decision. You understand it in terms of whether Eternal Fire just think, well, we want to get the AWP out on Lugson. He's had a good game so far. Want him to be on this weapon. We know how much work he can do. But equally, you are also, in doing so, giving your opponents an opportunity just to sort of find 3 off of the back of the pistol.
It was a nice call, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly
stacked towards A. I don't think the call or the read or the decision, any part of that was wrong. It was just the fact that Sierra could get 2 there. It was then Nut rotating in through long. It just seemed like Eternal Fire. If shots were hit, it's a great looking round. The MP9s could have gone 2 for 1 there. And that's where Ecstatic really, really would have struggled.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. It felt like it could have been very coin flippy, and considering CTs had the weaker weapons, that's sort of only a positive. Clean one here, though, from the T's. 5 survivors for now. This is all on Calyx and this Desert Eagle, as Ecstatic will find themselves 9 with a decent bit of cash in the reserve. I don't need to hunt Calyx, but they do take him down.
I don't know if you saw it. I don't know. I hope the glare on Calyx's monitor is just because of the camera angle that we see, because I could not see the bottom right side of his screen just from the lighting. Maybe it was light shining from a window or something. That looked horrible. So hoping that's not how he has to view CS. It did not look fun to play. We do have that AWP for Lugston, though. This is what we mentioned would be why Eternal Fire went for that risky force. Lugston has actually had quite a hand for Eternal Fire so far, but whether he can top perform, whether he can continue the success, I doubt. Immol gets the double, Beanox doubling himself, and now it's Anlele for a 1 versus 3. We've mentioned how Anlele is always such an asset here. Oh, Anlele gets another. It's now on Lugson. 1 versus 1. Anlele with the 4K. Sticking the bomb here. Anlele arguably with the advantage in this one. Lugson takes the risk, steps hard, but Lugson still hits the shot. Even after Anlele connects the first 3 bullets, it's not enough to get the kill. Lugson, a nice clutch there. Really catching Anlele off guard. It seemed like Anlele wanted to elevate there towards window, but Lugson just pushing through. Kind of catches him on a bit of a timing. But even still, Anlele It was a 1 versus 3 that he brought down to a very winnable 1v1, and the money here for Eternal Fire could be broken shortly. Ecstatic are going to get a buy anyway. Nice attempt there from Anlele.
The double digits obviously denied with that one, with a lot of bodies surviving in the last for Ecstatic, or a couple of rounds ago I should say, from Ecstatic. No issues in terms of bringing out these weapons. Luxon is actively searching for the Orb of Akel. They know where he is, but can't find a way to get it through the smoke. Is Immortal, but Anlele, fortunately for Ecstatic, glued towards that smoke. So man advantage for Ecstatic. Obviously, with the loss, getting competitive. Eternal Fire don't have a huge amount of money to play with.
Obviously, Eternal Fire disadvantaged in this round. Beanox and Luxon, they've been chipped away at. Lack of utilities, understatement. Just 2 flashbangs. Still so much util for Ecstatic. TMB going towards CT here. Mast will get one on this flank, and that's surely got to be the go call for Ecstatic to accelerate. Molly behind this smoke for the boost. Still disciplined in middle. Look at where Mast is. Mast is flanking tunnels. Has that been heard? It has been heard. Not us just getting that information. Mast has made so much noise, anticipating that the T's are all in middle and that they've already made their way onto the B-bomb site. Calyx should have said, look, I don't hit anything, mate. Just have a bit more discipline. Calyx goes 1 for 1. TMB. Nice trade. We'll get the bomb down. Syrah finding Beanox. And now it's all on Luxon. 1 versus 3 here. Orb in hand. We mentioned the money for Eternal Fire is breakable. Luxon would love to save this, but this is going to be a 10th here for Ecstatic.
Yeah, I see massive trade from TMB there onto Calyx. If Calyx is able to find the second, you've got low HP Akel, the only player who can actually push onto that bomb site, and at that point Akel probably can't go for the trade and he's relying so heavily on the rest of his team. It doesn't make a difference. Ecstatic are still able to win the round. Double digits found from them, putting themselves 3 rounds away from taking their opponent's map pick. Second tactical pause here used from Eternal Fire.
Obviously, Eternal Fire, I think they can feel their time in the proving grounds potentially falling away from them. Because I think they know what can happen on train.
Obviously, we've already got one semi-final set in stone. These next 2 quarters are going to define the other one. So the winner of this game plays against the winner of 9 versus Sinners, which obviously we're going to find out in a few hours' time. So exciting stuff here at the Proving Grounds.
Yeah, obviously, for both of these teams, I think their last care in the world is their result in, or who they face in the next. I think expectation should be Ecstatic versus 9, right? I think that's what we're both thinking, but you've got to just play each. You've got to play each series kind of a map at a time, a half at a time. Don't allow your eyes to get too big, because Ecstatic might be planning for maybe a game against Bet Boom or Spirit Academy. Yet they've still got to beat Eternal Fire first. Then they've got to beat the victor in 9 versus Sinners, and then that's when they can see that grand final, or at least an idea of it. So, we'll play it round by round, and the only chance for success in this round would be Luxon with the AWP. Smoke towards long there. Sent by the T's. I don't really know. Surely, I'm guessing it's meant to be a corner smoke, a missed corner smoke. This is the bomb, and this is an AWP. Acorn able to back away. They have spotted there in the corner. It is Nut. Dealt with by Immor. Aim behind the smoke is Syrah. Luxon will find Anlele. He can find another here. That would be insane. It is a 5 versus 3 scenario. I like how Sira's playing this. A lot of people will say, oh, okay, why isn't he being more disciplined? They've got, you know, time on their side and whatnot. I actually think it's very important him looking to keep this control towards short. And Acor finds 2.
Oh.
Zero will go down there, but...
I don't think how he played it was wrong. I think just the missed shots. What really cost him there. Acor is holding for this angle. He gets the information.
Just
Quite realise he's crossed, yeah, but I think TMB might have got the intel, and Calix feels like there's no chance in this round and will just back away, keeping hold of the AK into the next. Fred, slowly but surely, Ecstatic are creeping closer and closer to 13. I've already given my thoughts on what I think would happen if Ecstatic do take down Eternal Fire here on map number 1. And it feels like slowly we are getting to that reality.
Obviously, Ecstatic, they had a very dominant round of 16 game. That was against Oromon. They only dropped 6 rounds in total. 13-4 win on Nuke, 13-2 win on Trade. Bit unfortunate for Oromon. They were a team that I kind of highlighted to have that fairy tale story. Obviously, they were 0-2 in the Swiss stage, and then they made that kind of crazy run to get their way through to the playoffs. But facing off against a team like Ecstatic, I think they were a kind of, you know, fairy tale, and that dream run was kind of... There you go, I got a real kick of reality. Four-round lead, though, for Ecstatic, and only 2 more to find, and already a fair bit of damage has been dealt to Calix. Enox going to be playing in front of this smoke. Flashbang comes through, timing looks good on the flash. Beanox just tucked away here, shoulder spotted, but Beanox can still find. Again, I think it's an asset that Beanox has, where if it's an unfavored fight, if it's an unfavored altercation, whatever the scenario, it still seems like Beanox can find a way to get himself not only out of it, but gain something.
Well, Ecstatic has to play disadvantage now, though. And 2-man disadvantage, as Anlele gives up a gunfight to Luxon. That Luxon will take every day.
I think the save wouldn't be the worst. I wouldn't mind a save here. Obviously, they're going to be looking for picks, and if kills can be found, then brilliant, but... Smoke's faded now in CT. Beanox could peek at any moment. Oh, Acor. That's how Luxon taken down. Sira's going to get found by Mast in just a moment, but it's Beanox actually to get the kill. Not 1v5. I was going to say I wouldn't mind the idea of a save here, because it would have actually allowed for a full investment from Ecstatic. I think sometimes you just need to understand you don't have the numbers, you don't have the control, you barely have any util. Just go for the save.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, and I think
it's low loss bonus. They're not going to get. They're going to have to buy in this round because Sira and Lele won't be able to afford in the next. So why didn't they just save? They could have had. This would have been a perfect buy. It would have been 5 rifles and an AWP. And they've now got 3 rifles, low util, a Tech 9. It's a disappointing decision from Ecstatic.
yeah, it's just a difficult call to make, isn't it, though, when you've got all this space out towards middle and you're confident in your own ability. Teams certainly do favour themselves, which certainly can be for the good or for the bad, and probably for the bad in the losses. I think I agree with you, maybe just keeping those guns alive could have been better. Still in quite a healthy lead.
Yeah, I was going to say, Ecstatic. Still not going to feel as though this game has slipped away from them. Especially with the notion that they are 2 rounds away from taking this map, and as we've already kind of coined, potentially taking the series.
Well, it's all about getting these final 2 rounds, and you all throwing towards A. Mars will drop a nade behind this, only really connecting onto TMB. TMB's got all this space into CT. They are aware of it, and spams come through. Not. Just trying to force the CTs back. We'll find one. Trade is quick.
Look at Mar's position here, though. He's just playing behind the smoke. It's all going to be about timing. Oh, and Lele's jumped on top of him. Trade will be seen from Sierra. 3 versus 3 with the bomb site covered. There is Luxon here towards long, so he can cover all of this control. He knows there's no one towards ramp, which will allow some space to be taken. The issue is Luxon. Okay, well, he's finally looking to push in now. Very slow, though, here is Luxon. No utility remaining. Great find from Sierra. He's found 2 kills already. Obviously, was the one that got the trade onto Mars. The bomb is planted for them. There's a molly that's been retrieved and a defuse kit for Immor. They're completely overlooking. Oh, I was going to say they're completely overlooking Acorn. But nice trade. TMB can still win this one. Oh, he spotted him off the bomb, and that's why TMB is going to be disciplined here. And Luxon just going to look to save. Ecstatic find 12.
Yeah, nice stuff from TMB there. He actually wrapped all the way around towards middle to retrieve a weapon before coming back. And by the time everyone was dead and it was just a 1v1 that he was in, all he needs to do is bait out the AWP shot, confirm that the round's going to be heading his way and keep himself alive. So nice stuff there from TMB. Final tack pause for Eternal Fire to discuss how do we win 4 in a row.
I'll be honest, Charlie. That's a question they could ask themselves for the next 5 hours. I still don't think they'll find the answer. Consistency for Eternal Fire has been pretty non-existent on this map.
I mean, no teams have been able to find 4 in a row throughout this whole game. Neither of them. So it's a big ask for Eternal Fire to win 4 on the bounce just to bring yourself to overtime and look to go again with a clean slate in that additional time.
They've only won 2 rounds on this CT side. The fact they need to win 4 in a row, it's just not going to happen. I just don't see it happening.
And I think this is sort of what we spoke about. Although Ecstatic aren't great at Dust in general, not even great at their D side, but they're good enough at their T side. The issue was always their CG side. So when they walked away with 6 rounds, don't get me wrong, helped out certainly by winning the pistol.
Both pistols, to be fair.
Yeah, it feels like it has allowed them just to have this slight edge over Eternal Fire, and that's what they've needed. Swing from Mars. Can't find one. A trade with the scout through the smoke.
Yeah, Acor getting that pick through the smoke. So key. Acor can... Not an easy shot to hit. Nice from both Calyx and Beanox. Bring this to a 2 versus 2. Sierra attempting through the smoke. Needs to be cautious. Oh, Sierra's going to go through this. Fully blinded. No trade, though. Sierra can't find Beanox. Elevated angle for Luxon. And Luxon takes down Sierra. It's now Acor in a 1v4. But Luxon... Nice double towards the end there. 20-11 is Luxon. Obviously, you've been able to see this Eternal Fire roster. This is the first time I'm even seeing this as a full 5, let alone watching Luxon in the server. But he's had some very impactful rounds here. 20-11.
You're hoping he can bring that onto train as well, and another map that can be very good for Orpin. But seemingly, despite how well Luxon's played, it's not quite been enough.
Yeah, that's the most painful part. You know, Luxon 20-11. Yeah, Calyx has really struggled. Same with Immor, same with Beanox, Mast, underperforming. I'm on the nade. Sierra can't escape it. Damage. Main aim of this game. Obviously, it's such a limited loss bonus. How have we seen so many kills come through? The Deagles are working well. This is like a half buy that they couldn't buy in the next. It's a double eco scenario that they brought down to a 4 versus 1. And Nut on CT. And Lele fine. What has just happened? Ecstatic, they've taken the map off of a weird little deco. I don't really know what we're just witnessing here, Charlie, but... We said that we didn't feel like Eternal Fire win 4 in a row. Moments like that are why.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows the individuals, doesn't it? I mean, give them the chance. Give them any opportunity to find with the Desert Eagles, and they will. Brilliant stuff from Ecstatic. They do close out on Dust 2, and I think that was always the map that had the most question marks between these two teams on whether it was going to be able to go the distance or whether it could be this 2-0 finish for Ecstatic. After they go on to take map number 1 here, and obviously they're going to move on to train, it feels like you'd be wrong not to favour them by a decent margin now, wouldn't you?
Yes, yeah, of course. It feels like Ecstatic, they just need to, I guess, just play correct Counter-Strike. Their train's really good. Their Inferno's pretty decent as well. So I'd argue Ecstatic, they've got 2 perfect opportunities to find success in the series and push to the semi-finals. But who knows? Eternal Fire, they're a decent team. They certainly have been tested in the past, and they have passed previous tests. They have been able to make these types of comebacks. But we are going to be jumping to a bit of a break before that second map of Train. It is the pick of Ecstatic. I'm excited to see how it does go. But as mentioned, Charlie, we're going to be throwing it to a break. the series, it is the pick of Ecstatic. A result on number one, though, for Ecstatic. A victory on Dust 2. We did mention after that 6-6 half, it should be enough. Ecstatic, although they did lose out in opening kills, they won on the clutches. They had a great performance out of Nut and Sarah. Charlie, what are Eternal Fire going to do differently here on Train if they want to find victory?
Yeah, that's going to be the question, isn't it? It's Eternal Fire have to really step up individually. I don't think they necessarily performed poorly, and I don't necessarily think anyone was underwhelming massively, but we didn't exactly have the guys step up to a point where you need to beat a team like Ecstatic. You can't just go through the motions against a team like Ecstatic. You have to deliver here. You have to deliver now. And we saw some nice moments from Luxon, but the rest of the team needed them to dig sort of a little deeper. Beanox in particular, we know what this guy can do as well, and it feels like we need these guys to step up on a map like Train, and Train isn't exactly the most fantastic map for Eternal Fire, so they're going to have to do it backs against the wall now.
Yeah, certainly not the easiest of scenarios to be in, and Eternal Fire, they're going to be starting Train, obviously on this CT side. What we know about their stats, not great here on Train. Luxon, no great finds. Important double. DMB, nice find with the Glock there. And with Zero finding a 12 to 2 versus 4 now. This round has been a little bit flipped. 2v4 down to the 2v2. Certainly within the realms of possibility now.
Either team giving anything up. Beanox will find one of the Sierra. TMB can't get a trade, and Beanox doubles up. Said that wanted to see a bit more from him. He has delivered here. One of those final two players, Luxon as well, two of his own. So the start that Ecstatic would have loved to have with a dominant look on this T side, I should say, of Train. Unfortunately, isn't going to be exactly what they needed. Slowing things down here are Ecstatic. It's just the Glocks in play. Not a huge amount to sort of write home about. Not a heavy investment whatsoever, so a couple of kills would be nice.
Yeah, obviously the MP9s, if they can find some frags here, gain some financial gain. TMB's retrieved the rifle. Oh, not nearly finding him all that. We could have seen 3 casualties on the side of Eternal Fire.
Weapons in play now though from Ecstatic. Luxon is tasked here with holding Ivy. These have actually backed away. They have just left Acor here and gone back slightly, but they will set their sights back towards this position.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of the time on the T side now. There's a fair bit of weight towards Ivy. I don't think it's that kind of same position that it was in the past where you might have some action every 4 rounds. It seems as though Ivy is a real consistent factor for success now, just based on the connectivity it has now to the bomb site. Nice find from TMB. They can look to wrap towards the B bomb site if they want. Positioning for Luxon looks, or for Imor, sorry, looks good. Mast holding here towards A main, spots the shadow. Nut will find him, although Mast does really well, but Nut does better. He's found 3 kills here. So much damage has been dealt to TMB, Nut and Acor. They've got 49 health combined. Oh, this could be a possibility for Beanox. The HE grenade could find Sarah, and it will. Acor's on 8 HP. Beanox a 1v4 down to the 1v1. And this is the type of performance we expect and we can see from a player like Beanox. Molotov sent here now. Going to be playing from top red, just jiggling, trying to get a bit of an intel game. Smoke landing on the bomb. Acor, all about timing here. Acor always spots him out. Beanox nearly getting the frag though. No defuse kit on Beanox, I don't believe. There's one just in front of him though. Acor patiently waiting here. Beanox, oh, he does have a kit in fact. Acor needs to swing, needs to find him now, needs to get it right at the last second, but Eternal Fire, they will win the round. It is a 1v4 for Beanox. I know he doesn't get the final frag, but he wins the round anyway. And that's what the lack of health can do for you. What a round from Beanox, what a moment. And this is the level of talent we've come to expect from Beanox in the past, and he's showing it here so far.
Yeah, that's going to be a really humbling round for Ecstatic to take. In such a good spot where they could have, Punish could have instantly, as soon as the weapons round found their first round, looked to string some together, but Beanox will deny. We are going for the buy from Ecstatic. Obviously, it came close. No survivors for Eternal Fire, Bomb Plant, and Lost Bonus ramping up. Ecstatic do want to invest this one back, but yeah, they're going to be pretty shocked how that wasn't the first round that they found on the board. I think lining up towards B side of things here. You have Masked and Calyx both over here towards this B side of the map. Beanox can rotate in quickly as well.
It's going to be this exec towards B here from Ecstatic. There's already a triple B defense though from Eternal Fire. Setup looks excellent. We do still have Sierra here. Nice find from Anlele. Takes down Beanox. That's the hero of last. Information for Anlele for both Calyx and Mask. They're going to rotate round as well towards the A-bomb site. I love this call from Ecstatic. Very late for this decision. Anlele will find Calyx. Nut getting traded by Mask. 2 versus 2. Acor, he's on the B-bomb site. So is Anlele. Eternal Fire are going to be questioning, well, where are these final 2? They've just rushed out of pop. There's been 3 players here. But Eternal Fire are going to find 4.
Yeah, and instantly, look, for a team that hasn't been all too great at this map, this is what we've needed to see from them. Had the occasional good win. Often do come very close when they're able to bring it over the line, though, but more often than not, they are the team that just about, unfortunately, get bested on this map. Yeah, though, this is a really promising start for Eternal Fire.
Towards Ivy here.
Ivy, it's decent. Util, but hasn't quite hit its mark. Luxon gets a freebie onto Acor, fully blinded. TMB tries to back away through the flames. Nutnut will keep his teammate alive, and the Tech 9 of TMB can find one. Nutnut doubles up here. There's so many extra players here, though, towards Ivy. Nutnut will swing. And from a 4-on-2, it's gone back to a 2 versus 2. But great work here from Nutnut to find a double. TMB with one with the Tech as well.
Nice there, Sierra finding him, or it's Calyx now in a clutch. Bomb is still down here. Calyx, you won't know this though, and Lele's in a really good position to cut Calyx out of this round, but it's just whether Calyx can clear. And Lele spots him fine. So Ecstatic, they will put their first round on the board here now. Better late than never. And obviously with this map being very CT-sided, I think we can both understand that Ecstatic, they're not going to be too worried. They're not going to be in a real kind of nervy scenario, but I think what we do know is Eternal Fire, they've had a good start to this. It'd be devastating to see just one round loss create so many issues, because look at the money already. They've lost 1 round, and there's pistols on majority.
I mean, it just shows that we've had a lot of close rounds, but Ecstatic, them doing it with the half bite really wrote the finances of Eternal Fire. 5-7 does spam away, leads to a bit of damage traded through the smokes, but nothing substantial.
Obviously, Eternal Fire, they've been a bit of an up and down team when it comes to consistency. I think that's a safe assumption to make. I think Ecstatic have been put in the same kind of light. Both of these teams, they haven't been perfect over the last 3 months, and there has been a real dip in form, but Eternal Fire's performance in the Swiss stage, really, really nice to see. And hopefully they can find things on train, because I'd actually love to see Inferno. Honestly, Charlie, I think you'll know my hatred for Inferno, but I can't remember the last time I casted it, so I just want to see the map.
And Lele's done unreal to keep himself alive there. 3 kills, and he somehow survives. Just playing around the pillar, stops Beanox being able to find, and really good stuff there from Anlele. But yeah, Inferno will certainly be an exciting one if we do get there. Obviously, we're going to see a much closer scoreline from Ecstatic. They were constantly knocking on the door of Eternal Fire, waiting for them to let them in, but eventually they broke down the door themselves and starting to mount a few rounds themselves on this T side. So it should be a 3-4 scoreline for Ecstatic here.
Obviously, Charlie, in the games that we've seen recently from Eternal Fire, they bested Johnny Speeds in a 13-10, so a pretty close game. They actually won the CT side 10-2 in their victory against BetClick. They won the CT side 8-4. So I think we are both under the impression that for Eternal Fire, they're going to need a pretty dominant performance. I think winning the half is a necessity, and I don't even know if 7's enough. So right now, there's 6 rounds left. I think they've got to win the majority of them.
And I'm going to get a lot of info and a lot of contact coming his way. His position doesn't exactly give him much room to fall back. If he played that more advanced angle he was looking at, he could at least get the info and back away. Here, though, he will just get overrun. Need to find a double. The rest of the team has joined, and it will just be Nut Nut as the only casualty of the round. Not too bad there. Or Ecstatic, 3 survivors, and well, these look pretty good, nice and early actually for them. Betera out towards A, instant find on the mast. Was ready for Beanox, not able to connect the bullets though, just deals damage. So 1-for-1 trade early as Ecstatic gets some information, find a kill, and they're going to force the CTs to do some rotations around.
Yeah, I think sometimes on the CT side of Train, we see it quite as a space-taking metric now, about how good a team is on this map, but positioning here looks pretty decent for Calyx. Interesting, only finds 1, and the molly outside Z allows Anlele to take this space. Anlele, such a positive performer. Nut Nut's able to get the trade. Immor finding Nut Nut. It puts Acor in a 1 versus 1. Oh, okay, information gathered, but Immor's not been quite himself. Acor holding for the peak. I love this play from Immor. And Immor will find. It's the fact that he drops down, and that's what gives Acor the understanding of, okay, well, he's pushing left or right. It's the silent elevation back up the ladder, and then the crouch on top to make sure that Acor's none the wiser. Eternal Fire, they deny Ecstatic leveling up the game, as that is now a 5th for the CTs.
Yeah, it's always around that Ecstatic looking at advantage going onto that B bomb site. But it's just the trading was very good there from Eternal Fire. We saw them find a little bit more as well, so I think Nut Nut's actually lucky to find 1 before going down.
I think as well the fact that Calyx only went 1 for 1 there.
Yeah. Obviously, already highlighted how good the money is for Ecstatic, so no issues bringing out weapons here. Acor will find 1 onto Beanox. Quick trade again. We saw that in the last when Sierra pushed out towards A and the trade was quick. Out towards Pop here, R2. It's man advantage for Ecstatic as Calyx rotates in from Z. And Immor at the back of the bomb site. Not with the backstab though, through from Ivy. Timing for Calyx looks rough, but he's actually somehow able to dodge the bullets of TMB towards Pop, but straight into the waiting crosshairs of Nut. So Ecstatic back to winning ways and forcing Eternal Fire once again onto an eco.
Yeah, Ecstatic. That's now 4. With, as you say, with this being an eco, Ecstatic should find 5. And as I mentioned, I feel like 7 isn't enough here for Eternal Fire. Obviously, Charlie, when you look at Eternal Fire, when you look at this map overall, we know they've shown difficulties in train, but Eternal Fire, they won the pistol round. They then won, obviously, against the eco. The first 4x versus 4x. But it was a 1 versus 4 for Beanox in that first 4x versus 4x. What's really happened here for Ecstatic? For Eternal Fire, sorry.
I mean, that's the score. I think it's just
looking a lot better.
The lack of quality we've seen from Eternal Fire on train, and look, we knew that Ecstatic had a chance to pounce on round number 3 of this game, but Beanox with a 1 versus 4 denied them, and I think we probably could see an even more dominant scoreline from Ecstatic if that wasn't the case.
Yeah, definitely.
But I think it is just Eternal Fire not quite being as well versed on this map as Ecstatic. But it all depends on these final 2 rounds. If we see Eternal Fire win sort of the final 2, you're looking at things the same. 75 is not too bad for either side. Probably would like 1 more if you're Eternal Fire, but still got options to play with, still got time. But if we start to see 6 and 7 for Ecstatic, that's where you're looking at this game and a little bit worried for Eternal Fire. And it's a 2-man advantage for the T's. Enoch's not with a chance of spamming through the smoke. Takes more damage than he deals. Mask will find one onto Anlele, but he's 18 points of health himself. Look at all the space that TMB's got. Mask straight into his crosshair. It's an easy find for TMB.
Currently, Eternal Fire in a hefty disadvantage. They've got very little control. They've got Calyx here holding for an Ivy flank. And Beanox in Z. Nice find from Acor here. Again, I don't think Acor's lit the world on fire, but has he had good moments? Has he found picks in this game? Yeah. Again, I think it is an important point that you mentioned. I feel like the frag power that Acor's bringing currently is about the same as Christu. The difference is the experience, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Calyx will be able to take down TMB. We're not going to see another 1 versus 4, though, unfortunately, for Eternal Firers.
Oh, if he goes through the smoke, please go through the smoke. Please, Ecstatic, go for a hunt for no reason.
I mean, they do technically the money to play for. Even if they lost all these weapons, it wouldn't be that big a deal. And bodies are starting to come the way of Calyx. Are they going to be here in time? No. Just a bit too late for it. So 1 save them 4 will allow Calyx to drop 1 over as well. And the buy will look a lot better thanks to Calyx surviving and staying alive. First tag pause being called from Eternal Fire. I think they realised the importance of this round to knowing that if Ecstatic do find 7 and then you look forward and say if the pistol goes the way of Ecstatic as well, so many things could go against Eternal Fire to a point where I sadly don't think there will be much of a conversation for what could happen on train if things do spiral.
Ready though, Ecstatic. They've had a very promising half, and a strong enough half for a series victory. A semi-final performance, I'd say.
Yeah, it has looked like that. An exciting next semi-final we have after this one as well. Round number 12 here. Sierra's got this space towards Olaf as well. He can line up a double. He almost made his way towards main. Sierra probably could have done a bit better there, but just the one kill. We've seen him go for this play before. Each time it's just been 1-for-1.
Is this play
It's the exact same call. We've seen this exact same call a couple of rounds ago.
And Calyx is in the exact same position. A lot of damage onto him. Well, that's Akor's Molotov finding him.
Now just a 3 versus 3. There's not a huge amount of utility remaining for Ecstatic. There are still 3 smoke grenades, but all 3 defenders are here towards B currently. Smoke thrown, but no contact made. So the CTs aren't quite aware of this. Calyx spotted at the bomb site. Has been tagged down, has been found by Nut. Second player here in Luxon. Important trade. Molotov can be thrown towards the back of the site, but it costs Luxon his life to do so.
Yeah, it puts Mast in a 1 versus 2. This round was looking really positive for Eternal Fire. Mast creeping closer. Patiently waiting. Akor on the orb. Nice from Mast. He's got Intel on TMB. It's the full 10-second stick. TMB. The running spray. He's going to get his blade out here. And there we have it. The knife kill will come through from TMB. So that is the half one from Ecstatic. 6 rounds needed to close out the series.
Yeah, it's brilliant from Ecstatic this first half. Really good recovery as well. 4-0 down. Only dropping 1 round since then. And obviously Eternal Fire won the pistol as well. Obviously both pistols in map number 1 was a huge helping hand to Ecstatic on Dust. I probably wouldn't call it a helping hand for Eternal Fire, and I'd probably call it a bit of a necessity, if you agree. We'll wait and see how this pistol does shape up. Static obviously put themselves in such a strong spot if they're the ones to take it instead of their opponent. Two smokes, a molly and a flash is the utility that Eternal Fire have.
Obviously Eternal Fire. We know how problematic this map has been for them in the past. They've played it 16 times in the last 3 months. 6 victories is all that's been found, and a majority of said victories in a close fashion. But Nut, that's a triple with the Julies, makes it a quad, and yeah. Well, we got our third semi-finalist. Second, I don't know. I'm losing my mind sharply. Nut's just got a quad kill at range with the Julies. Make it make sense.
I mean, it's a dominant way for Ecstatic to keep things off on this second half and really showing that Train is their home turf. They know your next move before you even think of it.
Yeah. We said it from the start, Ecstatic. They were the team that, when Train was brought back into the pool, it felt like they were the dominant factor throughout.
We've just seen a kill through that wall. I've seen so many spams, I've never seen that kill.
If TMB got that kill as well with the nade, or if the nade connected, it just is a perfect example of why this Ecstatic team are so good.
I'm actually a little late here to get elevated, so the T's can walk out. The bomb will be allowed to get planted, or maybe not, as TMB's very quick on the flank. Where Imor is, lots of damage dealt to Nut, but unfortunately will just back away before he allows Eternal Fire to take him down. So 9 on the board was just that second round eco. Eternal Fire, they're relying heavily on their full buys.
And this is going to need to be such a big performance from Eternal Fire. They want to win it in regulation, Charlie. They can only make 2 mistakes.
That's not a lot of leeway, really. No early contact here from the T's whatsoever. Do have Imor here towards main. There's not actually the util really for the CTs to look to take this. No flash on Zero or anything. There is one on Acor, but she's lining up now actually. Flashbang's great. Imor fully blinded and will get taken down. I was going to say, I don't think there was the util for this space to be taken, but Acor had a flashbang. The spam from Calyx is good enough to give the man advantage over to Ecstatic after he finds the first kill.
Static. Disadvantage timing looks awful for Acor, but he's able to slip his way into a main. Under pressure is Acor, and he's able to get 1. Could find Calyx as well, and he is successful. How has Acor got 2 there? It seemed like he should have been taken down for nothing. Luxon will get the frag. They are so fixated on Acor's angle. This is where Nut can activate. He is 20-8, Charlie. What a performance out of Nut.
Acor's been very disciplined here towards main as well, not showing anything, so it could give the idea to the D's that could he be towards... Well, could he be towards Ivy or could he be elsewhere? That's what we did just see. Mars clear this, steps being heard from Nut. And Luxon will find, so despite the heroics from Acor to get a double, it's not going to be enough. The man advantage temporarily there for Ecstatic, but we end up seeing Anlele fall down a little too cheaply in Z. And then the 2 CTs is just too split from one another.
Neck issue here. Hopefully all will get resolved soon. Charlie, you're a firm believer in a real glass half full kind of guy when it comes to comebacks and, you know, those fairy tale stories. Is this a fairy tale? Is this a book you'd read? Is it Eternal Fire with the opportunity, or?
It's really difficult because they are on this T side. They are still 3 rounds down. There's still a weapon round in play for Ecstatic. And although I do think in theory there's a chance, I think in reality probably not. I think Ecstatic is just good enough at this map, and the recent form has been very, very good as well. Like I said, 11 wins out of 13 games recently.
Yeah, and obviously for Eternal Fire, out of their last 7, it's been 2 victories. Don't get me wrong, decent opponents. One against Betclick, one against Johnny Speeds, but it took all 24 against Johnny Speed, against Betclick, and 13-10 obviously against Johnny Speed. So not the most convincing of results. Beanox has got a lot of information here towards upper B. It is going to be this playthrough B. But you've got Nut and Anlele. These are the 2 top performers for Ecstatic as the B defenders. So certainly can have some impact here. Nut, great find. And Nut can get a double. And Lele, that first responder, really nice. It puts Luxon in a 1 versus 3.
Dimby does need to be wary here, as Acor is low HP. They know exactly where Luxon is. Isn't the util to flush him out of this position, but 2 players creeping closer. Luxon wins the 1 versus 3.
Static, I just don't get it. What is the point? The bomb's not down. You have no need to progress there. And the spacing between TMB and Syrah is something you see out of a Face It level 3 game. Look at the distance. He's able to flick back towards deep, like Ivy or whatever, like CT spawn, and then still no trade scene. That is an embarrassing retake attempt. It's not even a retake. The bomb's not down yet. Ecstatic, what are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, it's simply not good enough.
Why is Acor peeking? He's 10 HP. They have all exits covered. There is nowhere he can go. It just seems so amateur for a team that we know has so much quality.
It's just a full eco, and Eternal Fire will have a clean sweep of things unless Acor can find anything with a deagle, which he cannot.
Like
1 round separates these 2 teams now.
Eternal Fire seemingly still have that spark within. But Luxon, look, I don't want to take away from his 1v3. It's brilliant. We've seen a lot of clutches out of Eternal Fire. 1v4 from Beanox, 1v3 obviously from Luxon in the last. But that wasn't as much of a Luxon 1v3 victory, more of an ecstatic 3v1 loss. At least that's how I felt.
It's opening kill for Sierra, but we've always known ecstatic haven't had issues with these. He's sitting on 9 for a little while now. Being 3 in a row from kind of far on this T side, which certainly is positive for a team that when they play Train, when they play this T side in particular, not great at. If they can continue this, we've already seen a ridiculous clutch from Beanox, a ridiculous clutch from Luxon. Question is, how long can this good fortune stay in favour of the T's? Double swing goes 1 for 1 for ecstatic. Obviously, still advantaged after the initial kill.
And the lack of health between Beanox and Calyx is going to make this so difficult. But again, ecstatic, they've already shown kind of how to lose advantage rounds before. This could be another instance. Smoke, 3 flashes, Molotov. Certainly enough for a B site hit, but with 2 defenders and a quick rotation out of Van Lele.
It's not, no, that scares me. He's got this HE grenade. As soon as contact's made, we'll use it just towards upper, actually.
Yeah.
He delayed that slightly. You would have the 2 low HP players, Beanox and Calyx, both pushing through together. Who knows what
They know he's here. They know he's here as well, and they have perfect intel of Nutnut's angle. The issue is if it's static, just play the numbers correctly. Oh, well, it gets even harder as Beanox gets taken down. Luxon will find one, and Lele trading. Surely not another Luxon 1v3. Acor denies it. So that's going to be double digits acquired now from ecstatic. They are 3 rounds away from finding success in the series and that push to the semi-finals.
Yeah, what's this money going to look like? I think it'll still be good enough for Eternal Fire, at least for 1 more round. But obviously, if we see ecstatic win the next,
yeah, makes it
see
really
12 by the time we see another full bite out for Eternal Fire. So yeah, certainly daunting task for Eternal Fire still, but it's a close map number 1, or map number 2, I should say. A little closer than I thought it would be. But don't get me wrong, I think a lot of what Eternal Fire have found has been of some pretty ridiculous moments. They won the pistol initially. The round that gave them their 3rd was a Beanox 1 versus 4, and then winning that round kept the money low for ecstatic, so it allowed them to find their 4th as well. We just saw a single round in isolation throughout the rest of the half. And then obviously kicked off by that Luxon 1 versus 3, and Eternal Fire just able to continue that streak for a little bit longer as well. I'd like to take pause though, as we are just waiting for both teams to ready themselves up.
Obviously, Eternal Fire, they are just 2 rounds away. It's going to be the investment here from them, but hasn't been the prettiest of games for Mast, for Calyx. I think when you look at the result of map 1, obviously Dust 2 going the way of ecstatic, 13-9. Luxon had a really important game, 1.3 rating. Yeah, the 2nd highest rating on his team, 0.88. Interesting, Charlie. It's the academy graduate. It's the, I guess, most inexperienced player on this team who has been the consistent factor here for Eternal Fire. Which is, I guess, not the most unfortunate thing. I guess it's great for Eternal Fire and it's great for Luxon individually, but, you know, where's Beanox been? He won a 1v4, but he hasn't been the Beanox of the past, has he?
I mean, that's the thing, although it's great that you've got a player like Luxon who can step up into this roster and have a lot of impact, obviously map number 1, sort of a couple of steps better than this one as well. But he is still top performing. I think it's the same situation that you're seeing from Eternal Fire. Probably bar Calyx, similar to map number 1. No one's having an abysmal game, but it's not good enough to show form that we can take down Ecstatic. And you have to consider as well, Beanox had a really good start to this game. I want to say in the first 2 rounds he found 3 kills, and then he obviously had the 1 versus 4. He was on 6 or 7 kills after those first 3 rounds. It's just massively slowed up, and you can't really have this if you are Beanox. You need more than just that. Alex will get the opener in this one. So man advantage given to the T side.
Yeah, Eternal Fire, they kind of need to win this one. We mentioned how the finances will be broken. They've got the man advantage, utility very limited. This is a perfect opportunity for Eternal Fire. Nice flashbang towards up, and Nut spots nothing. I'd love to see a bit of a gamble call here from Ecstatic, however risky. The idea that their money's not going to be perfect with the loss of this one. Acor's taking so much damage here. It's going to force a rotation out of TMB. So much work and responsibility here on Sierra. He needs to find Luxon here with the orb, but Luxon, great shot there, connecting to Sierra, 5-on-3. This is where TMB, the best case, should have just been staying in Z, but TMB gets 1, 20 seconds on the clock, he doubles down, it's now this 3 versus 2, make it a 2v2, 1v2, 1v3 even, what am I on about? No, though, 12 seconds, can't find Immort, so Eternal Fire are victorious. TMB does well to get 2 from the back of the bomb site there, but Eternal Fire, thankfully, they've got that round. They put themselves 1 step closer to pushing to that 3rd and final of Inferno.
And this is the thing, we're not even now discussing, oh, that could have been a round that breaks the money of Eternal Fire. We could have seen 12 fan for Ecstatic. No, we should have a leveled up game now. That round for Eternal Fire, due to them being victorious, it's now going to be all square. And although I didn't believe we could see a comeback, but it was what, that 9-6 scoreline, I want to say, or 9-5. You're still at a spot for Ecstatic where you are on the favoured side. But after this round, there's only going to be a handful of them left. Anything can happen once you're in that spot, particularly with sort of these individual moments and clutches that Eternal Fire have been so successful at. First kill was found from Immort onto Anlele. You do have Acor with the 5-7 nearby, waiting for any sort of walkout that isn't going to be coming just yet. Towards E-Box. Lane close here towards 5-6. Things can get a bit sketchy with these pistols. TMB will find one with the MP9.
Great HG grenade onto TMB. There's going to be a molly to force him forward. Acor gets 1, but traded out by Calyx. Calyx could have been found there on the reload, but TMB is still super low. Nut's got a Deagle playing from back green. Would love to try and recover an AK here. What's out 1? Oh, trying to line up the shot, and missed shots have been seen. Mast is low, but TMB surely to get dealt with. Oh my god, if TMB gets this kill, Mast, he will get the refrag with so much damage dealt to the finances of Eternal Fire. If Nut just gets that kill onto Mast, Ecstatic have such a chance there.
Yeah, they could have won that round there. Just a player not even looking at him, but he's just sort of crouched walking while shooting. And not able to connect it, but we're all square. Money is certainly kept humble for Eternal Fire, but obviously we know neither team has really any money in the bank, so the winner of this, in theory, can push forth to 12, but Lost Bonus certainly favourite Ecstatic. Acor opening kill with the vital piece for Ecstatic's openers on map number 1. Hasn't been as impactful in that department so far this game. Interesting, we've had 21 sort of opening kills found so far. Only 6 of them have gone the way of Eternal Fire.
Yeah. Eternal Fire. Maybe they haven't been impressive in the opening duel department, certainly there is one name that we've got to mention. Syrah. 5-1 when it comes to opening kills. A very impressive stat line for Syrah. TMB's been pretty key in opening duels as well. And speaking of TMB, we'll find Beanox. Down to the 5 versus 2. We've got Imor. Imor's in the back lines. He's trying to line them all up. Oh, miss shot on the first. That is embarrassing. That's so tough. That's what happens when you shoot to the back of someone's head. Sometimes it just hits the neck. That is so unfortunate there, because I actually believe there was a chance. I know it was a 2 versus 5, but he could have got 2 kills. Then we see the pivot from the player towards upper B. That's so unfortunate, and you can understand why there's a attack pause taken from Eternal Fire. Not only is it to deal with the frustration of that missed shot, but also look at the money that they've got to work with here, Charlie. I don't really know what you do if you're Eternal Fire. If you go for the Force, you're probably going to get 2 pretty weak buys. If you go for the Eco, you allow Ecstatic to find 12.
I mean, not only that, if you go for the Eco, you're still not going to get a perfect buy on the next. Calyx and Beanox won't have enough. Immor will have 3.7, so can bring on AK and armor, but that's it, no utility. And when Calyx and Beanox are already going to be limited, not exactly what you want to see, but they are going to be going for the Force by Eternal Fire. They're going for broke. Feel like it's now or never. More out towards Olaf, under pressure. TMB finds. Doesn't get dinked down.
Again, though, TMB with the opening duels. TMB's been such an asset here for Ecstatic. We mentioned that Syrah's opening frags have been very key. His opening kills have been over half of his kills, but... And Lele dealt with. Acor having a lot of impact. Acor gets a double. TMB finds Mars. It is Beanox in a 1 versus 4. We've seen him win one of these already. Shots from TMB. Beanox. So many to find, and Syrah will deny. That is 12 for Ecstatic. And Charlie, it was a set of Tech 9s that only found 2 kills in this one. And it's going to be another set of Tech 9s here for Eternal Fire. Ecstatic, they have 2 opportunities to close out the series. They're going to be getting 2 investments regardless, but they won't need to. They're going to do it here because it's just the Deagles. It's weak utility. Not a rifle, a primary, or a secondary, or a primary weapon in sight. It is pistols again.
This is the thing, the buy's not even really any better than the last. You can make an argument it's worse, because at least players like Masked and Immor had a bit of money in the bank saved across that they could have got a buyout. And yeah, it's a weak investment to say the least. 2 flashes, a smoke and a molly, and we could just see Eternal Fire instantly pivot towards a B hit.
Yeah, and they're going towards the heavy hitter of Nut Nut. I feel like Train come into the map pool. I was so sad when we saw Vertigo leave for Ecstatic because Nut Nut, he was so good on the B-bomb side of Vertigo. Yeah, he's got Train in the pool. He's played in a similar manner. And let's see what Nut Nut can do here defending the B-bomb site. He gets a double. And the third. What a flick onto Immor. The bomb goes down. It's a 1v5 for Mast. And it is done. It's Nut Nut with 4. 29 and 13 for Nut Nut. This is a quarter-final, Charlie. Doesn't quite feel like it, though. Ecstatic. They progress to the semis. Eternal Fire eliminated from the event. It was a great Swiss stage from Eternal Fire. 3-0 result. A besting of BC game. But that was without Simple. And this game far from simple for Eternal Fire, as that will be their time in the Proving Grounds over. Ecstatic victorious. Thoughts and feelings after that one, Charlie?
I mean, I'm certainly pleased it was a competitive 2-map series. At least it could have been a bit more of a blowout, to be honest. See, 13-9 map number 1, but a much closer affair. On that second map, we could have seen a world where it was Eternal Fire. There could have been the victors there. Sort of those final rounds so pivotal. But it's the fact that sort of must-win round for both teams. Ecstatic came out on top, and it sort of forced Eternal Fire into back-to-back force buys. If we saw that sort of one by Eternal Fire, we could have seen 12 for them, and who knows what could have happened whether we go to overtime or not. But as you can see in your screen, the playoffs brackets for the semi-finals has almost fully shaped up. Bet Boom versus Spirit Academy and Ecstatic securing themselves that spot there, where they will be playing against 9 or Sinners, which, well, that's going to be a series coming up later that I know we're both going to be massively excited about jumping into.
Yes, obviously, I feel like that series might have a similar idea and a similar kind of intention as what we have seen from Nine recently has been pretty decent. What we have seen from Sinners as well, I've really liked. So I'm very much excited for that final quarterfinal. Obviously, though, Charlie, that is going to be kicking off in about an hour and 10 minutes time, as we've got a pro. So make sure everyone at home, set your alarm, set your timers. We're back in about an hour for that match. But as said, Charlie, we've got 9 to face against Sinners. I think we're both under the same impression that this should be another close game, but maybe a 2-0. Sinners have been on the rise. 9 have made recent changes. What's your initial thoughts going into this one?
Yeah, honestly, probably pretty similar to what we saw in the previous game. I think it's, look, on paper, similar to the Ecstatic Eternal Fire game. I do think it has to be said, we've got to be given advantages over to 9. They have been a team who have been on some super good win rate, and I remember this 9 team, since its iteration, it's never exactly impressed me all too much. We did see some nice sort of moments at times, but it was never anything particularly consistent. And yeah, it's just not exactly quite filled me with much confidence. But the last few months, I mean, these results have been very stable, very solid. We've seen them shoot up the rankings. We've seen some results be very solid. They're on a 66% win rate in the last few months. And deservedly, they are top 23 in the Valve rankings. On the flip side of things, obviously for Sinners though, this is a team that has also had some nice moments. But equally, to a bit of a lesser degree when it comes to the teams that they've been facing off against. It feels like they're slightly earlier on in their journey than 9 have been. But like you said, we've seen a lot of movement. I think we should take a dive into this 9 roster and say what specifically has been working so well about it.
Yeah, obviously, not only is it performances online, but they nearly back-to-back land victories, which is very impressive. This 9 team overall, when it comes to individuality, Modo's certainly someone to note. Kragan as well. Obviously, we know Fathom what he can do. I think ever since joining this 9 roster, I think everyone's seen and everyone's known Fathom to be such a star. I feel like Seok can have those big games, but maybe not as consistent as some of his teammates. Charlie, a team that has also made some fairly recent roster changes, being this Sinners side. They brought in Kisarek and Stress on about 2 months ago, and I think everyone while watching this new formed Sinners team have been saying, what a set of roster changes. Kisarek and Stress on, they've really leveled up the ability, they've really leveled up kind of the gameplay here from this Sinners team, both with kind of 1.1, 1.11 ratings. Very, very impressive. I think a lot of people were saying, well, how are they going to fill the shoes of players like Morisco, like Zedco? Obviously, overall, it's about kind of replicating the success that Oscar has had. And I think there was the Zedco and Morisco, they weren't able to level up the firepower. Yet Kisarek and Stresson certainly are. And that's why we've seen this kind of better trend here. And I guess stabilization for Sinners. But 9, not going to be an easy opponent to take down. And after seeing the vetoes, Charlie, any indication or any better judgment on where you think this one's going?
Yeah, obviously, I think the Ancient pick from 9, when we're seeing a map like that, I don't think it's much of a surprise that we're seeing them pick it. It is their second best map statistically. It's their most played map statistically. And the map that they do look to pick most often. Nuke for Sinners, I think, is also a map that we probably were expecting coming into this, as long as 9 didn't ban out. And that was never going to happen with Mirage still left in. So this is obviously a good map for Sinners, but equally for 9, they've had some decent success rate at Nuke recently. They've played a lot of this map as well. And leaving Dust 2 as the decider, I think that's going to be an exciting third and final map, because 9 haven't actually been as consistent as they probably would have liked. Probably one of their probably the worst maps when it's that they actually look to play in recent times. Sinners, on the other hand, they've been pretty solid at it, but it's just 9's form on Dust hasn't been great. So I actually think Sinners have a real chance if they can bring it to that third and final. But that's going to be the biggest question. Can they bring it to the third and final? Because Ancient, sure, it's an okay map for Sinners, but it is a decent bit better for 9, and Nuke's going to have a bit of action onto that as well. I think all of these 3 maps though could be extremely close.
Yeah, I think all of these have the idea that I don't think it's going to be understanding. I don't think it's technical ability. It's going to be the individuals today. And I think when you look at the level of quality, when you really compare the 2 teams today, I think 9, they're playing a higher ranked. If you look through some of their recent games, I think 9 are on paper the better team. I don't think many Sinners fans are going to be too happy with that statement, but I think in the back of their minds, they will be thinking, this is a tough fixture. If we can take this to a third map, if we can at least give ourselves a look into to a victory here, they'll be very happy with that. Obviously, a very tough first map for them, though, with it being Ancient. We've seen the win rate. They have looked very convincing here from this 9 roster. Their 2 most recent losses being to 9Z in overtime and Ecstatic in a full 24 round game. So I think currently, Nine, they're on some decent form on this map. And sadly for Sinners, it is the flip as they are on a 3-map loss streak here. So if we can see Sinners look at least punishing here on this map and bring things close, keep things competitive, I think there's certainly an argument for them to push to dust. But as we say, it's going to be based on the individuals, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. We don't even really have a head-to-head to talk about in terms of these two teams. They have played against one another this year, but it was 5 months ago now. Very different lineups for both teams. And we can see sort of both teams back then were probably in a pretty poor spot. It was sort of a nearer Peepo's introduction to this team. Zedko was still on the roster. We saw Bob XD on 9. Mantu still on this side. And I feel like both teams were probably at some of their lowest moments there. But it feels like both teams are playing at some of the best CS I've seen from them in a long time. But map number 1, Fred, of Ancient. Nine's map selection is going to be underway now.
Obviously, big game. Really important map here for Nine. Set the tempo here in this quarterfinal. Get yourself that spot in the semis. Obviously, as we've just seen, they will be facing off against Ecstatic if they do find victory. And although we might be heading into the action on this one, straight into a tech pause.
It is going to be Sinners on this CT side of this map. 9 on the T. So it's interesting. I always like to look at side and favourings on a map like Ancient because it feels like the one map where I don't think it's that much of a surprise to see teams favour different sides, but here, though, that's not going to be the case. Both teams like setting the tempo on the T side. Nine, we've seen some great things from them on both sides of this map. I don't think there's a huge favouring that they have. Obviously, we've recently saw them take down Fnatic 13-7 on this map. Played against some really tough opposition recently, and there's been some great games that we've got to watch from them. It's been exciting to watch Nine in recent times. Their formats, some recent events as well, has been very good from these guys. Seen them obviously come sort of second at Fragadelphia, first in a previous event as well, and now here in the Proving Grounds, we all know they've got their eyes on that championship.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, Sinners, as you mentioned, they're starting on that CT side. They need to be a strong start for them. Obviously, both teams are going to want an exciting beginning here, and already contact taken from Peepo and Temple could get taken down, and Peepo is found. Stresson finding Kragan beforehand, and there can be a play through B if they'd like. Faven is patiently waiting. Great shot from Modo. Modo has had instant application to this roster. Obviously, he officially joined the team 3 days ago, but we saw him playing on this roster a little bit longer, and it was for their LAN events, and you can see how well they did that. Faven, though, great find onto Kissaret, gives them the man advantage going into this post plant, and positioning for Faven's brilliant, holding for Stresson. The peak comes through, but Stresson great crosshair placement, so a 2 versus 2. Stresson needs to find Modo and is successful, and Shock late rotate will find, and enough time for the defuse.
Sinners pistol victory. Obviously, I said I think each of these games could be very close. I think there's a real chance that we could have a 3-mapper on our hands here, but equally, I think if either of these teams can take their opponent's map selection, I think there's a great chance that they could take this one in 2-0. Obviously, if Nine can win their own map pick, obviously if they take Nuke, they've won this series. But I also think if Sinners can go on to find map number 1, well, I think there's a real chance they could find themselves maybe even causing a bit of a surprise hit. And I think it's such a surprise I'm even saying that, because the Sinners side, sort of you look at, well, maybe earlier in this year, there was some pretty disappointing results, really, and we saw them sort of just gradually going lower and lower in the rankings, and still haven't seen them shoot up as far as we'd like them to, but I'm sure that'll change very quickly as the results have certainly turned around for this team, and it feels like you said, these roster moves of Stresson and Kissaret can mean all the difference, but Nine do have the advantage here.
Nice finds here from Faven as well. With this being the force by 9, they put a lot of stop in winning this round, but it's looking very good. Shock does have a smoke. Beastic rotating out now. That's a miss smoke, but Beastic just going to be playing through it, understanding that there is a player in A main. Shock taking contact here, and with that knowledge, surely just going to be a save. There's going to be a late flank from Faven. Beastic never to be ready for Faven here. Creeping on out, contact taken, and Faven can find him. And there we have it. Faven getting that kill. Shock just going to save. Really, really nice here from 9. Great bounce back.
Yeah, into a bit of a force buy war between the two sides. Shock saving this M4 is going to make this buy look significantly better for Sinners, as without it we would have seen 5/7s in armor, deagles perhaps, but not a huge amount more. Yeah, that one M4, you could just see the buy looks significantly better. MP9, I believe, dropped over from Shock as well, allows Peepo to bring out some utility as well as head armor. There are still some Galils in play. Is that Mac 10 as well, so Sinners do sort of need to invest in head armor, but don't really have the finances on everyone to do so. Oh, I like this boost from Shock.
Yeah, this could work nicely with Faven. He's going to spot above it, and Faven finds 2. The awareness from Faven there is quite the sight. Fair play to Faven.
Okay. Round has flipped though. He seems to be able to find a double, with Stress on in the meantime finds a set drop.
You say flipped. It's now down to a 1v1. Stress on getting a second. Really nice look in this round, but it's all about whether they can continue.
HB does favour Stress on here. Does have the armor on the retrieved M4. There is no defuse kit, so time is not Stress on's friend here. I like how Stress on's playing this. I think this is how you got to do it, but the steps have been heard. Rouse is able to find 2 kills from him. Important round. And that will stop any sort of force by war continuing, but it gets a little close for comfort, particularly after you see Faven finds the first 2 kills to make that a 3v5. Also being the M4 that's dropped, but at least he's able to retrieve it and find a double.
Yeah, got to be said, quite unfortunate that it did seem like more needed to be done. I think Sinners, they bring it so close, but 9, are we really allowing Beast to get that double? Stress aren't able to just win those 2 1v1s. I just don't feel like 9, the round should have ever gotten that close after Faven gets that double, but it does happen.
Couple of upgraded pistols here, but not a huge amount to speak about in terms of Sinner's investment. It's just a bit of a lighter round for them, obviously. They've got to get money for the next. Got to be able to reinvest here. He's stick with the 5/7 found early. They're going down as well. Another boost for Sinners. This one also isn't going to quite work out, but Faven really struggling to connect anything there. Full mag, not a single bullet connecting.
Yeah, not great. But we've all been there.
It's certainly not the easiest of shots, but wouldn't mind at least one connecting. So I feel like we should just see that mag 10 start to probe slightly while the rest of the team can make a call off of that. Shock will find one with the USP. Gets Rek tucked here in cave, hoping that he's not going to be cleared.
Yeah, gets Rek just playing super patient here. So the kind of best case scenario is he goes 1 for 1. I just don't see much more being found. There we have it. 9. It's a good start.
Yeah, I mean, after losing the pistol as well. That's what 9 need here. Got to be able to turn things around, have been able to instantly. is their map selection. I said that I think there's opportunities for Sinners, despite them being probably largely unfavoured by a lot of people viewing this game at face value. And this is a good call here. Fast play towards A. Peepo's angle is great. Is able to find one and no issues back and away. Such a good angle from Peepo. Through the smoke as well. Stress on connects. And Nade of the smoke. The Sinner's given no time for 9 to settle in this one.
Yeah, absolutely incredible that. Really nice from Sinners. This being the first full buy versus full buy, really. And Sinners, barely any damage taken. Absolutely excellent. Just what you need. Kind of get yourself back on track and really show that threat factor.
When the weapons are back in play, you've got to make that instant impact, and they are able to do so. Moto on the AWP. No luxury for Beppo just yet. Fight out towards middle. Kisrek will take down Kezshot. Is able to back away. Raul spots a lot more than he bargained for towards middle, but luckily for himself, can keep himself alive.
Yeah, currently a strong start to this round. I know a lot of space has been taken from 9, but Sinners, they're quite happy with the man advantage. So a fair bit of utility here for 9, but it's going to be this late B finish. And for Modo to have the AWP in such a deep position, yes, okay. He's currently holding off 4 players' rotations, which is actually really key. And that's something they won't realise. But Stress On going to take this fight. And Stress On with the instant headshot. And now Sinners can rotate. Now they've got the freedom. They don't feel so locked in towards A. Molly landing onto Faven's feet. Shot gets a double. It's a 1v5 for Faven. This is quite the turnaround and quite the performance out of Sinners. I think that's safe to say.
Yeah, back-to-back dominant looking rounds. Faven will attempt to fake this bomb, but Beppo's so fast through the smoke. No chance for Faven even to really get his gun out before he's taken down there. So all square once again, and obviously like we spoke about, both teams do sort of tend to favour this T side of this map. Although 9 are very positive at both sides, Sinners at times have shown they can falter sometimes while being on the defence.
Yeah, look, it definitely can happen. They're not a perfect team, are they? There's always going to be mistakes showing. There's always going to be mess-ups kind of leaking into games.
Stick under
9,
pressure
this is
hit.
Nice second shot from Kragan. Been able to recover the bomb. Look at the space that Seo's taking here towards A. But Kragan's first 2 kills on the map, they're not bad. Oh, I don't like the double back hit. Evo's holding for Seo. He's just got a Glock. Seems a bit unnecessary, and Shock will be able to find Kragan. I would have much preferred the bomb just heading its way there, but I guess they're going under the assumption that it will be a fake. Obviously not. Goes a little bit wrong.
Nice couple of kills from Kragan. First couple of kills actually from him this whole game. We'll just limit the economy of Sinners slightly, and obviously it was just the eco. Need some light investments coming through from 9, but weapons back in play now. Streak of Sinners has been extended to 3. 9 have to do their best to see if they can stop it in its tracks. Rouse, that's a freebie in middle. But will find one onto Faven elsewhere, so it remains this 4-on-4, and Treson's able to retreat into Donut, but Molly's could come his way. Sejong does it with the bullets alone. Eastig finds one. There are 2 more T's here, but not going to dare push through that smoke.
That would be such a risk. Especially with positioning of, I want to say, B-Stick. Yeah. Depot now posted from Red Room. I guess the positive that 9 actually have in this round without utility is the rotations from Sinners are going to be slower. It's going to have to be a full contact round, which means that A lot of space is going to be taken silently from 9. I think if they had smokes and flashes, we'd actually see early rotations from Sinners, but Peepo's having a slight look here because Beestick feels under pressure. And quite rightly, as that is where 9 are going to be progressing. They're looking to find this pick onto Beestick beforehand. I really like this style of play. Beestick. Oh, he spotted the shoulder of Sayot. Will find the first. Now onto the USP. Rawls gets the trade, but Peepo looking to get himself pick beforehand. They will have heard and spotted Rawls. I don't know why he's just jumping across there. Seems so unnecessary. And it's now a 1 versus 2 for Modo. And he might fall to the same fate, the same eventuality. And Peepo finds 3. Great round for Peepo. Sinners 5-3 now, the scoreline.
Yeah, good patience from Peepo not to sort of get that first kill and think, okay, I know the second was the one that planted the bomb. Let's go for the swing now. Let's search. Didn't need to, just sort of stayed static and waited for Modo to peek into his crosshair. Yeah, you'll look at that from Rouse and say, you understand he wants to have more space in that post plant rather than just what they're limited to. So try to take some control, but in doing so, it just gives up a kill. Makes that a 2 versus 2. Very favoured for Sinners as it becomes that 1v2 for Peepo. Or sorry, for Shock, I want to say it was. It was not Shock, I don't know what I'm on about, it's Modo.
Wrong team.
Definitely the wrong team, unless we're seeing some sort of team kills come through. Peepo, great impact early here.
Yeah, Peepo's been very key, actually.
Not
to say that I wasn't
to warp on. And he sort of has just been this turret. Just played very disciplined, very patient, but 9 have been giving him kills. Nothing overly fancy from him, but just sort of sitting, holding the angles, hitting the shots that need to connect, and that's all that Sinners can really ask of him. It is just this Tech 9 play into the bomb site. Sedgwick will find one through the smoke. Stressant does the same thing, but it's Beestick stubble. He's had a lot of multi-kills this game. In-game leader makes it a triple with the USP for the final one. And okay, Sinners are certainly bringing a level of fight. I wasn't expecting this early from them, but great to see.
Yeah, obviously very nice. I think Sinners as well, if we said, Charlie, both these teams, they look very good on their respective map picks. They look very good just in general from these vetoes alone. We said the map vetoes aren't massively favouring one team or the other. It's going to be based off the individuals. So I think that's something we do need to know. I guess the only thing that you could say the vetoes slightly favour Sinners more is the fact that they pick Ancient and Nuke more often than 9 picked Ancient and Nuke. I don't know. That's all I'm going off of. But 9, they actually have the advantage in this round. It's the kills in middle from Sayot and Kragan, and Sayot looks as though he wants to continue this aggression, or at least show he wants to continue it. But Peepo could find a pick back here. Holding for the jump across this Peepo. It's an open B bomb site currently, though, and this is where 9 seemingly are going to be looking to head.
So Joel will go down, and yeah, 9 now accelerating off of that death of their teammate. Stick drops the smoke and the flash. I think questioning swapping weapons, and we are going to see that. Shock has to clear this angle, has to find this kill. If he won't, we're going to surely see a save from these 2 remaining CTs.
Yeah, and thankfully for 9, they have found another round because it was looking very one-sided. It was looking pretty dominant here from Sinners. 9's only success was gained from winning that force buy in round number 2. Then obviously they were against a weaker weapon round and then an eco. Yeah, that was 5 on the bounce for Sinners. They looked so well primed to find this half, but they've been denied here in round number 10.
Peepo finds one. 1 or 2 Ts have been tagged down, but people are happy just to limit them to 2 survivors, keeping their money low. Obviously, loss bonus is still pretty good for 9. I believe it is 2.9k. But equally, if they lose this round, it won't be a perfect buy. So Sinners still could be on track for 8 here. But equally, we know what 9 could do. We know their previous results, how good this team's been. You can't let them feel confident on their map selection. Stressant alone here towards A. Drops the Molotov. Has been spotted and need to accompany it. Didn't quite do as much damage as I
Great
thought the
fight.
Kraken.
Really important kill though for Sale. It takes down the cave player. Sinners are playing Ancient a little bit untraditionally with the amount of players they're sending early towards both A and middle. But look, have 9 gone fast towards B often? No. So Sinners, they've early read into this. Why would we position 2-3 players towards B early if they're not going to go here? Let's look to take space in middle. Let's look to take fights towards A. Epo, though, could find a free kill. So isn't tradable. Epo can just repost on the angle.
Double cave setup right now for Sinners. Do have 1 on the boost.
Yeah, this can work really nicely. Their shot getting 1. They know that Kissarek's on the boost, though. This is the issue. They've got good intel. They
As
know
good
what
as the
not
intel
to
is, you still got 2 people to peek into. Finally do see 1 kill found. People could end this round. Does actually get found by Kraken. The bomb is dropped here. The entrance of cave.
Oh, he's gone silent, and now, the shot's there from Kisarek. The 1v1 for Kraken on the B bomb site. Kisarek's just backing away, playing from CT. Stress on, sorry. Volley going to be sent here from Kraken. 6 seconds left. He will be able to get the bomb down here. 1 versus 2. Possible round for Kraken. Smoke on this left-hand side. He's just going to play close to the smoke, surely. Shots are coming through, and Kraken realizes, actually, I don't want to push into this yet.
Shock is still very wary about this.
I love this from Kraken. He's just holding for the edge of the smoke, waiting for aggression, and Kraken can isolate. And the shot came through from Shock. Kraken's got information. The bomb isn't planted for him, though. Full 5 seconds tick of the bomb from Shock. Kraken needs to hurry things along. Shock, he gets off the bomb. He gets the kill. And I believe there's enough time for the defuse anyway. I think Shock would have had the defuse either way, but he makes sure he keeps his weapon.
It would have been
It would
how
have been
quick
close.
Kraken find that kill. That's what it felt like it would have come down to. But yeah, Shock's still able to find. Nice attempt though from Kraken, considering how one-sided that round did initially look. And yeah, it's all just people holding the angle, but Kraken being so ready for it. And I said there is some issues that could come financially with 9 if they lose. But obviously with the bomb plant, it certainly has helped them out a bit, giving them a bit more util. I thought we'd have to see a few more players drop down to Galils like Modo. But it is just the one player who has to take the hit on weaponry.
Speaking of Moda, though, Charlie, he's had a bit of a tough game. 4-9 currently. The bottom performer of the entire server. Don't know whether that will be correct regarding rating. Deep position here for Stress on. He finds that pick, and now 9, they're going to just have to head towards the B bomb site. They have no control towards A. We even saw it from Modo. He's worried. Great recognition from Kisarek that Seyot would be tucked behind boxes. Obviously, Seyot's been playing this kind of lurking role in middle. Don't know how 9 can possibly win this round. It would just have to be mistakes from Sinners. And there's the first. Kisarek goes down. Stress on as well. He's being held for because they know that he was here towards A main. And rotations are going to be here. Stresson's got this information. But there's going to be a smoke down. Nice find from Peepo, though. He's been so key here in this game. Stresson just needs to keep himself alive, actually. If he doesn't even need to peek from main, and the impact he'll have by just being that kind of, you know, the one to think about. 9 permanently have Stresson on their mind. We need to take him down from A main. And in doing so, it can allow a lot of space to be taken by the rest. Stresson finally activating his Modo. I mentioned he's had a tough game, but he won't win a 1v4. That won't be the round for him to find. Sinners with 8. A great half here from Sinners. And again, Charlie, I've got to remind you, 3 of those 4 rounds that were found by 9 were based off of the victory in round number 2 with that force buy.
Yeah, I have to say, individuals looked unreal for Sinners, actually. A big thing you can occasionally see him have a really good map, but it's just the fact that he's so able to take these 1v1s, win them so often. But even more so, the amount of multi-kills that so many of these guys got, Beastic in particular, Sinners looking like a real threat. Peepo, I remember still sort of all the way back when Oscar got replaced for him and thinking, oh, this is a strange roster move, removing your top performing player for sort of a bit of an unknown in Peepo. But it feels like this iteration of Sinners is certainly one of the better that we've seen in a long, long time. So I'm all for it. I don't think it was just the one chase that was needed to be made. And obviously, I think Sinners agreed, moving away from just that full check roster.
And now, Sinners, they've
Empty
got the
bomb
man
site.
advantage. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a retake from 9. Rolls does have a smoke and a flash. Modo also with a smoke. Very rarely do you see 2 smokes invested in a pistol round, let alone on the CT side. Let's see what they've got cooking. Rolls, he needs to get this kill. Oh, Shock, he's realised that that's the defuse kit, so that's great information. And now, Shock, Hero finding it's a 5-on-2. I just don't see how this round would ever go the way of 9 now. Sinners. What a response. What a showing they're having here on Ancient. And I think quite fortunately, these vetoes aren't one-sided because 9, it seems like they're going to have to do it now on Nuke because the way that Sinners are showing on Ancient has been very impressive. Charlie, if I told you going into this game that one of these 2 teams was kind of close to getting that spot in the major and the other were just scraping into top 60, I feel like we both know which team you'd be feeling would be the higher ranked currently because Sinners are absolutely destroying.
Yeah, and it should be a double digits unless somehow this stat can work out.
And B-Stick's just going to have... Oh, timing goes against B-Stick. I was going to say he's going to have a field day with a Mac 10, but... Oh, look. They invested in one SMG. SMG found nothing, but it doesn't really matter. This is it for 9. They've got to win this. Otherwise, it's 12-4. It's too far gone. It's map over, and very little to talk about what 9 have shown on Ancient.
I mean, that's the thing. I was sort of building up this game and saying, oh, I think it's going to be more competitive than people think. I think Sinners have more fight than people are maybe going to be giving them credit for at face value. This game isn't competitive, but not for the reason that I thought it could be. This is Sinners bullying 9 right now on their map pick. And I certainly think a bit of a rude awakening to 9 to say, look, you can't just go through the motions in this game. You can't just coast to victory. This is a game you have to really bring your A game for. So, oh, wow. Look at the damage he dealt to Modo through that smoke. Continued spray might have found the kill. Depot finds one. He's continuing his dominance on this map. Opens up the space towards A for his teammates. Kisrick taking Temple. Gets a freebie onto Kragan. And the CTs, I wouldn't be surprised if they do attempt this, just due to the state of where this game's at right now. But realistically, this should be a save, and it's not even going to be able to have a chance to look into the bomb site. Favon has a slight glance before his head's ripped off. Sinners with 11. It's going to have to be a half buy from 9. Fred, we could be speedrunning Ancient.
Yeah, honestly, if I were 9, I wouldn't even go for the half buy. Are you really thinking you can win 8 in a row? Charlie, they've won one full buy versus full buy. 1. And look, understandably, they go for the force. They don't feel confident winning 8 in a row. They've won 3 in a row, and it was because of force buy success. This has been quite a disappointing performance here. I don't really know what else to say. 9, where have you gone?
Where have they gone, indeed?
Not to the semi-finals, it seems. Only 4 rounds
Not
have been
with a
found on
display
there.
like this.
No, of course not. Look, I think 9 certainly are that team that have got a lot of grit to them. They've got a lot of experience as well, but individuals are just lacking today. As well, Charlie, when you look at the teams that 9 have lost to recently, they've lost to Na'Vi, they've lost to that kind of Gentlemates team / is what X, Iberian Soul, ESC, and Fnatic. That's what this 9 roster are showing. Very
I wouldn't be
promising performance.
surprised, not even looking at stats, if this is the most dominant loss. I mean, if things go the way that it could be, yeah, it certainly would be their most dominant loss. Eastig finds one, the trade does come through. We've seen him get too many multi-kills recently. What a find from Stress on, so quick.
Yeah, man advantage back now for Sinners. Rolls has to go huge, but loses his life. And now, you'd argue for Kraken and Fav, and saving's got to be the game plan. Give yourself a chance in the last.
But you also know Sinners probably are not going to allow you to do that.
Honestly, I don't think Sinners care. Look, you can keep your fam as is. We'll give you 16k. We're not bothered. Stress on 17 and 7. What a performance he's had. Shock 15 and 5. Everyone having their moment. Interestingly, Kissarek's the one player who's negative, and he's got the least kills here for Sinners. But I feel like Kissarek's had a lot of impact as well.
I mean, look, he would be the top performer on 9. And he's the bottom performer on Sinners. Exactly, and he's bottom by what feels like a decent margin as well. B6 12 and 10, I mean, he has had so much impact this game. But you've got Peepo, Stress on, and Shock all going above and beyond. I mean, there is a level of desire for them to make it to the semis over 9 here. I mean, these guys are just playing so well right now. This is... Look, I'm on the Sinners hype train. I'm probably on the bandwagon. And yet, this is still one of the best performances I've seen from Sinners. I've seen some good moments to make me believe again in this roster, but this is a statement of intent. And Jock, aggressive here towards Shelf. Shock feels that he's under pressure, but still finds the first. I said this guy's looking hot individually. Takes the fight, finds the first. Has to be ready for Favon, who is going to be flanking down. Does get taken down, but not before dealing some damage to Favon as he falls.
Obviously, Favon hasn't had the best of performances, hasn't had those games that we've become so accustomed to seeing from him. Neither is Kraken. Kraken in a far worse spot. 5 kills is all that's been found.
Kisarek.
Surely he's going to get taken down there.
Kisarek still might get a second chance of this here. Rouse is aware, but he's Stress on to find.
Kraken's in the back lines. This whole round's contingent on Favon because they're so certain that it's going to be A because Stress on's shown all of this contact. Favon kind of has to get them both here.
They are going to be split.
I don't know why they're so split. Peepo. It's 1v1 against 2 low HP players. Favon has to get this kill. There's 14 seconds left. Get 10. Peepo has to hit this shot and he gets taken down. Favon finds them both. I don't really know why they're so split. They're heading up towards Ram. That's Sinners' kind of big mistake of this game, but they've still got 7 opportunities.
That's the thing, is finally 9 finding their 5th. But it's not exactly all too much to praise them for just yet. A long road back needed. Such a good angle that Favon plays. It feels like you so rarely see players go down for nothing there.
But there should always be a trade. That's the idea. Very rarely go down for nothing, but it should be 1 for 1. You know, I feel like it's a spot where yes, you're in an off angle, you're gonna get 1 kill, but you then should be found.
Into the smoke, Stress on spots. But look at who's taking space. Kisarek out towards A, gets a freebie onto Modo. We'll just drop a smoke into Donut. They drop luckily 4-9. being able to rotate in and take down Kisarek before too much space can be taken. Dresson found in middle. This has to be the go call for Sinners. It is an unmanned bomb site. They've roused towards Cave.
Again, we're seeing a lot of pivoting here from Sinners, but the positioning for Shock is brilliant. Beastic can take contact, and then we can see the swing from Shock. And Shock's not even needed. Oh, it's done. 1v3 for Kragan. He's got a molly, he's got a smoke. He's got a nade landing. Just shallow of him, but shortly to be found in just a moment. Traded out by Peepo. And that is it. Sinners 13-5. This is the pick of 9. We mentioned that vetoes aren't as important as both teams look pretty decent on all 3 maps. 9 decided not to show up here on Ancient, so they're going to have to do it the hard way. They're going to have to take their opponent's map pick of Nuke and then Dust 2. But Charlie, thoughts and feelings after that one?
Yeah, I said in the game, I mean, a lot earlier on, a lot before when we saw Sinners actually go on that huge streak that they went on. But I did say in that game, I think if either team can take their opponent's pick, I think they've got a really good chance for a 2-0 here. And Sinners have done that. They have taken a... Moving on to their Nuke. Obviously, this isn't a bad map for 9. They certainly, luckily, are going to be in a position where they can still do some serious damage on map number 2. But this isn't now a question of speculation anymore. This is something we have to see it. Otherwise, this is it. Bye-bye 9. You're out way too early for a team of your caliber, and Sinners could steal that spot out from under you.
Yeah, obviously 9, one of the highest ranked teams regarding this entire event. That's the level they're playing at. As I mentioned, they were just kind of competing to get that spot in the major. Whenever we see Bet Boom in events like this, we just assume they're the ones that hold the highest spot. But no, it's held by 9 currently. They're such a strong team, such an impressive team. And as you mentioned, the fact they could be eliminated here and something that is a bit of a problem. Now we're going to be moving to Nuke. It's the pick of Sinners. We've seen success from them, obviously, in the past. But the way they just played on Ancient, the only stat that matters, Charlie, is how they play today. And by God, we're Sinners in a very, very good spot. So if they play like that on Nuke, we could see a Sinners 2-0. But that's something we'll see, Charlie, after the break. incredible. But Charlie, do you think Nine can come back now on Nuke?
I mean, without a doubt, look, that they are the highest ranked team at this event. They certainly should have that possibility. I think we just saw a few too many players not exactly able to step up to what Sinners were delivering today. I mean, that was some of the best individuals I've seen from Sinners. It's more so the question is, can Sinners do it in 2? Which, I mean, it sounds strange asking can 9 come back when it's essentially the same thing. But I'm more saying, can Sinners perform to the same level? And that's something I don't quite know, because that was an absolute masterclass from them. They are on their map pick, of course. We certainly could give them the slight favouring for that. But they are starting on the T side here. Pistol victory would be a fantastic way for them to kick things off here.
Yeah, I think we do have to say, for 9, they just didn't have the individuals. That was what was so lacking. And, well, you asked for a pistol victory. And we have seen one. But yeah, as I wanted to say, for 9, we just didn't have the individuals. We just didn't have that real threat about them. And I think, obviously, it's a tough one to kind of say, because we know how much 9 do rely on individuals. I don't want to say they're fully reliant, because it's not as though Favon has to have a good game or it's done. But it was pretty disappointing from Modo. 6 kills there. Riles with 8. Kragan with 7. Only 2 players having double-digit frags. Not the greatest of performances, but look, for 9, this is a game for the semi-finals. You can't be lacking. You can't be having individuals not showing up and stepping up, and potentially that's why Ancient was so one-sided. They've had what, 15-20 minutes now between in the break. I would always love to hear kind of a coach's, I guess, pre-map team talk, because I feel like there's always such an insight. When you see a crazy team, you know, let's say 9, they got what? They lost 13-5. Let's say they won this map 13-0 or something ridiculous. I'd love to be able to hear what was said by the in-game leader, by the coach, to really rally the troops.
Yeah, without a doubt. What was said, what can be done, what do we see? But it is a force buy from 9. Scout, a couple of SMGs, and 2 upgraded pistols. Sinners, this is their chance to have a great start on this T side. Can't mess things up here. Kisrek is able to make his way down to secret, unspotted, unseen.
This being the force here from 9, there's a lot of risk about it. And it's going to be a split outside, as we're seeing the util sent now. Stress on. Going to be manoeuvring here. Needs the clear. Kragan doesn't, so that's a free AK given. They'll have Kisarek here. Obviously, the idea was to show a lot of presence towards outside, and then they pivot ramp, which is an interesting one, because obviously there's going to be plenty of players kind of under heaven because of the lockers smoke, but it might work out well. Trade scene there. People are having to find aware that there's another player. Riles has shown his contact, shown his positioning. Needs to try and keep the bomb here. Oh, it's spotted, elevated. Kragan. Kisarek. Oh, Kisarek just needed to head out of the vent. For some reason, he just stuck around inside. Would have been able to find Riles there, but struggling. He dropped the bomb down the vent. What is going on here? Hepo's dropped the bomb down the vent. I think he's done it just in case. Yeah, I honestly, I think he dropped it from Squeaky just in case he got taken down by dropping. I don't know whether it's genius or stupid, but the round's going on. Kisrek and Peepo win the clutch. That was the force from 9, so Sinners, they should be able to find themselves a third, unless if 9 can justify investing again. But good start here from Sinners. Obviously, both teams do favour the CT side, as expected.
And it is going to be the easier round, I say, for Sinners, as there are still upgraded pistols and armour. Could see some potentially lobby aggression here from 9 to try to catch them out, and that's what we are going to see.
Yeah,
aggression towards the lobby. Shock will find one with a Mac 10.
It's a perfect call and a perfect decision from Sinners. We're going to keep our 2 Mac 10s in lobby. If they crunch on lobby, we've got the money makers ready. If they head towards outside, we've got the rifles that can prod and poke. I really like this decision. 2 down already towards Secret. Stress on just trying to keep their attention towards A for as long as humanly possible. And the molly now sent towards ramp. Stress up. You will have heard the reload there in Trophy. himself a slight gap to work with through the door.
Nine seemingly just searching for another weapon, potentially looking for Stress On specifically to see if that's an AK they can save into the next round rather than just one of these Mac 10s. Moto will have Stress On dead to rights, maybe not.
Not the best moment there from Moda. That is so unfortunate. We will see all three survive here for Sinners. Excellent start from Sinners. They are showing that same level of throughout Nuke as we saw on Ancient. I know we've only seen 3 rounds, but Sinners, they do have that same level of potency here.
And this is what every team sort of asks for when you're on this T side of Nuke, just being able to get that huge lead early, just that 3-0 start. That even if you don't have the greatest display, although Sinners are actually very good on their T side, it does just allow you to sort of have a few rounds where you can maybe be a little slow to start. But that's full by here out for 9. Orp on Modo, of course.
The perfect way to think about it is we expect kind of a 7-5 or an 8-4 for the CTs. The fact that Sinners are 3-0 up, their game starts from here. Treat it like a new little mini game. It's a 9-round half. If they can get themselves 4 from now, they're winning the half. If they can get themselves 3, they're tying the half. You know, if they get a third of the remaining rounds, they have had such a good performance here on the T side. B-Stick taken down by Kragan. Nice trade from Peeper, though he's already down in secret.
Yeah, it's not like there's not much Kragan can do after finding B-Stick. As soon as he gets that kill, as soon as he fires the shot, there are just so many players who have crossed without that information being relayed.
Nice from Rolls. He gets one from Garage. Kisarek and Peepo going to be manoeuvring here. Modo playing under Heaven with an Orp. Rolls in the open and dealt with. Great from Kisarek. And now it looks like they're going to maneuver to main. Sail down towards the lower site. We've got Modo progressing here through ramp. Isolated is Favon. In fact, they're heading down towards B. Timing is going to be everything here. As Shock very much alone. Holding for aggression. Modo might not clear him. And he doesn't. Shock confined. And this could pull a rotation from Sayot towards A. Similarly, it could pull Sinners up towards A as well. But there's very minimal time here. Sayot, unfortunately, is out in the open. Kisarek will go down, but trade seen. And now Favon. He's been spotted here towards A. He's going to drop down the vent. Favon realizing he's got a 1v1. Evo does have full util, though. Evo taking that fight. Favon, he gets the kill and closes the door. It's going to be a defuse coming through. There's nothing the shot can do. Round is done. Okay, 9. That's their first round on the board. I don't really know why Peepo looks to stick around there. The second the bomb goes down, I understand there is worry. But if he just sends a molly towards single door and plays in dark, or a molly towards double door and plays in dark, it allows for his teammate to rotate in. It seems very unnecessary there.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked myself that people didn't even find that kill, because you just see having a look away for a slight moment, and it feels like it gives Peepo the advantage.
Obviously, he does it so if the player's down the vent, they're forced to open the door before fighting. But yeah, it felt like Peepo should have found that kill anyway. Kragan, nice reposition here, already playing in secret. Great flashbang, fully blinded is Kragan, and Kisarek can deal with him. Very impressed with how Kisarek, how Peepo, and Shock have started this game.
In general, all of these rounds feel like they've been played well by Sinners. It's just sort of mistakes there in the 2 versus 1 that cost them their first round, but very well organised. They know what they want to do. Peepo finds Sejot as well, push through the smoke is rounds, and this thing is so good at playing off one another. You can just see one kill, it draws this rotation, someone's holding for that. That kill draws another, someone else is holding for that. It's really smart stuff from Sinners, and you can just see how well drilled and how much of this map they would have played with a full 5 just to be ready for this.
Yeah, of course. I think we knew this Sinner side were going to be good when it comes to this map anyway. With it being their pick, they're clearly feeling confident. But yeah, really nice display so far from Sinners. And again, you touched upon it, it was a perfectly executed round. They get the 1 kill. Flashbang comes through. The player in main's going to be peeking after we see the shot come through from Peep. It seems like that's one of those rounds that I think Sinners, they would have theory crafted. So, okay, well, this is what we're going to do when we think there's someone towards Secret. We're going to send a flash. Peepo's then going to be holding for Heaven. The peek comes through. Someone's top garage. And it's one of those rounds that you probably theory craft and be like, okay, well, what are the odds of this actually panning out exactly how we plan? Very slim. But it has come through. It's been brilliant. And that's why Sinners, they prep so heavily for a round like that, for the contingencies and for the rotations from 9. And that's exactly how it's meant to look. And we mentioned that Sinners have been playing off one another really well already, and kind of before the outcome of that one. And a perfect representation of how they've been so far.
Could be the chance of 5 here for Sinners, which gets them 5 this early into a game. You already spoke about it, sort of 7 to 5. You'd be very happy with that if you're the T side, and with so many more rounds to play. I mean, the sky feels like it's the limit for Sinners right now. Dragon does spot, gets dinged for 8 damage. The nade could find though. Just slightly misses. There are no Dragons here, but he's certainly not making it easy for Sinners to take him down. Dragon finally will fall. Looked off towards the blue box. Force Modo out into the open, and Kisrek finds. And again, it's even around like this. Look, Sinner's taking their time, but slowly picking apart. And this defense of the CT side. There's only 30 seconds on the clock, though. Got to make sure they don't overcomplicate anything.
Obviously, it's kind of been the lack of time that has made some errors and forced some complications here for 9. But generally speaking, they've got it over the line, and they've done so here again. 5 to 1.
We're now going to be looking at how many can Sinners find. Could see them win the half, and you're looking at things like that and saying, already pressure is high in this map, being one map down for 9. But the start that Sinners had, it's been superb. Modo is back on the orb. We do have weapons to play again. There's no defuse kit on the CT side. Beasting's just going to take this fight onto Sedjot. Did get the jump on him, but just couldn't quite connect the bullets that would have taken him down. So ramp room has been taken. Fight behind the molly from Fathom. Will hit 1 bullet on the shock, but no real damage done. And a play towards hell. This is the bomb here. There are 2 players nearby, Modo and Fathom. Stresson might not even consider going for this. Gets given a freebie by Fathom and can back away with the bomb. Could have been very dicey if Stresson went down as well.
Yeah, definitely had that costly idea. Would have been a 5v3. Bomb in a tough position to recover. Stresson just going to drop the smoke. Oh, Sayot. Okay, he's done a lot of damage to Peepo. Stresson going to send the HE grenade. Timing on this looks great. He will find Peepo with it. Rals. Another doors. Oh, okay. Kisarek. They know that Stresson's alone in this one. They know that his teammate was towards top lobby, so they're just going to look to get on the bomb again. It's a 10-second defuse, though. Molly landing on it. They force him off the bomb site. Kisarek. Questioning as to where the final player resides. Little 10-second defuse. Flashbang going to be coming through. Odo dealt with, but still the defuse will be found. Kisarek gets the double, though. Money's not great here for 9. They've just lost everyone there. But again, we're seeing this a little bit too frequently, Charlie, where there's a player still in lobby holding for rotations from Sinners. And even with holding for rotations, not only are they not getting the kill, but they're just indicating to 9 that they've kind of got like a 3v1 or a 2 versus 1 on the bomb site, which I feel like it has given 9 chances in rounds. You look at the 2 rounds that 9 have found, they have been contingent on a late lobby lurk that has been seen, quick rotation down the vent, and an isolated player on the B-bomb side. So I think maybe that's something that Sinners do need to not necessarily work on, but look, if you're going to be leaving a player in lobby, you have to be a little bit more clinical with your B-site takes from ramp. But great aggression from Kragan towards outside. He's able to find 2, and it gives 9 a great opportunity to get their 3rd round hit.
Yeah, we see Kisra clear all outside, but just overlooking the possibility there could just be someone towards red. Clears out all the other close angles and thinks the spams, and the nade was good enough to force anyone back, but we can see that's not the case. And Sergio finds another. Honestly, there is going to be money in play that Sinners can buy in the next. One thing they just need to do in this round, do some damage. Look at the buy that 9 have in this one already. If you just keep it humble, we can very quickly see Sinners reset 9, and obviously with loss bonus, the more rounds that 9 find, the less they're going to have. It could just give the opportunity for Sinners to really put 9 in an awkward spot, but it is just stress on in a 1 versus 5. This one is a simple round for 9 to take.
Yeah, at least 9. It won't be at the cost of their own demise, losing so many players in their round victory, as they keep 4 alive in this one.
As they still have a lot of rounds here to play with on this first half. Still 4 opportunities, but they've got to make sure they pounce on what's been a great start to this map. Modo aggressive with the AWP. Epo aggressive in his own right. Modo missed shot. Kragan will swing wide. Epo gets dropped, but V-Stick's nearby for a quick trade.
Yeah, Modo again. He's had a tough game. Another opportunity for Modo on the AWP. And he will find this time.
Yeah, I'm putting a lot more stock into actually fighting slightly more heavy-handedly towards outside. Oh, not a great spray from Rolls. Almost allowed Shock to turn and find. Modo will get a tag onto B-Stick.
Again for 9. Remember, Charlie, they've got to find success on this map if they want a chance at the semi-finals. Positioning looks good for Stress On. Great find there. Takes down Rolls, and he's able to sneak down the vent. They know that Modo was towards outside, and they spotted Sayot in heaven. So nice information here. Molly in the vent. Sayot won't be able to deny the bomb plant, but they're aware of his angle now. Beastic kind of needs to take this fight. He needs to help out Stress On. 13 and 4 is Stress On, though, and he's able to evacuate. Beastic holding the vents. Post plants on the B-bomb site haven't been perfect for Sinners.
There's no defuse kit.
That's a real benefit that Sinners have got for this one. It is just the tap. Oh, okay. B-Stick will get 1. Stress On gets the trade. B-Stick, the AK wasn't working. He just assumes he gets the kill and just pulls his knife out in kind of like celebration, as if he was running away to have his little moment. He didn't even get that kill and he had his knife out.
Yeah, I don't really know how he found Cedric there. He was, what, 9 HP? He's thinking he still managed to get the first.
Yeah, I think it was the idea that, okay, well, if he was going to peek, he would have peeked kind of just after the flash. He hasn't peeked with the flat. It was, I don't know, maybe just a bit of miscommunication. I'm unsure. But Sinners with 6. As I said, Charlie, look, when Sinners got that 3-0 start, they've got to play the remaining 9 as a new, complete game. If they can find a third of those rounds, they get 6. Now, they found, 3 out of the last 6. There's 3 more to play. If they can get 1, they can get another third. Think of this new remaining 3 rounds as a new little mini game. If they can get 1/3 of these rounds, they find the half. A ridiculous event on the T side of Nuke, especially when you just need Nuke to go your way to find the semi-finals. And look at the buy already. Sayot on a 5-7. We've got MP9 for Rals, lacking in utility for Fav and Kragan and Modo, and just a 1 defuse kit. I think Rals has already realised, well, we played far too many of these retakes without a kit. I'm not having that again. Kragan, Kragan might get flashed off. Oh, Flash hits him directly in the face. Playing on the edge of these smokes is Kragan.
I don't think anyone was actually quite close enough to hear that the flash connected, but we are just seeing...
Oh, Kisarek fucking Modo.
Timing.
Positioning for Rawls. He just wanted to sneak his way down. There's going to be 2 in the vents, but Kisarek can find his 3rd of the round. Yeah, and Favon, he's just taken a shot. Kisarek's on for the ace. Let him ace. Let him do it. Favon, he's heard the steps. Kisarek repositioning now. Favon, unable to take him down. Oh, Kisarek. Okay, will be found by Favon. It's a 1v5. There's 9 seconds on the clock. They were searching for Favon, and Favon's been able to win this 1v5. Stresson, he's going to be down the vent. Stresson could find him. Favon just needs to live. And Favon wins a 1 versus 5 because Sinners, they're just messing around with the bomb on ramp. Someone get the bomb down. You're in a 5 versus 1. It's reminiscent of that kind of Astralis G2 game. Was it Astralis? I'm pretty sure it was Astralis versus G2 on Nuke. It was on the B-bomb site as well.
I mean, how on earth has that gone so horrendously? Look, you've got to get the bomb down. You've also got to have your gun out to shoot Favon. I don't know what the rest of the team is doing. I understand someone's got to have the bomb in hand.
I'm watching it back. It's... Oh, I think the bomb was dropped towards outside lobby. That's why. I think maybe they assumed that Favon was just on the bomb. Oh, no.
But there's 2 players down towards ramp. So the bomb was retrieved heading towards ramp.
Yeah. So I think the bomb... No, see, I think the expectation was that the bomb was left towards deep outside from Sinners. So they were like, oh, well, there's no one here. He's probably on the bomb. We're going to have to go there as a bit of a unit. So they send 3 players on... They send 3 players to go recover the bomb. Oh, no, they don't. They have the bomb the whole time. I don't know why then. There's not a single reason why that round was so delayed. Charlie, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, that is a
30
really
seconds.
brutal one for Sinners, because that was a full investment as well from 9. That could have been Sinners one in 8, maybe 9.
Oh, there's 18 seconds left, and for some reason... So there's 3 Ts in lobby, Charlie. There's 18 seconds left, and instead of just going out on A, even though there's... It doesn't matter where they go. They then decide to head to the B bomb site through ramp with 18 seconds left. All they need to do is just go towards A. They could go down vent. They could do whatever they like. They choose the longest route possible, and Kragan... Nice find here, but yeah, Favon winning a 1v5 was not on the bingo card. Certainly not in the center spot, but it has happened here. Kragan.
I mean, this is where you can worry about what is that round going to do to Sinners. Not in this game or mentally. That's a guaranteed half 1 there. That is a guaranteed 8th realistically. As 9 would have had the eco in the next. Play for the final round. And now we're going to be looking at a 5-6 scoreline. And the question is going to be is, I think we just need to see a timeout from Sinners. Get the coach speaking, get B-Stick talking. Just calm the nerves here, because it's been a brilliant first half, but a round like that, 1 should never be happening, but we're in the reality where it has, and you can't let it slip.
Do we think that's going to change the entire trajectory of the game? I don't think
honestly,
so.
It could do. Honestly, it could do.
The thing is, I think again, we talk about it time and time again how it could, but again, Sinners, worst case scenario, they've tied the half. 6 on the T side of Nuke. If you can't win from 6 on the T side of Nuke, then something else has gone wrong. And obviously, it's the fact that it's a bit of a mentality breaker. As well, it was Kisarek, he got 4K, he was on for the ace, and he's just going to be saying to his team, oh, I'm feeling it, I can kill absolutely everyone. His team are all laughing and having a bit of a joke. It was a 5 versus 1 that they lose. And again, it's because Sinners, they like this slower played approach. And yeah, it has worked for them at times. In that round, definitely not. Nice trade though. Kisarek does fine. Modo, not going to have the impact he'd hoped for. Quick rotations have been seen consistently from 9. Shock double backing. Searching for these players holding. Peebo needs to get this pick onto Sayot. Is successful there. And now Shock. He's going to be a flank. He needs to activate. His teammates are taking so much contact and so much space in heaven. Rawls goes down to Shock. We will, or at least should see a trade from Kragan. Oh, Shock holding. Oh, Shock spotting. Information on Kragan now. Shock won't get the kill, but does a bullet of damage. Look at Stresson's positioning here. Stresson's not even going to get checked. To me, Stresson should find this entire round. Oh, not with shots like that, you won't. Traded out by Modo. Peepo on the back of the bomb site. Modo 100 HP for this clutch. Peepo would love to have the AWP in this scenario. Modo, he's creeping closer. And he will find 3 in a row there from 9 at the end.
And 2 of those rounds, Sinner should have won.
Yeah, definitely. 100%. I don't know how we're seeing the missed shots there from Rafters. But that's 5 out of the last 6.
You can see, essentially, a 1v5 is the same as seeing a 13-0. You should never see it. And it's essentially said, come back from losing 13-0 on map 1. See what you can do there. Try to bounce back. Don't worry, it won't affect you mentally. Of course it will. But it's what can Sinners do to actually recover from it. This is why I'm shocked we didn't see any sort of timeout. Because we're just now seeing players who look so sharp, so snappy. I mean, whiffing sprays, it can happen, but it's another round that it feels like you should lose. And this half, out of context, is still a very good half for Sinners. But in the context of the game, of how dominant this scoreline was, it's not been a great finish. 5-1 up. This round certainly could be a good way to put them back on track.
Still round. If found by 9, they can continue this trend. Nice find from Peepo, though. Gets the pick back.
9 now. Heading up from Secret. Just at the same time that Beastic will push. Shot gets Sting down. We'll relay this information. And the crunch towards A. Kisrek forced to drop towards Hut. Has a 1v1. Will take it in his stride. Shock finds one himself. Stress on. I need to just back up, but Beastic in the flank will find the double in Sinners. I think that could be a good way just to calm the nerves. You've won the pistol round. There's a good chance now. You're just going to go for the eco. You can have a couple of rounds where you can probably just bully your opponents. And then sort of see yourself back on course. Obviously, great chance for Sinners still. I think this game could look so different if we see the final 3 rounds of the first half go the way of 9 and then the pistol round. And then we're looking at 8-6 for them. And then despite the fact that they only found 6 at the half, winning that pistol kind of nullifies that being all too big an issue. And you could still certainly view 9 as having a great spot, but Sinners still keep themselves thoroughly on track to take map number 2.
Yeah, and look, Sinners is still there. I think we're both under the impression that a 6-6 T side, you're not going to be disappointed with that, especially with the fact that both these teams do favour the CT side. So, winning the pistol as well going to be helpful for Sinners. But again, though, the map of CS, we've seen a 1v5 here, Charlie. Anything can happen. Beasting, though, towards outside. Stress on. Under pressure here. Kisrek by his side, though. And Modo, he has found 1 frag so far in this round. I doubt he'll find a second. Rifles all well trained on his angle. Double swing could come out through from the players in main. And jumping across his Kisrek, finding his Stress on. And Sinners with 8.
First ball by here for 9.
This has got to be a 9 victory, otherwise Sinners, they go 10-6 up, and with a 4-round lead on the favoured side of their map pick, I think we both expect this one to go their way. Obviously for Sinners, in their last, 6-7 games here, it hasn't been perfect, it hasn't been pretty, 4 of which have been losses, 1 an OT win, or 2 an OT win, sorry, and another 13-9. They have had a fair few close losses within those 4. But again, I think the current spot that Sinners are in, if they win this round, 9 might not have enough in the tank. They might not have enough rounds to play for here. Sayot's had a tough time.
Side. Yeah, I mean, there's been a few players that have been a bit more disappointing on 9. And I think a couple of sort of mistakes from Sinners have really allowed 9 to sort of keep themselves looking competitive scoreline-wise. But, yeah, haven't really had anyone set the world alight. I mean, look, considering there's only 2 rounds apart, not a single player positive on 9.
It's from B-Stick here.
Ebo, pressure coming his way. Spots out. Little bit of damage and will just happily back away now. Says you're going to be ready for Kisser X angle. No, not at all. Has got this space. Gets a freebie onto Shock, who just overlooks the angle. The bomb plant attempt will not be allowed. Peepo finds. Time is ticking. Moto needs to find this kill. Peepo finds his second of the round and still alive. Is Peepo finally?
We're not another Fathom 1v5.
Surely not on the same map, at least. at least on Dust if we get there.
Yeah. Big if, though. Doesn't feel like we're getting any closer to Dust 2. I think with the current state of how this game's gone, Sinners, they're going to be into the Tech 9 investment. A lot of players surviving. Money's looking pretty decent. You've got Peepo and Kisserek both sat around 5k. Rifles being kept, though, for Sinners, understanding that there should be some Tech 9s in play. So don't want to bring out an AWP and get overwhelmed by a swarm of aggressing pistols. So keeping the rifles, I think, is the right decision. But Kisserek and Stress on. They both had a really good game here on Nuke. Obviously, Kisserek maybe not the best of performances throughout map 1. Timing on this HE grenade. Opts to send it for a nade of the smoke instead of a nade towards red. Little do they know how much damage Beastic would have done there. Already in secret is 1. Believe Kisserek. Yeah. Gonna have 5 players coming this way. We're gonna see a rotation here from Shot. And Peepo is ready towards bottom ramp as well. So smoke thrown. Maybe a Molotov would have been the better choice. Pushing through here. Faven and Modo both finding picks. Sayot finally activating. It's a 2 versus 2. Beastic, though. Beastic has to find Sayot here. He's in such a good position to do so. Oh, he's been spotted. The shoulder. Close proximity with the Tech 9, but Beastic still finding. And Faven now in a 1 versus 2. He's got 40 seconds to work this round through. Smoke's going to be fading shortly. And Shock, confident in this 1v1. I don't know why Beastic's backed away. If Beastic just holds towards control, it means Shock can just post up on the smoke. Reposition out of Shock, though. Faven now clearing, looking to recover the bomb. Steps made. Faven re-rotating up the vent. Beastic, he does have a molly, a smoke, and a flashbang. If Shock can just be enough of a nuisance, this round gets really tough. They're aware of where Faven would be planting from. Nice find from Faven, but taken down by Shock through the wall. Obviously, we saw a shot like that from Faven beforehand in a previous clutch, where he kind of goes to close the door and then it's a 180 instant shot. Faven's hit some nice ones in this map, but sadly, that kill didn't have a hand in winning that clutch. Sinners.
Obviously, was just a half by there from 9, but still did get quite down to the wire. See 2v2 at one point as well, but big gunfight for Beastic to win onto Sejot just to give that slight man advantage. And obviously, with time being limited, with the molly being thrown, Faven had no choice but to make his way into Hurt and Shock. Primed in ready with the Spam's final tack pause being used here from 9, as they know they need to find a solution to this CT defense of Sinners sooner rather than later.
Yeah, they've got to have a strong moment here. It's got to be someone like Sayot, like Raul stepping up, Moda, Fav, and Kragan all with 11 frags. But it's what we said on Ancient, and it's what we'll say here on Nuke. 11 being the top performers here for 9. Beastic the bottom performer with 10. The Sinners. really like this game though from Sinners, because we mentioned how vital Stresson and Kisarek have been ever since joining this roster, and they're showing that here so far, aren't they? Very impressed, in fact, with how Shock's played in the last few months too. I think a lot of the talk gets kind of sent Kisarek and Stresson's way because they are the new signings, but Shock has stepped up nicely here.
Oh, 100%.
Great intel.
Shock was just a player who was always a consistent piece of this puzzle, but not a huge amount more, but he's delivering so much. There is one in main, they are aware of this. Kisarek under pressure finds the first, Kisarek gets the second and brings it back to 3-on-3 as Faven and Modo strike. Give man advantage back, the bomb will be denied. Beestick under pressure, the player up from vent. It's the AWP of Peepo, the no-scope connects. And Schedule will find a 1v1. The new kid on the block versus the in-game leader, and Sejok comes out on top. The jiggle's good enough to get the info, and he's confident in his own abilities. Gives 9 their 7th, and money in a strange spot for Sinners.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think Sinners, they should just go for the full buy. Let's just kind of break the bank, put it everyone back to 0. I think that's the safest thing to do than a weird half buy in which you can't actually buy because you've gone on a bit of a streak here. The loss bonus limiting. I think it's the right decision. And again, though, Kisarek does well to get 2 there from Tetris. The issue is we're just seeing kills across the board elsewhere. But Peepo is looking for an aggressive peek here. I love the idea of this, and Peepo can find no trade possibility. Obviously, Seo clutching in the last. He won't even get a look into this one. Great utility to head out towards A. Contact taken, though. Stresson finds 1, upgrading to the AK now. We do have, I believe, it's Faven sat in the main smoke. Faven will find B-Stick. Still advantage for Sinners, though. Faven looking to create this pressure towards outside, but no one's rotated for him yet. Until now. Oh, Shock is spotted. One great shot from Rals.
Down towards the lower side. Kisarek is here. It is just fake noise, actually. They have to be aware.
I don't even know if Heaven's the right play. Obviously, they're going to be going up towards Heaven. Timing's going to be everything here, but Stresson can just play underneath. We've got Peepo already towards Squeaky. Modo's going to stay posted on this angle, but the issue is trying to clear Stresson without any utility. Oh, okay, well, he goes 1 for 1. Modo holding on the AWP, missed shot from Peepo. The issue is Modo playing from Heaven with the AWP. If Faven goes down, it leaves for such a difficult round for Modo. Trying to take down a diffuser. Oh, just an AWP. Faven wanting to jiggle here. And this could be the issue. They know that Modo's in Heaven, and they're just going to dive under the bomb site. And it's the full stick of the bomb.
It is the AWP holding, though. That is Peepo. He swapped over to a rifle. No issue. I was a bit wary when it was Peepo with the AWP in hand. You're relying heavily on a bit of an awkward shot for both AWPers, and if Peepo misses it, there's a chance. But look, you highlighted it. It's a tough clutch to be in. Peepo does fall, takes away all the pressure from his teammate defusing, but it doesn't matter if he goes down because the defuse comes through.
Well, also, it's the fact that, let's say Modo has an AK there. He can find both those kills. If physically both those kills can come through in time, yes, okay, an instant headshot would need it to be happen for the defusing player. But the fact he's got the AWP, he fires off the shot, kills Peepo, and they just know they've won the round. Unless if he quick switches to the Glock or just switches to the Glock and instantly gets the triple headshot, it's just not happening. There isn't enough time to fire off a second shot there. So Sinners, that's why the second that Faven went down on the bomb site, they just charged because they knew how difficult it'd be for Modo. Kisarek finding Faven. Dragon, great kill there. Trades have been seen though. B-Stick finding Seot towards outside. We've got Shock. Shock versus Rals. Rals, great crosshair placement though. Gets the man advantage. Peepo looks as though he wants to go up the vents, but he's waiting for B-Stick to take contact first. Maybe a molly going to be sent towards Squeaky. I'm not too sure what the game plan will be. Rals is still so deep towards lobby, and it does seem like they're going to give this one a go. It's a molly now in heart. Molly might force Modo out. In fact, forces him in. B-Stick does have a kit. There's no one at the bomb site right now. They're too busy looking for the hunt.
Flank.
B-Stick decided to get onto the bomb sooner. We could have seen a bit of a crazy response here, but why would they be ready for this decision? Why would 9 be so heavily going for a flank? look, Sinners, they're going to lose this round, but it's going to be a reinvestment from Sinners. Money's not perfect for 9 either. And it's just 2 rounds away from taking that final semi-final spot.
But equally, this is the full investment. If Sinners lose this, it'll be a Nico in the next, and we could see double digits for 9. Not quite tying this game up, but just within 1 round. Great double initially, though, from Kragan. Does well to find the first, but it's the second that's more impressive for me. Just a spams through the smoke, finds Sedjot. That was the player attempting to get down Secret. Now we're looking to have Sedjot play there as a just sort of this late lurk, this late flank, and he's gone.
That's tough. Kragan searching for the pick towards outside. I believe it was Kisareg there. Down towards Secret. Yeah, it is. Flashbang into Secret. Sinners with the man advantage. They don't actually need to stay so heavily searching. They can show some discipline here.
Beastic spotted towards the garage, but Kragan just not holding the angle, allows Beastic to go 1 for 1. Lots of damage dealt to Modo as well, 3 points of health on him. And there are 2 players down here towards the slower site.
Yeah, Kisaraki's in a good position here. Modo is so low.
He's made his way towards heaven, and this has allowed the kill on Distress Arm. Peepo just can't connect the shots, and he goes down for nothing as well.
Positioning though, Shock, excellent find there. We've still got the low HP for Modo in this round. He's going to be recovered in just a moment. Modo still sat here with CT Vent. Kisarek. If Kisarek can find Rals, it makes this round really difficult. I love the molly, actually. The molly that Shock's just thrown is going to bait Kisarek in massively. Kisarek could find a freebie here. He takes down the first miss shot from Rals, and now Rals under pressure. They're going to swing together. They can isolate, and that's now 12 for Sinners. But again, it's the fact that Shock mollies outside hut. Kisarek is always going to be an unknown entity. I don't know whether it was purposeful or not, but what a play. Modo's so low.
It had to be.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really good stuff there from Sinners, because you can see there's no defuse kit. That comes right down to the wire. A couple of seconds in that, and there's no defuse that could come through for Sinners, but they take the risk, and it pays off for them, give themselves 4 map points. We spoke about the dangers of what happens if Sinners lose that round. That's a timeline that they can avoid. 4 chances to take this series in a 2-0 fashion against 9, Fred, to advance themselves in that semi-finals.
Yeah, quite a crazy one. I think both of us went into this game thinking that 9 would be the team favoured, just with how their recent results have gone, but Sinners now with 4 opportunities. They should really take it. There isn't really an excuse. Saying, this is how he lost his team the opening kill in the last round, just going for a silent shift towards outside. Or just the suppressed weapons. Bullets in this round, though. We've already seen a rotation. It's Kisarek. Already down the vents. Both Kisarek and Stress on with 21 kills each. The rest of their teammates all sat around 13 or 14. But a great game we've seen here from Sinners. Deserving of a semi-final spot.
It could come down to what feels like it's going to be an execute through A with potentially some main aggression from Sedjot and Kragan.
Flashbang towards outside. Positioning here of Beastic and Stresson. Stresson gets himself out of the action. There's a flashbang to help him out. Beastic, though, towards Rafters. Great find. He gets the dink as well. That's brilliant. Stresson here towards Tetris. 25 seconds on the clock. Shock's rotated in. And that's the first. Oh, it's done. It's Modo in a 1v4. And Stresson can get the double. That's Stresson ending it with 23 frags. He had such a great game here. So did Kisarek, but what a performance out of Sinners. That is them getting that final spot in the semi-finals, facing off against Ecstatic tomorrow at the chance to take it in the grand finals here in Season 5. A great performance, though, out of Sinners. I think we understood that Sinners could have done it, but both expecting 9 to put more of a result up there. And in doing so, 9 eliminated here in the quarterfinals. It's not great. It's not an amazing performance. I think the loss on Ancient would have been a bit of a sting for 9 and clearly just didn't recover. But Charlie, thoughts and feelings after that one?
Yeah, some brilliant moments from plenty of individuals. I don't necessarily think Sinners were performing to the same level that they were in map number 1 initially, but after they moved on to that CD side, we saw Kisarek really thrive. Stress on as well. The other 3 chiming in when it mattered most as well. I honestly think the Ancient performance is, for me, probably significantly more impressive than the Nuke, to be fair. Just because of how dominant it was. Sinners 13-5 on map number 1 there. You had, the whole team looking unreal. So much impact and impactful moments that they ended up having there. And Sinners, like you said, rightfully deserving that semi-final spot against the highest ranked team here. But you can see the playoff bracket on the screen for you now. We've got our 2 semi-finals locked in. Bet Boom versus Spirit Academy and Ecstatic versus Sinners. I think Ecstatic might have been watching that game and thinking, okay, sort of preparing themselves to be playing against 9, and instead they've got this sort of fairy tale story of Sinners to match up against, and I think that's going to be a really thrilling semi-final. Similar to the Bet Boom Spirit Academy one, to be fair. I think, sure, a lot of people are going to be favouring Bet Boom, but they're not invincible.
No, sadly, Bet Boom, it seems like they've been in a lot of these types of events, and honestly, I feel like Bet Boom, for some reason, they just can't win. It seems like that's their biggest issue. Obviously, they were back here in season 3, of which they did find victory, but when they came into the playoffs in season 4, they were not met with the expectation or the result that we should have seen from them, as they were bested by Partizan. But obviously, Bet Boom, that Bet Boom Spirit Academy game, that is going to be the first game tomorrow. It is at 1 p.m. CET, so set your alarms, as that's going to be the first semi-final. Then we move to Ecstatic against Sinners, and then the grand final. So we've got 3 series left here to see the champions for Season 5. Charlie, I'm so excited for seeing those semi-final games. Obviously, it's going to be me and you on the microphone for them. But as mentioned, that has been it from us tonight. Hope you guys enjoyed, and we'll see you tomorrow for the semi-finals.